paper massages afterwards for everyone. I've been looking at that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, captain meeting 5 minutes, field 1. Captain meeting, field 1, 5 minutes.
Most people were shooting the snake unless you were doubling. Because if you weren't doubling, you would that guy. That's what I did. This was me every fucking point. Yeah, I got a way better shot. I mean, if you want to double this out.
You can go enough rocket to mid. I might be
Well, trace it too, so I mean, we're not pushing for the bounce out. Next ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, captain meeting, field 1. Captain meeting, field 1.
guns, everybody. Hey, the few things, dude. You get sweaty and wet, but you stay warm. Because that cold water don't get right on it. No. Fuck. That snake is not watching you. The shit I ate from me. She's gonna crush your ass.
Oh, well, I know. Obviously, guys, if y'all want to run it, I'll fill in. We're playing so I can tell them. Like, I'm very easy to work with. I have no. I don't know how the semis are going to end up making it to the end. I think conditions maybe if you were just trying to get to their primary first. Yeah.
There's a few points I know everybody's made a couple times. All of the fucking thing all three.
Virginia regular.
This is Justin's company, and we're like, what do we name it? You know, fuck it, let's just name it after his company, dude.
Get a little PR, yeah.
Yeah, and then, you know, get little t-shirts made too.
Y'all need to be in Twitch right now.
You go to the website. Go to the website.
Yeah,
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Delta.
Plug that, shamelessly plug that shit.
Oh, absolutely. Why not, dude?
Delta.
We need more of that.
Yeah, dude, straight up.
I like when I see
Local shed company.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you need a tag, let me know.
Yeah.
All right. Kill squad. Dimension. Freshman reject C5. Any of those? Any of the following? Cool. Well. Alright, well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing today besides the fact that everyone is soaking wet? Going over the basics, first thing and first most, chin straps. Somebody asked me if you guys have the gold chain. Like the gold chain chin straps, they must be approved, insurance-approved chin straps, made from factory. You can't have the gold chain. I was just thinking on that earlier this morning. It must be the actual chin straps. If that does come undone, you'll be an eliminated player. Make sure you did buckle when you come through the chrono and onto the field. It must be fast. A barrel bag must be on it.
online.
Good morning. Get those extra hoppers ready and a pair of socks for your drive home because it is a wet one. As we get to see this layout play out again. This layout is the ultimate curse field. It brings nothing but rain. But welcome to the NRPL, their edition here at NR Paintball in Severn, Maryland for we wish was going to be a dry one, but it is not. It is going to be a wet one. So first up, we've got Pittsburgh Renegades going up against Death Row Records. Pittsburgh Renegades taking a lot of real estate off the break. They're in the snake, making their way all the way down to their side of the snake. Nothing can really stop you. Careful there. Now they know he's on their side. He's their first body out of the center. They got a 3-on-4. Actually, Renegades lose 2 on the backside. Now Renegades, 2 guys up here in the snake in center 50 as the snake player goes to work, gets 2 kills. So now that makes it a 3-on-2 again. Unless Renegades lost their back guy. No, they didn't. He's going to wander on up Toledo's side. And as the snake player gets taken out for Renegades, it's now an even 2-on-2. Renegades, the player in the Toledo 2 and in the center 50, crawled on to the other side and didn't know that Death Row had gotten into the snake, so now it's a 2-on-1. So Death Row Records just looking for this last body. Going to be tough to find those bodies today as the rain is going to definitely impact. And looks like his own guy shot him. And he just realized that it was a 2-on-1 and Emmanuel was in the snake for Death Row Records. And his own player shot him from the home. So now it's a 1-on-1. Renegades player moved back to that Dorito corner. He looked as confused as I was. I was trying to find out who shot him, who was hiding there, and it was his own guy. So he just made his job a little bit harder. It's now a 1-on-1. Death Row Records player still making calls, maybe trying to confuse the Renegades player into thinking there's more than one body left, but Renegades player doesn't seem to be falling for it as he wraps that center 50 and takes out the last Death Row Records player right in front of you and hits that buzzer. So a nice finish there by Brooks for Pittsburgh Renegades as they win their first one of the day. So only one match in and we already have a first team kill. So he'll be getting an earful when he gets back to the pits from his teammate there that he maliciously murdered. And now we can take a breath and give you a real welcome here this morning here at the latest edition of the NRPL, the Ultra Open. We'll be watching some D4 and D5 5-man today. And we're going to be messing around a little bit because we have a second stream for Field 2, actually. Dan is in the process of setting it up so that we can bring you some action from Field 2. We're going to give it a shot. You know, Dan figured, I guess, he's going to have his hands full all day dealing with this weather. So why not just go for broke? See if we can get a second stream going for you guys. So more to come on that. In the meantime, we're going to stick around here at Field 1. Going to get to see Rampage taking on FTA. Rampage, part of the North Mountain family, making their way out onto the field right now. So yeah, like I said, this layout, I think a lot of players are going to be happy to see this layout go, because not because of how much they've had to play it, but just because every time it comes out now, everyone just thinks of wet weather after the unprecedented amount of weather that they got down in Texas. So FTA on your right, Rampage on your left. Rampage, I think that's Andrew Jonesy. That's it is. Breaking out there for Rampage, heading to that stand-up. Rampage player takes a bounce in the head and the back. Meanwhile, Becky Young's going to hop into the snake for Rampage. FTA in there as well. FTA with 2 in the center 50. We saw some of that happen in the Texas Open. A lot of different looks that teams were giving people for using that center 50. He doesn't know there's 2 in there. He's going to pop up. I don't even know if the FTA player saw him. He didn't. So the Rampage player gets a kill, but now the FTA player knows he's on the other side. Did they mutual? No. So 2 FTA players taking the walk, though, as their snake player gets shot out by Becky. Makes it a 4-on-3 in Rampage's favor. FTA coming out to the snake corner, trying to keep control of the snake as they hop back into there. FTA still in that center 50, but he's starting to feel the heat. It's Andrew Jones backing up Becky in the snake. As the center player for FTA is walking off, and now I think the last player left for FTA is the one in the snake, unless there's another player out in that Dorito. I believe it's a 3-on-1, though. I think the Rampage players are just finding that out. Trying to figure out, there's going to be a lot of confusion, like I said, today. Oh, it's a 4-on-1, actually, as the rain just makes it really tough. It's a 4-on-2. FTA is actually in that Dorito corner as well, so I guess that'll be the bunker I lose track of all day. FTA snake player, though, gets clipped out from across the field, and here goes Jonesy looking to get that last kill on that Dorito player. He's got a lot of pent-up rage. This is one of his first tournaments back in a while. So he's going to shoot the last guy and hit the buzzer right in front of you. Good morning, WP Mama. Hope you're dry wherever you are. It's one of those days where I was a little bit happier to be commentating rather than playing. But, you know, it's kind of like jumping into a pool. Just jump on in there, get all wet, and then just go about your day. That's what it's going to take. So Renegades beating out Death Row Records in the first one, and Rampage with their first win on the board against FTA. Probably should have brought a pen up here. I always forget to do so. Next up, we're going to have DC Sabotage taking on VM Delta. I think we're having our first... No, okay. I thought we were having our first scoreboard issue of the day. Got all the cameras wrapped in a plethora of plastic. It's not too windy, though, so it's just a steady, steady rainfall. A little bit chilly. You may want to learn how to use punctuation there, hippie. Let's go, disorder sucks. Raining here also. You get to, yes. Oh, I'm staying dry. They've got us nice and protected up here with plenty of tarpage. So, yep, like I said, good news for us, bad news for the players maybe, but at least we all get to watch from the comforts of our dry couches. All right, so VM Delta Veterans Militia. Always good to see a VM team make it out. Saw Josh Schwan doing his thing with the Lux booth. Sure he'll have his hands filled today. As for some reason, this technology just does not like getting wet. So gun problems and hopper problems. Meanwhile, DC Sabotage taking the snake off the break. I think VM Delta did as well. It's going to be DC Sabotage, though, that's going to be crawling up faster. As they are already up to this fourth knuckle. Taking a look inside, doesn't see much, so may try and penetrate a little bit deeper. Getting into the VM Delta side of the snake. And now he's going to be taking a little bit of pressure. Don't even know where it came from. They've gotten a bounce shot there off of that death stick. We saw a lot of that at the Dallas Open. So 5-on-4 advantage now for VM Delta. Make that a 5-on-3. Not sure where the third Sabotage player is. They are back in the snake. Last two players for Sabotage, it looks like. So they're crossing it up and trying to just keep the streams of communication open. Meanwhile, VM Delta lose their first player, making it a 4-on-2. Don't know if VM Delta is in the snake or not. I thought I saw him go in there in the beginning. He is in there. And he does not have any competition in there as the DC Sabotage player walks off, makes it a 4-on-1. You can see the remnants of VM Delta, 3 bodies with their 1 snake player still alive. As we are in a snake player snake. Nice and straight. Crawl, put in and crawl. That's all you got to do, shoot and crawl, shoot and crawl. Player for DC Sabotage retreats on back. That's going to extend things a little bit, but not too long, as he must have gotten clipped on his way in there. And VM Delta getting the kill count right and all set, and they will easily take the first one. Yes, I did know what you mean there, Hippie. And again, I may have to disagree with you that it sucks you're not here, because I don't know. It is grimy out here, unless you like being wet. But everyone has had a rainy tournament. Well, whoever you made Sunday in Texas, you had yourself a rainy day. It was unfortunate, though, that they had to delay the pros finals, as that was shaping up to be one of the more interesting Sundays in the NXL. So we were robbed of that, but we're going to have to do a continuance at the next event, which will be the Mid-Atlantic Open. No cancellations here, though. We are running strong here at the NRPL. So we're going to have our next 2 teams step on up. It'll be Deadly Dynamic taking on Disorder. So there you go, Hippie. You get to see your first team. So we hope to see you back out here soon, Hippie. Glad you're doing all right. I said you get to watch your boys now here. They'll be on the right, and Deadly Dynamic on the left. Deadly Dynamic, I believe, is a SMP, Southern Maryland paintball team. One guy from Wasted Potential playing with them. So as I mentioned, we may be able to get a second stream going here for you guys if you're just joining us. Dan is in the process of trying to make that happen. Meantime, though, Field 1 action. Deadly Dynamic on your left. Disorder on your right. Disorder breaking out now. Taking snake off break. Deadly Dynamic took the snake corner, but he did not make it. So 5-4 advantage now for Disorder. Both teams taking the center 50 brick, trying to decide which way to go. Deadly Dynamic's going to go snake side, which is probably a good idea because Disorder snake player just took another knuckle. Disorder trying to coordinate where he needs to go to the Disorder player now. We're going to have our first showdown in the center as neither one of these guys knows that the other one's there. And now he does. He's going to just sashay his way back up there and then hop back into his bunker. Looks like he survived. Snake player, meanwhile, for Deadly Dynamic, almost gets a shot on him. It's a 5-on-3 in Disorder's favor as Billy Goat makes his way to the fourth knuckle of the snake, looking inside to see if he can find any of these last Deadly Dynamics player. Another Deadly Dynamic player taking the second Dorito. Actually may afford him more protection. So it looks like the snake is trying to get a shot across, but just can't do it with that brick in the way. So Deadly Dynamic still holding strong. Seem to have stymied Disorder's attempts here as a big chunk by the Wasted Potential player moving up the center. I think that was Pruitt. It was. Billy Goat makes short work of him. It was just unlucky timing there for the Deadly Dynamic player. He did manage to mutual with the snake. So now it is a 4-on-2 in Disorder's favor. Deadly Dynamic have Dorito player and a Snake 1 player. And the Deadly Dynamic Dorito player is going to pop on up to the third one. Might only be a 3-on-2 here. Looking for that fourth Disorder player. I can't seem to find him. Deadly Dynamic Dorito player tried taking a shot of that center 50 and ends up hanging out a little bit too long. Kraus now in the snake for Disorder. He did manage to get a shot in on the center 50 player, and the Dorito player for Disorder walks off. So now we got a 1-on-1 in the snake. So these are the last two players that you see on the right side of your screen. Both players, I think, realizing that they're on their own. So we'll see here who wins the snap battle, as Kraus is just going to keep on going. He's going to run on down and doing some pointing afterwards. Looks like he mutualed, though, and I think we're going to have a no point. Kraus was going to see if he could argue his case, but it looks like he missed him on that first go-around, and so the Deadly Dynamic player tucked in and just waited for him, and that's how things stopped. So no point, no winner there on that first bout between Disorder and Deadly Dynamic. So Hippie and WP Mama can put their knives down. That was a weird one. Like I said, a good move there by Pruitt up the center. It's just unlucky that it just happened to be at the same exact time as Billy Goat moving on down for Disorder down the snake. It's been easy, able to just pop up and get him, but at some point Pruitt did shoot him, so I guess he did what he was intended to do. So they'll have to go again. There'll be at least 3 matches there. That's what that guarantees. Beautiful day. Check Crimson Deep Fire checking in from Vero Beach, Florida. Yes, you're very lucky right now. So here come the Savages going up against Nasty Mob. Nasty Mob, part of the Nasty family here. Plays out of NR. Paul Pickett there with his long dreads. The Savages, you should know them by now if you're a fan of this tournament series. I know I'm a fan of their playing style. I'm sure they're going to be looking to take a lot of real estate off the break here. This layout made it conducive for getting up there. Can't really sit back and wait on this. This is an offensive-minded field for sure. So both teams taking snake off the break and the center 50. The Savages in there a little bit afterwards. Snake player, though, going to walk off for the Savages, so they're able to strike first. Is Nasty Mob. Makes it a 5-on-4. The Savages now have that center 50, as Nasty Mob player does as well. He's going to go on the inside and does manage to kill and stay alive, getting on their side. So now it's a 5-on-3. Make that a 5-on-2 as another Savages player walks off the Dorito side. Nasty Mob now creeping and crawling down the snake, trying to find these last 2 Savages players. They're going to lose Paul Pickett in the center, though. So it makes it a 4-on-2. Savages doing a little bit of evening up. He does get clipped in the hopper, and now the last guy left is in that center stand-up, and he's going to get torched as Nasty Mob take a little bit too easy of a victory there. The Savages could have gone a little bit more aggressive. Maybe the rain is cramping their style a little. See if they can come back stronger in the second bout, but Nasty Mob looking good there. Some nice controlled, efficient paintball. Get them their first win of the day. See more of you hopping on in. Welcome, welcome. The NRPL 5-man D4 and D5 Ultra Open. Glad to have you with us. Shout out to the men and women who make this event possible and are enduring this rain and chilliness. We have Cartel now going up against Nightmares. Cartel, I'm sure we're not happy about their showing in the last couple tournaments. Looking to turn things around. See if they're able to get back to where they're used to. Hanging out in the winner's circle. Meanwhile, Nightmares. Got a few nasty PAP players. Guesting with them, I can recognize those jerseys. Seem to be a little bit of a throw-together team, but these are the tournaments to do that in. So let's see if they can play some 5-man together. Heavy burn from Nightmares. It's Cartel sending Big Thompson up on into that center brick. We also take the snake. Nightmares reciprocating into that center brick. Not going to live there long, though, as he's walking off now. Makes it a 5-on-4. Make that a 5-on-3. Another player walking off for Nightmares. So good shooting here from Cartel early on. And Nightmares are in a bit of a problem now because they are all stuck 3 in the back with Cartel running on them. It's like Fox here in the snake for Cartel, trying to find a kill. Gonna see if he can get a shot in on that Dorito corner. Not able to get it in, and meanwhile Nightmares make their way into the snake, and Cartel are gonna lose the player backing up their snake player. Might be a 3-on-3. Nice shot there by Fox. Yeah, now it's a 3-on-2. So the last 2 Nightmares players are in that Dorito corner right here in the center of your screen. So Cartel dropped a couple bodies off the backside, but they still have their front push. Still got Fox here crossing into Nightmare's side of the snake. Once he realizes he's all clear, but he did not see that move. A big move there by the Nightmares Dorito player. And he's wearing a dark colored jersey, so he may have just lost track of him because Fox was looking that direction. And now he sees him straight across the field as he gets into the Dorito 4. Can Fox get a shot in on him? Ref's telling the other ones on that side to take a look at his hind parts, and it looks like Fox did get a kill on him. So now the last player left now for Nightmares moved into that Dorito corner right here in the center of your screen. He's got 3 Cartel players to contend with. Fox looking for that last player. You can see him making that run on that far side of your screen. Meanwhile, Thompson's just going to run straight up the center here as he's battling with Fox and just stab him. And that's going to do it. So Cartel on the board early here against Nightmares, who put up a nice little counter punch there. Almost able to take one back against him, but just wasn't enough. Like I said, we're in a little bit of trouble there. If the other team gets up to their 50 bunkers, you know, especially 3 across like Cartel had there, and you're all still in the back, you're going to have a tough time on this layout. Because that snake is an equalizer. Don't got to be very fast to get in there. Don't necessarily have to be a natural snake player. It helps for sure. But it is one that is made for those who don't get in the snake that often. It's nice and simple. Shoot and move, shoot and move. We have Nova Royalty going up against Kill Squad. Nova Royalty played some X-Ball down in Texas. Weren't able to win any of their matches, but they were all close games. So now they're back up here for more spins on this layout. Going to get themselves a little pumped up here for their first game of the day. Can hear Field 2 going on behind us. Like I said, next time I see Dan, I'll get a sit rep on when we'll be able to launch that stream for you. And that'll be interesting because I'll be having to broadcast those games remotely because I can't see field 2 from here. We have this whole booth tarped out, so we'll see how good I am. My eyesights are reduced. Meanwhile, Kill Squad on your right, Nova Royalty on your left. Kill Squad taking the snake off break. Nova Royalty with a heavy burn. 3 in the back center. Managed to break out of there. They're going to lose their snake runner. Kill Squad are going to lose one up the center, though, so things even at 4 apiece. Kill Squad busting out now to that Dorito side. See, they have a pretty good spread here. Nova Royalty in the pocket, definitely for sure. To see if they can spread the field a little bit. They're going to move on up to the center brick. Try and control this snake player of Kill Squad a little better. Here come Kill Squad, though, on the Dorito side as well. So nice even hand approach. As Nova Royalty are in the snake now. Is it too little too late, though? Is Kill Squad already up to the 4th knuckle of the snake? Going to get shot out by that center 50 brick. So a nice move there by the Nova Royalty snake or center 50 player. He's going to want to watch his back, though, as Kill Squad moving up on the Dorito side, up to the Dorito 4. They're only down 1 body, so still coming at him. Looks as if the Nova Royalty center player, so Sullivan, knew the Dorito player was there. A nice crawl there by the center 50 player, O'Sullivan, for Nova Royalty as he takes out another player on that Dorito side. And it's like the last guy left, I think, for Kill Squad. Right here on the left side of your screen, he's going to go all the way to the Dorito corner, probably the best place to try and make some sort of a stand. He's got 4 Nova Royalty players, though, coming for him. Nova Royalty checking off the snake. Just trying to find the last guy. It's Dylan Smith here for Nova Royalty at the making it to Kill Squad side of the field. Still not sure of the body count. The Kill Squad player doing a good job of keeping Nova Royalty confused a little bit. Smith is going to try and find this last guy. He's going to move to the back center now. I believe that's Terrence. That is Terrence. So Terrence is out here almost every weekend just battling and grinding. He's moving around, though. It's not going to be enough. He did his best to try and get himself a quick kill to even things back up a little bit more, but not able to get any catch any Nova Royalty closers sleeping. And that's going to do it. So Nova Royalty, the 4-up win. Looking solid out here. They're another team who I'm sure wasn't happy with their first couple showings at the NRXL and NRPL. I mentioned they did have enough practice on this layout for sure, playing down in Texas. I had to take a few sips of my coffee before it got cold on me. Need my coffee because we'll be here for the next 8.5 hours or so. Hope you're able to stay with us. See what the youth of tomorrow's paintball have for us. Your Shed Company. First time I get to say that name today. It looks like they got some fans in the chat room. Charm City Cartel, their second player, or second team. They got Crump guesting with them this tournament. Of course, Brandon O'Barry as he moves on up the center. Your Shed Company, though, with 5 alive and taking the most real estate in the snake, already up to knuckle 4. He may be able to get a shot here in on O'Barry, and he does. So a lot of guys get lit up in Dallas. Cartel, though, know that he's in the snake and are looking to get into the snake game themselves. Brinkley for Charm City Cartel. Into that 4th knuckle. Still 5 alive for Your Shed Company. It's a 5-on-3. Make that a 5-on-2. I think the last 2 players here for Charm City Cartel are the snake right in front of you and that far side Dorito. Still 5 alive, though, for Your Shed Company. They're doing a lot of talking. Well, we're going to have a snake battle right here as the Charm City Snake player was trying to make a quick crawl down to their knuckle. And the Shed Company Snake player having himself a fine game here as he's already got himself a 3-pack. See if he can make it a 4-pack by finding this last cartel player in the Dorito side. Not going to be able to see him yet. And now he sees that last player in the can, and I believe that was Crump. Hiding out in the can, gets shot in the can. So there were actually 2 cartel players left. One of them was in that Dorito hiding behind the pretty useless Dorito side can that I can't see anybody taking today, but it does block out that Dorito 3 for a lot of folks over here, including the snake player who couldn't see him until he was at their buzzer box. And a nice move there by Justin Clark. Okay, thank you for letting me know. That's Justin Clark playing for your Shed Company. Well, they had a couple other players. Had Adam Hunt. That was Justin Clark. Well, Justin Clark may have been a naughty boy here. Gonna be getting his gun checked. They're gonna check out Justin Clark's gun here. MK head ref asking for a chrono. Don't know if he's shooting too fast or shooting too hot. Looks like he's getting the all clear. Meanwhile, get our first look at Eastside Bandits. Up against Death Row Records, their snake player, just as he was getting settled in, takes one to the face. Death Row Records going to lose one of their snake runners, though, so 4-on-4. Make that a 4-on-3. Eastside Bandits losing a Dorito player. Ramon Holmes up in the center. They have a refill here in the snake. He's going to lose his tank cover. Going to be a lot of bits and pieces left on the field by these players today. Death Row Records still in the pocket, looking to get out of there. You can see Chance and Ramon Holmes in the center, trying to figure out just what's going on. Snake player for Eastside Bandits doesn't feel too comfortable. Got his back to the bunker right now, trying to refill his hopper. Can be a little treacherous when there's water and puddles all around you. Looks like he got a little bit of comfort from Ramon talking to him. I only see 3 Death Row players. Ramon going to take a big run all the way down to that Dorito corner. But a nice shot there. Mike Weaver for Eastside Bandits getting some production out of him out of the snake. Gets himself a kill. Having a little bit of gun issue. I think it's more of a hopper issue than anything as another Death Row Records player gets shot out head-to-head with Chance Holmes. So now I think there's only 1 player left for Death Row Records, and he's in that center stand-up. Mike Weaver trying to get his hopper working to finish off this game. Mike Weaver turning around, asking for the kill count. As the Death Row Records player going to move up the center. I don't know if he knew the snake was up that far, and he takes a nice shot right to the side of the ribs. So that didn't feel good, I'm sure. He ran in there with so much speed. I thought he was more confident in where he was, but Mike Weaver was waiting for him. And that'll do it. So Eastside Bandits able to take a couple blows early and survive the onslaught and hold on to pull out a win against Death Row Records. Who've now lost their first 2 games. They lost their first one against Pittsburgh Renegades. So see if they're able to bounce on back. Seems as if their Death Row Records is some good breakouts and taking some good spots, but just not able to survive long enough to get any production out of them. So we're gonna get our first look at take notes. Decided to get the band back together for a couple 5-man tournaments. Shout out to my man Ryan McNally, making his way to the box. few other tournaments going on today across this great country of ours and other great countries. There's a tournament going on in Canada and Norway today, the Norwegian Paintball League. The spread of this thing just continues. So take notes on your left. On your right is FTA. FTA having some early gun issues up the center, but 5 alive for both teams except for Take Notes, who are going to lose their first one on the Dorito side. Instead of 5-on-4 in FTA's favor. Just Take Notes opting to not crawl in the snake, but just going to kind of crab walk in the snake instead. Going to get a first kill out of there. They're going to lose another body out of the center. Makes it a 4-on-3 in FTA's favor. FTA have both sides of that center 50, but the Dorito side player's not going to live long as he's going to get taken out by the snake and going to get shot out of the other side as well. So now it's a 4-on-2 flip, or 3-on-2, excuse me, flip back to Take Notes' favor. Last 2 players for FTA in the snake side. As you can see across the board, the last 3 Take Notes players trying to figure out where these 2 FTA players are. They're on the snake side. We'll make that one of them. So now the last player for FTA, which I believe stands for from the area. I believe that was Tyler, the last player in the snake there for FTA, and he's going to get shot out. And Take Notes, able to lose their first 2 bodies, but hang on. So see if they're able to make a run for things later. So, yeah, so that was a good one. Like I said, FTA and Take Notes, 2 of the more experienced teams out here. Now we get a look at the new look shooters. First time seeing them all year. Didn't see them in the first NRPL 5-man tournament. Looking good with some new jerseys, some new gear. Made the trip on up from Southern Maryland Paintball. Going to be going up against VM Delta, who looked pretty good in that first point. Some good snake play. So let's see if they are able to continue their success. They'll be on your right this time, shooters on your left. Like William Holler taking the snake for VM Delta off the break. Shooters also taking the snake off the break. Got to deal with the VM Delta player in the center, and he does. Manages to kill him out. Ingagliato, my favorite snake player to talk about. That great last name that I always mess up, I'm sure. He makes it a 5-on-4, I believe. I think there's a player for VM Delta in that Dorito corner. There is. Player for VM Delta trying to move up the center. Did so a little bit too slowly, though. And Gagliato's able to make a short work of him. So it makes it a 5-on-3. Ref checking out the VM Delta player on the snake side. Shooters still with 5 alive, just hanging and banging. In no rush. Know they have the upper hand here at the moment. And Gagliato talking to his center player. And I believe that's William Holler in the snake for VM Delta. Snapshot there by Gagliato. He has all 3 kills right now for shooters. VM Delta player in that snake corner. Gagliato's trying to their side. He does. Like I said, this is a snake player's snake. And Gagliato definitely fits that mold. Delta with both corners here, facing all 5 guns of shooters, and Gagliato getting a little bit aggressive there, and we're going to have a major thrown. And Gagliato, like I said, he got those first 3 kills. They've gotten a little bit too excited as he tried to go bunker the VM Delta player in front of him, and now things are back even at a 2-on-2. So a bit of a mistake there by Ingagliato. Like I said, getting a little bit too aggressive. They had a 5-on-2, and it was pretty much just a matter of time, but he wanted all the glory for himself. So now he's going to have to rely on his two teammates going up against two VM Delta players. You can see them both on your screen here, left and right, trying to figure out what's going on. Don't know if they saw the flag thrown or not. It was kind of a quick flag thrown by the ref, making his way back up the center, so wasn't a high flyer that everybody saw. I think VM Delta are starting to realize that there's something had to have happened because they're not getting shot at as much. Shooters player now going to move up to the center to get a little bit more level with his teammate. See both of them right there in the top part of your screen, right underneath the scoreboard. VM Delta players still chatting away, trying to figure out what's going on. Shooters doing the same. I'm going to become a factor here shortly as we're down to 1 minute 30 seconds. Shooters still not quite sure how they want to handle this. Got one of the Martin brothers in the center there. Don't know if it's Corey or Ethan. Chatting away with his Dorito player, but like I said, somebody's going to have to make a move here soon. I think both teams were kind of just hoping to get the next kill, but VM Delta making shooters work for it. Get the 60-second call. See who wants to go for it or not. It's still the first game, and so you play each team in a best-of-3 essentially. So both teams may be okay with just taking a tie their first go-around. VM Delta player thinks he shot the Dorito Shooters player, but no ref's making a move. I think this one's just going to go to time, people. Still at 30 seconds. It's going to take something pretty quick for anything to happen. VM Delta player seems comfortable just hanging out in his Dorito corner. He's going to get clipped out, though, and so here comes Shooters. See if they can finish it. Martin going to move down the center. Doesn't get him, though. And so now we're in a straight one-on-one with only 10 seconds left to play. Shooters player is on their side of the field, and they're going side to side here. But it's just not going to be enough time, and that's going to do it. So VM Delta is going to be happy with that. Facing a 5-on-2 and are able to hold it to a no point. Like I said, Ingagliato got a little bit too aggressive there at the end. Yeah, the ref coming over to explain what the major was, said he had a hit on his pack and kept on running and tried to bunker out that snake corner player. Ended up costing him. Big Dado 92 likes that. Must be a VM Delta fan. So more paintball required for that one. Well, now we're going to have Pittsburgh Renegades going up against Deadly Dynamic. Yeah, this is all the D4 teams, by the way. D5 happening on field 2 at the moment. We're going to see if we can get the second stream going for you guys so you can check out some D5 action. Meanwhile, though, you'll have to settle for the D4 as we got Deadly Dynamic and Pittsburgh Renegades. Renegades take in a lot of territory, taking that center 50 and all the way up to their side of the snake. Going to pop up, get his first kill on the Deadly Dynamic center 50 player. Looking for another kill, but Deadly Dynamic doing a good job here to hide because he's not able to find another body even though he's on their side of the snake. 5-4 advantage still for Renegades as they backtrack in the center 50. Snake player here for Renegades getting a little wily. You want to be careful here because Pruitt is right in that center shooting down on him. Pruitt, though, going to get shot out by, I think, the snake player behind this Renegades player. He's going to shoot straight across to see if he can get another kill. He does finally get taken out, shot in the face. Makes it a 4-on-3. Certainly did his job. Like I said, may have gotten a little squirrely. Now he's going to talk to the ref, and yeah, the ref telling him to just head to the dead box. But another deadly dynamic player taking the walk, make that 2. And so now it is a 4-on-1 for Pittsburgh Renegades. Looking to close things out. Last player alive for deadly dynamic will be on the right side of your screen, and there's Snake 1 in your far, far right part of your screen. Did get to the snake very quickly. Here's the last deadly dynamic player. Don't know if Pittsburgh Renegades know exactly where he is. Definitely know they're up on bottoms. It's Derek Gilroy deadly dynamic. See if he can find somebody to get himself a quick kill and run back in his favor. Renegades though. Out McKinley here in the snake. I think the move should be for the Renegades to be. He has nobody stopping him. He's be able to go down that table line. Here he goes. Goes into their side. It's going to be a little too much. So Gilroy hung in there and did his best. Renegades were really slow and methodical with it, though, not wanting to do something. The way Snake corner camera overpowers my commentary. Alrighty, thank you for bringing that to our attention. We will see if we can fix that for you guys. Because while I'm sure you like hearing my voice, you don't want it blasting your speakers. See if my man Alex can fix that. Good one there by Pittsburgh Renegades. Seems to have lightened up a little bit here, so players are going to be a little bit more comfortable. Still going to need to bring out those microfibers.
20 seconds.
Now we're going to have my sheet. Oh no! Rampage going up against the Savages. Hear the pits. So is this the camera? So we'll bring the levels down just a little bit, guys. Trying to give you all the in-your-face action that we can. So Rampage on your left. Excuse me, the Savages on your right. Pretty good. The Savages did not the first point. Like as they take the center 50 and head right to the snake side to try and lock it down. 5 alive for both sides still. Savages getting in the snake. Rampage getting wide on the Dorito side. Rampage do have a player in that center 50 brick, strictly staying on the Dorito side though. Looks like they're going to switch back up as Becky Young hops into the snake for Rampage. Savage's snake player, I don't think he knows that center 50 is looking for him. Be careful. Cat and mouse game between the center 50 apparatus and the snake on this layout. Page slowly making their way up. Rampage are going to lose out their center 50 player, so see if that opens things up for them. 5-4 advantage right now for the Savages, but I couldn't tell you where the 5th DeSavages player is. They may have lost one. Rampage player, Savages player looks to do the same. Rampage player walking out of the center makes it a 4 or 5 on 3. It might be a 4 on 3 here in the Savages' favor. Becky Young, though, making her way into the snake still. The Savages have no idea she's in there. I believe it is just Becky Young and Jonesy. Jonesy gonna hop in the snake corner. He may not even know Becky's still alive for him. Becky's shooting a steady stream across. I think the Savages center 50 player is the only one who knows about it, and now he's walking off. So it's a 3-on-2. Becky's still alive, hanging and banging. Savages have 2 in the snake. Make that 1 in the snake. So now it's, I think, back even 2-on-2. Savages have a player in the snake on the right side of your screen, and in the far side making his way to the Dorito 4. Becky may have seen him first, as Jonesy, I think, got a shot in on him, and now it's a 2-on-1. So look at this. The young couple hanging together, doing it on and off the field, as Jonesy's going to make a move all the way to their side of the Dorito. He's going to shoot straight across, see if he can stay alive. He does. May want to be a little bit more cautious. He's going to go down the wire here and get shot from the side, and look at that. Like I said, the young couple doing it on and off the field. As Jonesy able to hit that buzzer. See if they give each other a nice hug and a kiss here at the 50. They're just going to give each other a high five. Probably do that when they get the little one to go to bed. It's a nice play there by Rampage to hang strong. Like I said, she was just kind of not doing much in the beginning, and I think when she came alive, the Savages didn't know how to react. Oh, okay, so they can't hear me at all, Alex. That's not good. So still 5 alive. Oh, there we go. Now you can hear me. Hopefully you guys can hear me again. We got ourselves a good battle here as Cartel still contending on the Snake side against Sabotage. I think it's a 4-on-3. Make that a 4-on-2. Could be a 4-on-1 if Cartel lost that Dorito side player. Not sure if he's in the D3 or not, but now they're going to go and stab the Cartel Snake player. I think he was the last one. No, he wasn't. Yeah, he was hiding out in that Dorito. Just wasn't watching his Snake player's back, and that's going to do it. So DC Sabotage with a good close there. All right, we got the technical crew in here.
Talk like you normally would.
I am talking like I normally would. Looks like they can hear me now. Yeah, he says yes. How now, brown cow? Irish wristwatch. I have a red pencil box. Right, so Nova Royalty gonna hop back out here against Disorder. This will be a good one to establish teams, establish clubs. Going up against one another. Apologies for the technical issues. Doing the best we can here with the elements working against us. Move on down here to the first hour gone of tournament. Everything running right on time though. Nova Royalty on your left, Disorder on your right, Disorder. Nice snake run there. Get up right away and trying to establish dominance down the wire. Nova Royalty able to make their way into there though. Still 5 alive for both sides off the break. Snake player for Disorder had to hop right back in there. Disorder player didn't know if he was moving the Dorito or the dead box. Maybe that's the idea. 5-4 advantage now for Nova Royalty. Disorder moving up on the Dorito side. Nova Royalty letting Disorder move up on that Dorito side. Losing a little bit of control over there because they're got 4 guns pointed this way. Nobody's really paying attention to the Doritos. So Disorder down a body, but they've got a lot of important bunkers across the spread. Snake players managed to stay alive in the Snake 2. Managed to stymie the Nova Royalty player in the Snake. He's going to try and crawl around, but Billy Goat going to get clipped out of the face from one of the Nova Royalties in the Dorito corner. Don't know if that was a miscommunication or he didn't know he was in there already. They've got 2 in the Dorito corner. Haven't seen that on this layout before. Meanwhile, Nova Royalty Snake player tries to crawl up to Snake 4. Looks like he took one from the Disorder player in the center, and he did. So Oliver walking off for Nova Royalty. Moves it back to a 4-on-3. Disorder player in the center trying to make sure that nothing happens in the Snake. Meanwhile, he's going to have a player run right behind him from Nova Royalty and bunker out one, if not both, Dorito players. Now the Disorder center player turns around and shoots him. Makes it a 3-on-1. No, make that a 2-on-1. No, it is a 3-on-1. Nova Royalty have a player in the Dorito 4 that nobody knew about, including the Disorder center player, and he gets ripped in the back for not knowing it. And that's going to do it. Yeah, it's going to be hard all day for people to see what's going on that Dorito side just because you're against the backdrop of that dark net. And with it being so cloudy and rainy today, if the team is wearing a dark enough jersey, they can really hide on that Dorito side. That's kind of what happened there. So it looks like we do have that second stream going up. D5 is playing on the second stream. Okay, so I didn't know if it would be something that we could see. That's probably in the works as well. It's a separate stream, yeah, so you can't really do that. Yeah, it'd be cool if I could commentate on those. Let's get the second stream up. I'll commentate on this stream, but you have to also have the other stream up simultaneously. get me on all of your screens. So yeah, if you want to check out some D5 action, you can certainly head on over to that one. But you better come back here. We'll miss you too hard.
10 seconds.
All right, so now we're going to see Cartel. We're going up against, I believe, FTA, or Nasty Mob, excuse me. Charm City able to burn the first one off of the Snake side. 5-4 advantage now for Charm City Cartel, who have a very good first showing. Weren't able to control this Snake their first point. They look to do it this time, though. Seem to have dedicated a gun staying back and staying on that Snake lane the whole time. Nasty Mob do have a player in the Snake. I don't know if he's being tempered back as he's still stuck in the Snake 1. Nasty Mob with a player in the center brick. Crawls on up to one of the wedges. Not sure where exactly to look, though. Hounding on that Snake 2. Switches back to the Dorito side. O'Barry trying to get interesting, see if he can get an angle, make himself a little taller. Sticking his gun straight up in the air. 2 in the Snake now for Charm City Cartel. Still with a 5-4 advantage. Nasty Mob center 50 player going back and forth. Seeing if he can stop that Dorito side. Charm City Cartel Dorito player doesn't seem very interested in moving, though, so he may be okay with absorbing his guns, as now the center 50 player for Nasty Mob goes to the other side. Nasty Mob not doing a lot of talking. A lot of players in their own world right now. One of the problems you have when you have a solid squad practicing together all the time. It's a Nasty Mob center player, not quite sure what he was trying to accomplish there. So Barry tries to move up, hiding desperately behind one of the death sticks. Not quite ideal. He's going to get covered in a lot of wet paint. Meanwhile, Crump moving up onto the center, on the Dorito side. World getting very small here for the Snake player. As the Charm City Cartel Snake player tried to go and get him, but Nasty Mob Snake player able to survive. Now he's got O'Barry right in front of him. Does finally get taken out. And now there's only 1 player left for Nasty Mob up against 3 Charm City Cartel players. Make that 4, excuse me. So it may have not been pretty, but that'll do the trick for closing. Don't know if that was how Barry scripted it in his mind when he moved on up there. Not sure what caught him by surprise or which bunker caught him by surprise, but it's never a good sign when you're hiding behind one of those little mini pillars. Don't care how skinny you are. So Crump gonna get checked out there, playing with his old buddy O'Barry. Things moving right along here. Still haven't gotten down to the first round. Plenty of teams here this weekend. Just a hair under 40, D4 and D5 man. All not letting this nasty weather put a damper on their fun. Yeah, I did. Yep. But then I feel bad because I'm telling them to stop watching me. I know, no commentating over there right now. Yeah. All right, so Eastside Bandits on your left this time, Nightmares on your right. Nightmares taking Snake in center 50. And to the Snake side. Center 50, a tough one. I didn't get to play this layout at all, but I understand that you don't know necessarily which side to look at. As Nightmares are going to lose the first one off the Dorito side, so 5-4 advantage now for Eastside Bandits. Be able to try and just pick a side and stick with it. Go back and forth too much, and they end up missing the move that you're actually looking for. Apologize for my voice. Don't know if it's this cold weather or not. Up and down to the temperature. Messing with my body chemistry. So Eastside Bandits with the body advantage, one body advantage. Not playing super aggressive. Still hanging out in the Snake 1. Seeing if they can get some easy kills, and they do. They get another one off the Snake side. Makes it a 5-on-3. Center player misses the Snake move, but does turn around to announce it, but I don't know if he can see anybody to talk to him. As it's really just him and his Snake partner here side by side. Snake is forcing Ramon to get to know that bunker a little bit more than he wants to in the center. Eastside Bandits not trying to have any dumb kills here. Nightmares. Oh. No. Yeah. Official NR jersey. Oh, official NR golf shirts. Sweet. That's the song. XL. Yeah. All right. Now we're an official team. We're all going to have matching uniforms. I want to look pretty. So still 5 alive here for Eastside Bandits as they try to figure out where these last 3 bodies are. I think that Snake is just kind of scaring them from doing any movements up the center or Dorito side. The Nightmare center player has done a pretty good job of going back and forth and making the most out of that position, but hasn't been able to get a drop on anyone just yet. Eastside Bandits now up into the Dorito 3. The Nightmares player made his way all the way to the Dorito corner and also into the Dorito 3. Chance Holmes looks to even things out a little more as Ramon's still talking. Trying to figure out where they want this push to come from. Eastside Bandits player getting checked out here in the Snake side stand-up. And he does take the walk, and now Ramon's going to be pulled on a minor. So that makes things even at 3-on-3s. So way to hold strong here for Nightmares, and for Eastside Bandits, didn't capitalize on that body advantage when they maybe should have. You can see all 3 of the last Eastside Bandits players in the center and on the right as he moves up to this Snake 4 knuckle. Things have quieted down here. Marcus Clark Jr. There's a guy right in front of him. You can see it happening. The Nightmares player moves down the highway on the Dorito. He's going to get 2 in the keister right here in the Snake. And meantime, the Nightmares Dorito player has been moving down, almost shoots his own guy. Luckily, it hit the buzzer. A fist pump here, telling Marcus Clark Jr., I'm sorry about that. A lot of butt shots on this layout, whether it came from the Snake to that center or people getting bunkered out in the Snake. Don't know what it is about this layout, about rain and butt shots. Speaking of butts, shout out to Shiny Heine for your subscription. Thank you very much, sir or madam. Brandon almost shot his own guy. Yeah, we've had a team kill already. First point of the day. Had a player in the home shoot out his own guy in the Snake. I think that was Death Row Records who did that. Yeah, it was. So it wouldn't have been a first. Had 1 team kill. Fatal Zombie subscribing. Thank you for your continued support. Happy to have you guys aboard. May have not, you can find the link in the chat if you want to see some of the D5 action. They have a second stream up for Field 2. Yours truly, though, is missing from it. So Just keep that in mind. Gagliato looking to rectify himself for his early mistake here for shooters. Got himself a major in that first point against VM Delta. Turning a 5-on-2 into a 2-on-2. See if he's able to get one back. So he's going to be taking on Your Shed Company, who looked pretty good in their first outing. Still 5 alive for both teams. Your Shed Company have Adam Hunt and Justin Clark from Wasted Potential joining them. Clark gonna pop up and get a kill, easy kill on that shooter center player. Now Gagliato knows that must mean that he's close. Fourth knuckle to fourth knuckle. Gagliato and Clark going tit for tat. 5-4 advantage for Your Shed Company. Clark trying to figure out what he wants to do. Nice pop shot there as Gagliato wasn't ready for that. So Clark winning that first snake battle. But meanwhile, while he was trying to relay that kill, not paying attention, gets one dropped on him. May have gotten the bounce shot. That death stick right there, right next to the snake fours. Can be a little bit hectic. You saw a few jump. Saw a few. Well, what the hell am I saying? Saw a few bounce shots at the pro level for the NXL stream. So that evens things close back up. It's now a 4-3 advantage for Your Shed Company. Fourth player in this Dorito side corner right in front of you. You can see all 4 guys for Your Shed Company. Doing a good job keeping the comms up. Shooters here, though, maybe heading for another stalemate. The furthest player up now is in the Snake 2. So one of the Martin brothers tries to get a hold of his teammate in the far side Dorito corner. Not able to get his attention, and it's not going to matter much now anyway because his Dorito corner player gets shot out down the wire against his mirror. So now it's a 4-on-2 here for Your Shed Company. Last 2 players for shooters on this snake side. Looks like it'll probably be just a matter of time for Your Shed Company figure out that they can move freely on that Dorito side. Like I said, they've got one of the Martin brothers in this Dorito 2, or excuse me, in the Snake 2, and he does manage to get a kill. Now it's a 3-on-2. Your Shed Company having a tough time getting these last 2 shooters out. Player for Your Shed Company now going to try his hand on the Dorito side. As Martin moves down the snake here for shooters, up to the Snake 4. That could cause some problems. I don't think the Shed Company players know exactly where he is in the snake. The Dorito player for Your Shed Company now sees Martin in the snake shooting straight across. You can see Martin had to tuck in there. I believe that's Adam Hunt in the Dorito 4 for Your Shed Company, and he does get the kill in on Martin. And so now it's a 3-on-1, last shooter player in the snake side stand-up. Adam Hunt moves to their Dorito side, and that's going to do it. So nice closeout there by a player I believe is Adam Hunt. I can't really tell. It looks like Your Shed Company decided to, whoever it is, they just gave us the death cut. I don't think that was Adam. Either way, nice play there. Shiny Heine, you are just being too generous today. Gifting 2 Tier 1 subs to our community. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Said Shiny Heine, this is your layout because I've seen so many butt shots. So shooters with some good starts, but just not able to maintain any sort of survivability. Go back to the drawing board and figure out just what's going on. It's still early here at the NRPL Ultra Open. You're checking out D4 action, the D5 stream. We do have a D5 stream. The link is in the comments if you want to go see what that's all about. Meantime, we're going to keep you here on field 1 for the D4 action. Coming up next, we have Take Notes going up against Kill Squad. Take Notes look pretty good that first time. They tried to get the band back together. Kill Squad taking the snake off the break. Take Notes wanted to, but not going to be able to. So 5-4 advantage now for Kill Squad. At a 5-3 advantage. Take Notes back in the snake. They know they got their work cut out for them. This is exactly where Take Notes were the first time. They do manage to kill the snake player, so now it's a 4-on-3. I think that's big Troy Peterson up in the center 50, coming to the snake side of it. Like I said, this is exactly where Take Notes were their first point. They were down 2 bodies early. But they've been playing together for a long time, so the more situations you see as a team together, the more reliant you are on your guys as another Kill Squad player takes the walk. So now it is a 3-on-3. Troy Peterson in the center here for Kill Squad. Knows he's going to have to deal with the snake guy. Now Troy looks to the burrito side. He may not have wanted to do that because Steele here for Take Notes is into the snake 4. And he is just rapping all day, and he's going to get an easy shot on Troy. And now he's going to shoot across, see if he can get the Dorito 4 player for Kill Squad. Steele here for Take Notes. Doing a good job to bring his team back to the 1-body advantage. And like I said, Take Notes losing 2 bodies early, stayed calm and able to persevere as another player shot by Steele as he is just crouching and shooting and may get himself here a 4-pack. An excellent point there by Steele. Really won it out. McNally waving his hand on up, but yeah, wave all you want, McNally. Your boy did that one. So Steele going to hit the buzzer. That was John Ramsberg for Shed Company. Thank you very much. Doing my best to just try and remember these names. Since I'll be watching you guys play all year. No tournaments off. Appreciate all you guys checking us out, giving me help in the chat. Alex and Dan and all the refs making this happen. Just so awesome that even in a cruddy weather situation, a excellent tournament series can continue to excel everyone's expectations, players and spectators alike. Continue to try and grow the fam. So let's see what's going on here. Nightmares versus Rampage. Nightmares have been playing some stingy ball. Rampage with 5 alive. Nightmares can't say the same. They're going to lose their Dorito player. So 5-4 advantage, good burn by Rampage. The player who went up to that center stand-up was able to get a shot in on their Dorito player. Nightmares, though, up in the snake again. They're going to get an early kill out of that center and on that Dorito side. So already Rampage down 1 body, going up from a 1-body advantage. So 4-3 advantage right now for Nightmares. Jonesy and Becky going to try and do their thing over here on the snake side again. They get another kill off this right side, so things even again at 3-on-3. But like I said, Nightmares have been stingy. They've been aggressive in the center and in the snake. They're able to get 1 more kill. That's just going to leave Becky and Jonesy over here on the snake side again. So Nightmares moving up on the Dorito side as well. Jonesy going to backtrack, get into that snake corner. Becky just battling with this center player for Nightmares, as the Nightmare Snake player takes another knuckle himself, going into their side. See if he can get a shot in on that Dorito side. Don't know if he's going to have an angle. He does. So that's going to make it a 3-on-2 here. Becky and Jonesy are going to have to pull off some power couple magic again. And the last 2 left here on the snake side. You can see them right there in the center of your screen, but here come Nightmares. Dorito player moving down. He tried to go bunker out Becky, but now Jonesy was waiting for him, so now it's a 2-on-2. Nightmares with the 2 players on Rampage's side of the field in the center 50 and under the Doritos. But Becky's not making it easy for that Dorito player to get across. And Jonesy's in that corner wing. You can hide in those wings when they're in the corner pretty well because you can just kind of peek on over the top. He's standing up now. Don't know where he wants to go. He just want to hang out for a little bit. He's going to head on up to the stand-up. And he can play one side or the other because that player in the center for Nightmares is having hopper trouble. So Jonesy going to go out to this Dorito side and does manage to get a kill on him. Meanwhile, the Nightmare center player is going to run all the way to the snake, going to see if he can get Becky, but Jonesy's already on their side of the Doritos. I think he sees him, and he's going to let his girlfriend get killed just for hitting the buzzer. Oh, man. He's going to hear about that later. Instead of protecting Becky, he used her as a sacrificial lamb. But we're going to have a major thrown on Becky. But I don't know, was the buzzer hit before that all transpired? Let's see what we can hear from the refs. Becky with her hands in the air. We're gonna have a major thrown, but the thing is you gotta ask yourself, did Jonesy hit the buzzer before that all happened? Find out here is MK consulting the refs. Yeah, the question that has to be asked though is, did the major occur, not when it was called, but did it occur before Jonesy was able to hit the buzzer? Because if Jonesy hits the buzzer, the point's over, and whatever happens, happens, and it doesn't matter. Or at least it shouldn't. So Lombardi trying to find out what happened for Nightmares. Okay, so they're going to say that Becky spun before he hit the buzzer. So it looks like, yeah, because if it's a major, they're not going to have enough to fill, so I think it's an automatic swing point. So they're going to give a reverse point to Nightmares, so that's unfortunate. So Rampage, Becky and Jonesy trying to pull off another comeback. Jonesy over here arguing, saying I hit the buzzer before the spin happened, but ref saying no, you didn't. So I made the call. Like I said, I couldn't see. I was looking at, it was hard because both things were happening on both sides of the field. I couldn't tell you which one happened first. Good play all around from both teams, though. Nightmares, like I said, their center player had his hopper go down. He made a good move to come out here and just try and bunker Becky. And what they said is that Becky Young spun on him, and that happened before Jonesy was able to hit the buzzer. So the point will be a reverse point to Nightmares. Yeah, like I said, Jonesy letting Becky be sacrificed for the point. But unfortunately, some chicanery occurred, and that's where things are going to stand. So the refs just trying to figure out exactly what the call is, whether it's a no point or a reverse point. Those are the two outcomes. Only two outcomes, I mean. It's either a Nightmares point or it's a no point. Because, yeah, then the thing you got to ask is if a major is thrown, is it an automatic reverse point, or because Nightmares wouldn't have had any bodies left. So technically, you know, they could, you know, this is 5-man, so it may be a little bit different. X-ball, they would just probably automatically grant the point to the other team, but since this is 5-man, they may just say, nope, point's over. I don't know in 5-man 7-0 and 5-man, if that automatically ends a point, you may have to have a body physically alive to be able to hit the buzzer. Okay, so they are going to call a reverse point. So Nightmare is going to get a little bit one that goes their breaks their way. Well, that's so that yeah. They said that she was watching the D side and said that she spun and shot the snake guy. Yeah, and I mean Ron was right there, so you know he made the call that was right in front of him. This wasn't a case of a ref running from the other side or anything. He was happening right there, and yeah, an MK letting Jonesy know that he did not hit the buzzer in time. So like I said, lucky break for Nightmares, unlucky break for Rampage, but that was a good point, and I can't wait to see round 2. All right, back to business here as Charm City Cartel going to be taking on Deadly Dynamic now. Dynamic on the right, still looking to get things going for themselves. They managed to get a good burn here, though, as they burned 2 right off the back end. So a 5-3 off the jump here. Charm City Cartel got some work cut out for them. Still 5 alive, I think, for Deadly Dynamic, yeah. Creeping and crawling up to that mini Dorito on the Dorito side. Getting checked out, though. Weaver in the center for Deadly Dynamic. You can see all 3 of the remaining Charm City Cartel players, though, on their screen. Moving on that Dorito side and holding down on this snake, which we have seen pairs of players locked down. But meanwhile, the Cartel snake player is not going to be a part of that lockdown as he gets shot down the wire. So now it is a 5-on-2. I don't think this Charm City Cartel player has any idea that he's the last one left now. And Deadly Dynamic looking to vent some frustrations as Pruitt moves down the center. Meanwhile, the Deadly Dynamic snake player, Derek Gilroy, getting a little bit unnecessarily wet as he's still playing across the line. And that's going to do it. What's up, my friend? Get back there. I just wish it, yeah, I mean, that was just, uh-oh. Now it looks like we're going to have a major thrown on Deadly Dynamic, but they're going to have enough players to cover. But it looks like they're going to say that Pruitt or one of the other Dynamic players had a hit on him. Not going to matter, as Deadly Dynamic had enough bodies to cover that, but still an unnecessary problem to have. Yeah, sorry, I don't know if, we may have cut away at the last second just to see Jonesy hitting the buzzer. Yeah, not sure. Yeah, that was a tough one. Yeah, it's always hard when action is happening on both sides of the field.
30 seconds.
So the ref's getting involved here in these last couple points.
20 seconds.
Having to reach for those yellow and red flags.
10 seconds.
Now Nova Royalty going up against VM Delta. Nova Royalty been playing some pretty solid ball. Heavy burn here. Not able to get anybody though. Oh, they do manage to burn a player out of the back center. So 5-4 advantage now. VM Delta in the snake. Nova Royalty getting into the center 50 game. Probably going to see an exchange of words here in the center, right at the top part of your screen. Nova Royalty's going to try and neutral with him, and he does. Saw he was trying to get underneath his gun to see if he could get the first one. Looks like VM Delta lose a player off the Dorito side as well. So it's a 4-on-2 advantage now for Nova Royalty. All VM Delta have now are that Dorito side can and Snake 1. Nova Royalty, though, wasting no time, and perhaps should have been a little bit more patient on that Dorito side as the Snake easily takes him out. Now it's a 3-on-2, excuse me, in Nova Royalty's favor. Nova Royalty look to refill that Dorito side, and they do. And they manage to get a shot in on the Snake player for VM Delta, who's not happy with himself. So now your last player left for VM Delta is in this Dorito corner. What a day already indeed. We have seen some and having a lot of fun, and yeah, when When the rain starts falling, you know, weird things happen on and off the field. Oliver here for Nova Royalty, trying to close things out. Going to go all the way to their end of the snake. See if he can pop up and shoot that Dorito corner player. He does manage to see him. The Dorito player can hide pretty well back there. He's doing all he can right now. Shooting at both sides of his bunker. Just waiting for that snake player to make a mistake. He comes on out. Yeah, he doesn't go wide enough, but he does get him taken out. Battling with them, and Nova Royalty going to win that one with 2 bodies alive. Who's going to pull off their first? Who's going to have the first 1-on-3 pull off? Who's going to do it? You know we're going to see one.
Okay, on the field, field 1 to the left, Cartel versus SPA. On deck, the Savages versus Death Row Records. In the hole, Pittsburgh Renegades versus National Mob. Again, on the field, to the left, Cartel. To the right, SPA. On deck, the Savages versus Death Row Records. In the hole, Pittsburgh Renegades versus
30 seconds.
All right, coffee is finished. Now you're going to get the full effect.
20 seconds.
And so FTA now going to take on Cartel.
10 seconds.
Gonna try to win one for their brethren who rough outing recently against Deadly Dynamic. I'm going to take the snake off break, as are FTA. FTA in the center brick, all by himself for the moment. This Cartel are 4 spread across the back, and got a player here in the snake 2. Getting checked out by the ref. See if he caught one going in or not. He did not. Deadly Dynamic going to get a major thrown on him. So it looks like a major thrown on an FTA player in the back center. So the ref runs around and pulls out Tyler as well out of the snake. And I think the last guy left here for FTA is in that center brick all by his lonesome, facing 5 Cartel players. He does manage to shoot the snake guy, so there's one. His visor's falling down on him. So now it's a 4-on-1. Cartel, I mean, yeah, they are definitely not aware that they are up so heavily on bodies. What a bunker to do it in, though, because he can really go back and forth if he wants to, and Cartel don't really have a beat on exactly where he is at the moment. He's on the Dorito side wing. Cartel player moving up the center, going to try and wrap. Come on, look inside. Look snake side. Look snake side. Meanwhile, Big Thompson going to move up the center. Thinks he shot him, and I thought he did as well. So Thompson not too pleased with that. Doing some chatting, though, on his way back, so we had a minor thrown, and the ref's going to pull him. Not going to matter as Cartel have enough bodies. But Thompson, well, wasn't pleased. He thought he shot that last FTA player in the center, but... So 2 penalties, each team getting a penalty that time. But it was FTA who got the major. So the flags are starting to fly here, folks. Players going to have to do their best to mind their P's and Q's. These NRFs have been at it now for a while. This is their 3rd or 4th event of the year. They're in full swing. We have the Savages going up against Death Row Records. Both these teams trying to get some sort of momentum going for themselves. I think either one of these teams has had been able to get a dub yet.
20 seconds.
Things moving right along here at the NRPL Ultra Open. Coming to you live from NR Paintball. Death Row Records on your right, the Savages on your left. Savages with a Light tower watchman in the back center. He's going to move on up the center after the quick burn and go right to the snake side of that center 50 apparatus. Throw Record's going to lose one of their runners on the Dorito side. So 5-4 advantage now for DeSavages as their snake player gets checked out in the snake one. Savages pulling out the kill. Death Row Records hopping in the snake. Game settles in now. Savages trying to figure out what they want to do next. Death Row Records player thinks he got a shot in on the snake, but nothing to it. Another notch secured by Death Row Records snake player. Ref's running in to check a player, and he's going to get a minor for that. That's a harsh one. I thought that he had stopped shooting. So that's going to make it a 5-on-2 here for DeSavages. Death Row Records' last two players in the center stand-up and the snake 2. Like I said, that's a bit of a harsh one in my mind. Savages' first player walking off, and their snake player getting shot on the creep up as well and down the line. So a nice move here by the Death Row Records snake player. Makes it back even at a 2-on-2. Meanwhile, DeSavages' snake player, he gets shot. Asking for a check is the snake player for Death Row Records. And it actually may have worked out in DeSavages' favor because that very well could have been a major as well. So now it's a 2-on-1 as DeSavages not able to close out a 5-on-2. Just losing bodies. I think they just heard that they had the body count up and got a little bit too antsy. So it's a 2-on-1 now. Death Row Records players trying to find this last DeSavages player on the left side of your screen up in the Dorito 3. Snake player for Death Row Records kind of at a loss right now. Not able to get in touch with anybody with his team. Wants to make sure he doesn't run the gamut and get pieced up by a guy he doesn't know is there. Still poking and prodding. Meanwhile, a big run here on the far side Dorito for Death Row Records. He's going to get shot. Wants a call, but it's just going to be a mutual. He's going to want to keep his mouth shut to not get his last teammate pulled because he's the last one on the field. Looks like the ref was grabbing the flag. Looks like he decides, though, to put it back in his pocket. And like I said, that Death Row Records player was getting ready to argue more. Death Row Records able to survive despite having that minor. Getting an explanation from the ref now is that player. Like I said, from what I saw, that was a little bit harsh. Wearing that big thick hat. He did let the refs get in there and check him. Guess he wasn't quick enough about it though for that ref's pleasure. Able to win despite that though.
20 seconds.
Yeah, so a lot of back and forth.
10 seconds.
Now we're going to have Pittsburgh Renegades going up against Nasty Mob. Got to be getting close here to the end of our first round. Yeah, we only got a few more to go in the first round of games in the D4 edition. Nasty Mob with a lot of movement after the burn. Getting into the Snake 4. Pittsburgh Renegades are there as well. He's going to get the first kill, shooting across, getting that center 50 kill. Not sure he knows that the Pittsburgh Renegades have a player in that wedge. And he's going to get shot down the line. So 4-on-4 here, and we're going to have a minor thrown. So the refs are, like I said, they are not playing now. Do not want to hear any chirping after getting shot. So it's a 4-on-3 in Nasty Mob's favor. Scoop for Nasty Mob, going to move up to their side of the snake and mutual with the center 50 of Renegades. Nasty Mob going to lose another snake player though, so I think we're back even at a 2-on-2. All I see is Paul Pickett for Nasty Mob though. I don't know where the, okay, so he is in that Dorito corner, so yeah. So it is a 2-on-2. Pittsburgh Renegades have a player in the center brick now, and the Dorito side can. So, sorry, as I was trying to decipher what was exactly was happening, it was going tit for tat between the center and the snake here. Renegades, though, going to move down the center. Nobody watching him. It looks like at the last second, the Nasty Mob Dorito player turns in to see that Renegades player going after Paul Pickett. So now it's a 2-on-1 in Nasty Mob's favor. So a wild point there. And we also had a minor thrown on the Renegade snake player because he got shot and then continued to argue with the ref right next to him. And like I said, the refs right now trying to send a message to players. Hearing a little bit too much arguing after getting shot out. As I think that was about our third or fourth minor thrown so far. So you're all hot, sticky, and wet, and you get shot out. As the last Renegades player gets shot in the second Dorito, and that's going to do it. So Nasty Mob able to hold strong. Like I said, maybe some players a little ornery at the weather. Getting a little angry. Like I said, when you're playing also when it's cloudy and the weather's bad, you tend to get shot from places you don't know are even shooting at you just because your visibility is so bad. Looks like MK coming over to discuss. We'll decipher what the penalty, which penalty was where. Like I said, the refs definitely making their presence known here.
30 seconds.
So this would be a good one here, shooters versus disorder. And two teams that trying to get something going.
20 seconds.
And having trouble closing out games.
10 seconds.
That's a mob player gonna get off the field. Walking the field at his pleasure after his point's done. Shooters on your left, disorders on your right. Shooters turning and burning up to the center brick, as are disorder. Nobody taking the walk to that dead box yet. Scratch that. A disorder player at the center stand-up is going to be taking the walk. So 5-4 advantage now for shooters. Shooters maneuvering in that center 50. They go to the snake side wedge. Kind of out there though. So thinks he got a shot in on the disorder snake player, and he did. And meanwhile, while he's arguing that, the disorder center player runs and bunkers him, putting Gagliato is waiting for him in that wing. Another player taking the walk for disorder. And I think we've got ourselves and Gagliato gets shot across field, so I think it's a 3-on-1 though. Disorder's last player in that Dorito right here. So an aggressive start by both teams. As one of the Martin brothers pulls in, and it looks like he was shot down the line by the other shooters player, and that's going to do it. Player for shooters doesn't know the game's over quite just yet. 3 players alive for shooters and a quick one. So that was a good breakout by both sides, and it was really just going to be a matter of who shoots who first. A nice move by the disorder center player, bunkering him out and then moving to their side of the wing. It forced Gagliato to come and get him, and when he did that, his player from the Dorito side was able to shoot him. I think disorder just had a couple bodies drop off of the backside. Made things a little bit too hard to overcome. So that was another good one. Look forward to round 2 of that one. Some disorder fans lamenting. Shooters on the board though, finally. Able to get their first dub.
20 seconds.
They're able to build on that. Now disorder. See Chungus walking back a little disheveled. Not happy at how things are going right now. Meantime, Deadly Dynamic going up against Shed Company. breakout from Deadly Dynamic. Center and the snake off the break. Already in the snake side wedge. See if they can stop Justin Clark in that snake. He's having a pretty good day so far for your shed company. Pull on up to the second knuckle. Played this layout plenty of times though, so I'm sure he knows he's got to check off that center wedge. You're not always going to know if he's in there or not before you pull up. So definitely want to make sure to watch with Weaver as Pruitt decides to launch a pod. I thought there was a penalty called. It just was Pruitt just throwing a pod very, very high. He's been trying to signal to his waste of potential brethren playing on the other side where exactly he's at. Five alive for both sides still. Deadly Dynamic looking to lock down that snake. Clark staying low in the snake. Try and pop up to see what he can find. Not able to get a shot in on anybody yet. Deadly Dynamic up in the snake one as well. Just keeping this tabs on this wire. Because it's kind of weird. It's almost as if the snake guy is protecting the center 50 guy on this layout. Because the snake guy could, you know, if he gets low enough, can crawl up to this third or fourth knuckle without the center 50 player knowing and get chopped up really easily. So you kind of rely on your snake guy to keep control of that wire and make sure that their snake guy doesn't move down on him. Usually it's the other way around. Usually it's a center player watching the snake guy this back. Still no bodies walking off yet. We're just over 2 minutes into this point. So first player for Deadly Dynamic gets shot out of that second Dorito. I think they may have lost Pruitt as well on that side. No, he's still alive in that Dorito corner. So it is a 5-on-4 advantage right now. Your shed company, you can see this snake battle going on. Deadly Dynamic with a good cross here. They've got a player in the snake corner who's kind of trying to quarterback things. Your shed company opting to just lock things down at the moment. Deadly Dynamics center player bouncing back. Let's see if that frees up Clark to move down the snake a little more. He's going to go to the Dorito side now to see if he can maybe sneak a shot in on Clark as he's trying to move up. And I think he just did that. Ref going to run in and check. I definitely saw some paint break off of him. Pruitt moves up on the Dorito side. Clark lives to fight another day. That was either a bounce or a very, very close shot. I thought he got a hit on him. Yeah, ref signaling to the snake to the other side to tell him to go check him again because he saw what I saw. Meanwhile, Pruitt's going to get shot down the wire and mutual with his Dorito counterpart. So now it's a 4-on-3 in favor of your shed company. Deadly Dynamic moving up the snake, though. It's Derek Gilroy back over here in the snake 4, right on the left side of your screen there.
60 seconds.
You get the 60-second call. Who's going to do it first? Excellent point here by the center player for Deadly Dynamic. He's really been tampering down anything that Justin Clark can do in that snake. And also manages to maybe get himself another kill. Deadly Dynamic with the one body disadvantage, but still forcing the issue. Got 40 seconds to go. See if Derek Gilroy can get an easy, quick couple kills. He's going to try to shoot out the home player, but not able to get a shot in. I think we're going to have a stalemate here on this one. These two teams definitely know each other very well. It's Justin Clark now going to crawl around, hop on the other side of Derek Gilroy. He's going to pop up and almost get a shot in on the center, but somebody else got him as he was doing that. So now it's a straight 3-on-3. Make that a 3-on-2. Here come Deadly Dynamic. They're going to try and run down, but Gilroy's going to get clipped out, and so is the center player. And now it's a 2-on-1, but it's not going to matter as we're going to have time expire here. And that's going to do it. So
Game start.
neither team able to snuff out the last remaining players. We're going to have to see what happens. That one's going to go the distance. That was a tight ball game. Neither team wanted to make a mistake, playing for a little bit of pride there. Going up against your fellow field mates. So more to come of that matchup. Definitely looking forward to a lot of these second round matchups that will be coming up soon. We're getting close to it. Let's see how many more we got.
20 seconds.
We still have about 9 or 10 more. About 9 or 10 more games until we get to that second round. Like I said, I'm definitely looking forward to a lot of these matchups that we've seen happen already. All right, so Take Notes going up against DC Sabotage. Take Notes losing early bodies, but have been able to stand tall, hold off any closing attempts to win their first couple points. See if they're able to, not going to be the story this time. They're only going to lose one off the early break. So 5-4 advantage already for DC Sabotage, who are already up in the Snake 4. Take Notes have a player in the Dorito side wedge watching that way. DC Sabotage, though, not interested in really moving up it at all. Meanwhile, DC Sabotage shooting out Ryan McNally from across the way. So now Take Notes back down to their famous 3-body attempt here to come back. Facing a 5-on-3. And DC Sabotage, a team that is hungry for a win. Still no snake presence at all here for Take Notes. All they have is this guy in the center, really. Just keeping an eye on Cole Cordell. Now he's going to get bunkered out in mutual. No, not even a mutual. DC Sabotage player going to run down the center, bunker out him, bunker out the second Dorito, and then shoot the last remaining Take Notes player in the Snake 1, and that's going to do it. So DC Sabotage found the recipe. These other teams, some other teams have let a 5-on-3 get the best of them, but not DC Sabotage that time. So some good comms and some good field awareness, and they're able to hand Take Notes their first loss of the day. Excellent closeout there. Looks like we've got exactly 10 games left in this first round. For you first-time watchers, it's a 5-man. Play 4 different teams in a best-of-3. So you play 4 games against those teams, and then you go back, and if a third match is required to decide who's the winner between them, so be it. We've had a couple points go the distance full time already, so we're going to be seeing some rubber matches there. Now we're going to have Nightmares going up against FTA from the area. Which is what I believe that
10 seconds.
acronym stands for. Nightmares playing some pretty good ball. Like I said, they've been stingy all day. Not making it easy for other teams. Taking that snake, getting some good snake in the center play. Five alive for both teams. Nightmares again, being the aggressor. That D-side wedge and already in the Snake 4. So this FTA center brick player gonna have to be ready for what comes. Got Brandon Montefar waiting in the Snake 4, but it looks like he's having gun problems now, so nothing is coming out of his barrel, which is unfortunate because he probably has a shot on the FTA center brick player. Man, that's got to be frustrating. Well, Nightmare's gonna send one the Dorito way, and now we're going to have a showdown at the Dorito side wedge. FTA player, center player, tried to bunker out his counterpart, but good protection there from the Nightmares Dorito corner player. Makes it a 5-4 advantage for Nightmares. Technically 4-on-4 because Montifar is still dealing with some gun issues. Taking apart his hopper now. Yeah, like I said, more than likely it's a hopper issue. Something happens when it rains. Hoppers just stop working. So meantime, you're going to see what FTA is working with. They've got 2 in the snake. Their snake player's making the crawl down. That's Tyler Carter for FTA. Just going to pop the top of snake 4. Not able to see that Dorito side wedge just yet. Looks like he may have gotten a shot on him, and he did. So nice shot there as Montifar finally gets his gun back up. So now we've got a snake battle going on right in front of us. And Montifar's going to dive on down. Don't know if he got a shot on Tyler or not. Looks like he did. That was dangerous almost. Then you got a barrel touching your head almost. So when all is said and done, I think it's a 3-on-3. Yeah, looks like Nightmares has, they have a player in the snake corner and the 2 on the Dorito side, and FTA have a player in the snake 2 and snake side stand-up and Dorito corner. So 3v3 here to finish things off. Not much time left. Just over 2 minutes. Failure to appear is what the FTA stands for. Okay. Like I said, I saw from the area hometown in the APPA and thought, I guess that's what that means. This is Ed Levush in the snake here for FTA, looking to close things out. You can see him on the right side there. Hop into Nightmare's side of the field. They're not aware of him at all. So he might be able to get himself a couple freebies here. He's going to pop over here and get a shot on that far side Dorito 3. Popping out again, maybe able to get out that Dorito corner. Looks like they know he's there though. So now it's a 3-on-2. Levush trying to finish off what's left of Nightmares. They do manage to shoot the Nightmares player who's trying to dive into the snake, and he's just going to 1-2 this last player in this Dorito corner. Says no to the buzzer, easy buzzer hit, and he's going to instead go ahead and put a couple right in his back. Very sportsman-like. That'll do it. So like I said, Nightmare's definitely not making it easy. They're playing some, not sure how many spins they had together. It looked to be a throw-together team, but I'm sure these guys have played together a lot at the PAP, NRPAP, out there in Taneytown, Maryland. Taneytown, Maryland. We've seen some good points. You can definitely tell a lot of these teams have at least been watching a lot of games on this layout. I'm sure they're all checking out the recent NXL event that took place down in Texas. Trying to mimic what they saw from best players in the world. Ed just came up to Tyler Carter saying, don't make me do that again. I think that was Ed's one and done. I feel you there, brother. That is a long snake. So though you are protected in the crawl, it is still a long army crawl that you have to make to get down it. Right, so now we've got Kill Squad on your right, VM Delta on your left. They're definitely looking to get on the board here. VM Delta, we've lost one and tied one. Kill Squad going to lose their first player in the Dorito side. So 5-4 advantage now for VM Delta. Make that a 4-on-4 as VM Delta drop one. As the game settles in now. Kill Squad in the snake 1. Terrence moving up to the center brick for Kill Squad. Gonna take the snake side wedge. VM Delta gonna lose another body on the Dorito side. So 4-on-3 advantage here for Kill Squad. They seem to have all the necessary spots as well. VM Delta not playing a lot of team ball right now. Down to the last 3 bodies, and the comms have really dropped off. We still have a player in the Snake 1. Terrence Flowers is over here on the snake side wedge, though, watching him. Giving a few hand signals to Troy Peterson behind him. Kill Squad moving down to the Snake 4, able to dodge the line of the VM Delta Snake player. Kill Squad don't want to drop another easy one. They had the advantage the first time. Weren't able to hold on and dropped a high body situation. Going to make sure that doesn't happen again. Seem to be playing a bit more patient. Terrence Flowers going to backtrack to the mini wing on the left side of the center 50. And meanwhile, VM Delta drop a Dorito corner player. So now it's just 2 players left for VM Delta. And 2 refs running after Terrence. Not a good look. But it looks like he's going to be called clean. So still a 4-on-2 here. Kill Squad trying to figure out how to get these last 2 guys out. Somebody just may need to run highway here. VM Delta player, though, in the snake corner coming out a little bit too far. And now the last player left for VM Delta is in that snake 2 on the right side of your screen. Kill Squad on VM Delta's side of the field. He's going to hold off on hitting the buzzer. And meantime, somebody had already shot out the VM Delta snake player, so that'll do it. So Kill Squad, like I said, drop the high body closing situation they had last time. Wanted to make sure that didn't happen again. So took their time that go around, and they're able to finish off VM Delta. All right, Rampage on your right, East Side Bandits on your left. Rampage get one back after they may felt they got one taken away from them last time. They're going to lose 2 off the break, though. Both corner players taking the walk for Rampage, and they're going to lose a player in the center. These East Side Bandits here are in full control. They're going to lose Chance Holmes out of the back. It's still a 4-on-2 now. Jonesy in the snake side stand-up, but he seems to be having some gun problems. The Side Bandits methodically moving on the snake and Dorito side. Mike Weaver for East Side Bandits in the snake, and now looks like they've got a couple of the Castro brothers in the center. They're going to run down the last player in the back center and put a licking on him. And that'll do it. So Rampage just never able to get anything going that point. East Side Bandits, that one was all them. So it looks like the Castro brothers moved over from DC Sabotage to East Side Bandits. Good pickup for East Side Bandits. A couple fast and skinny fellas in the Castro brothers. So Eastside Bandits seem to be hitting their stride. See if they can get back into the winner's circle this event. Get our last look at Pittsburgh Renegades of the first round. Just over 7 matches to go in this first round of games. Hear the D5 action in full swing on Field 2 as well. We have a stream up for Field 2. If you want to check that out, you can scroll through the comments. You know, they put the link in there at some point earlier today. Maybe throw it back up there again for folks who want to check it out. Got some D5 brethren. Drum City Cartel with a sloppy run there to the snake. They seem to be joined at the hip. Nobody getting burned. It takes some skill to burn people on this layout. It's a far run to those Dorito and snake corners, but it's also a far shot. Farther shot than probably most of these burners can muster right now, especially with this weather. Visibility, not the easiest thing in the world at the moment with it being this cloudy. 5 alive for both sides. Refs checking in the Renegade snake player, getting called clean. Player for Renegades running a bit too high in that center 50 bunker, trying to backtrack, and he gets taken out. So now it's a 5-on-4 advantage for Charm City Cartel. Pittsburgh Renegades, one of the only teams we have here from the 4-1-2 this event. Ben Morris here in the snake for Pittsburgh Renegades up into the snake 4. Mr. Freeze, as we like to call him, 32 degrees, rocking that 32 degrees jersey. There's another player for Renegades gets taken off on the Dorito side though. Makes it a 5-on-3. Make that a 4-on-3. A 3-on-3 as Morris doing some work here in the snake. Doesn't know there's 2 in there though. Gonna have to get down fast, and he does. Cartel player backtracks, and they refill the snake. Morris is in some trouble here. He's on their side, but he's got a lot of company in there. Don't know if he knows he had a snake 1 player in there, and he didn't. He's gonna get shot out, so now it's a 3-on-2 in favor of Charm City Cartel. Morris did his job, though, to even things back up. The only reason they're even in this point at the moment, because Charm City Cartel had 5 alive still, and Renegades players seem to be peeling off from the back. Charm City Cartel going to see if they can finish things off. Got Brendan Crump in the Doritos 4 for them. Well, you see the last 2 players for Charm City, or for Pittsburgh Renegades, excuse me, in both corners. So probably the best you can ask for. And here comes a run down the snake side by the Renegades player. He's going to bunker out 1, and he gets clipped out at the last second. McKinley there with a good move for Pittsburgh Renegades, making it a 2-on-1. Almost broke the game wide open because nobody was really paying attention to him. It was just a last-second look there by Thrower. Don't know if that's his nickname or his name. So now it's a 2-on-1. Last player left for Renegades right here in the center of your screen. And it looks like he got a shot in on the snake player, but it's going to be a mutual. And Crump is the last one left in the Dorito. You can see him standing there, hands on his hips. Going to take a breather and walk this buzzer in. So after all is said and done, Charm City Cartel losing a little bit of track of the snake. It almost cost them the first time and second time. Renegades will see if they can get one back against Charm City Cartel in the second round. We have Another good one here to finish off the first round. Having shooters take on Nova Royalty.
30 seconds.
Charm City Cartel from tying for your point. Charm City Cartel from tying for your point.
20 seconds.
Suck it up, boys. Hey, celebrate those kills, okay? 40% paintball.
10 seconds.
Nova Royalty on your right. Far run out to that snake corner. Shooters are best to try to burn somebody, but Nova Royalty gave much to work with. They do manage to get that snake corner runner, so they're burned there by shooters. As they get into the snake game, Gagliato seeing what the situation is. Nova Royalty, a bit of a pocket situation. Nobody can really stop them from moving down here, so they're going to want to either move up to that center bunker or just hop into the snake themselves. 'Cause at the moment, the advantage is positionally and body-wise as they shoot out another player from the home. It's all shooters, and Gagliato now up into the fourth knuckle of the snake. They have a player in the Dorito side center 50 wedge as well. They lose their center player though. So things back to a 4-on-3. Gagliato on their side of the snake. See what he can see. Player in the center stand-up doing as good as chance as he can to stay alive. That bunker gets very, very small, very, very fast, though, as teams move down the wires. So now it's a 4-on-2. Shooters talking it up. Figure out where these last couple bodies are. They are in the Dorito corner and in the snake side stand-up, and now just the Dorito corner. Right here in the center of your screen. It's the only one you see. Shooters in full control of this one, as they're going to take the first one against Nova Royalty. Looking good since that first little mistake playing Gagliato. So we almost had another team kill.
Game finished.
Right, attention field one, on the field. Take notes to the left, Cartel to the right. On deck, Nasty Mob versus Death Row Records. In the hole, Disorder versus your Shed Company. Again, on the field, take notes to the left, Cartel to the right. On deck, Nasty Mob versus Death Row Records. In the hole, Disorder versus your Shed Company.
30 seconds.
Shooters, some time for your point, please. Shooters, some time for your
So the last few remaining games of the first round. Definitely gonna look forward to round 2 of that one. Take Note's gonna try and bounce back here. See if they can just survive a breakout 5 alive. Not been able to do so all day. Both teams in the snake off the break. 5 alive. City Cartel doubled up that back center, and now he's going to run all the way to the Dorito corner and make it. Pretty similar breakout, actually, when all was said and done. Take Note's going to be the first ones to penetrate the center, though. Get into the Dorito side wedge. Look snake side across. Snake player for Charm City Cartel. Looks like he took one in the back from that center player. Don't know if he got low fast enough or it bounced. Yeah, it looks like it bounced, so he's clean. And that one did not bounce, though. So advantage, Take Notes. So they get the first kill. Now Cartel managed to shoot out Take Notes snake player, though. So even things back up at 4 apiece. Charm City Cartel not able to live in that snake side stand-up. And not able to live in that stand-up in the center on the move up either. So now a 4-on-2 for Take Notes. And they are swarming to finish this off. McNally in the snake now. Standing up a little too long, though, and gets clipped in the head. Don't know if people are aware of that back center. Last two players for Cartel, not making it easy for take notes. Did get shot, though, and going to get a few more as another player walks off for Charm City Cartel from that corner, and that's going to do it. So a few unnecessaries for Charm City Cartel's home player, but all is fair. And take notes. Coming back with a vengeance after that earlier loss. The DC Sabotage. What teams have purple jerseys? You're trying to find someone you know. Well, first off, are they in D4 or D5? Do you know that? The only purple jerseys I've really seen all day were from FTA. Happy to help you, though. You can just, or if you just tell me the team name, I can tell you if we've seen them out here yet. This is the D4 edition. If you want to see the D5 edition, you can head to the other stream, find that link in the comments. There is a D5 stream up today. Yours truly is not commentating on it, but got the team name. Oh, no. Well, keep an eye out. Like I said, I've only seen a couple purple jerseys so far. The teams we're dealing with here, though, Nasty Mob and Death Row Records. Nasty Mob going to lose their snake runner off the break. So 5-4 advantage. Paul Pickett in the center for Nasty Mob. I don't think that's Paul Pickett, actually. I think somebody borrowed his jersey. Paul Pickett is back in the stand-up behind them. Got a partner in there. Don't know if they're going to see each other or not. They're getting down low in that center, right at the top of your screen. And looks like the Nasty Mob player is going to be the first one to spot him, and sometimes that's all it is who sees who first. So 4v4 now. Nasty Mob, I'd probably give the advantage to them positionally. They have that player who's now on their side, as he has jumped into the center diamond in the center 50 and gotten to their side of the field. You can see him right there in the center of your screen at the tip of that Dorito. When does DC play? DC Sabotage as a player moves up the center to bunker a man out. A good move there by Death Row Records. He's able to take the player out of the center. And all said and done, I think Nasty Mob have a 2-on-2 here. As Death Row Records move on out to this Dorito corner. They also have a player in the Snake 1. So yeah, I think it is a 2-on-2 here. Paul Pickett and Dalton Kahn, as Dalton Kahn gets taken out down the line from the Snake player. So now it's a 2-on-1. Paul Pickett all by himself in that center stand-up, and here comes Death Row Records Snake player, and he's going to finish him off. Pickett not able to turn fast enough to get him. And Death Row Records, a solid win there. They definitely have gotten better as the day has gone by. Not sure if they're a throw-together team or not. When does DC play? DC Sabotage, I imagine you're asking. Their D4 squad, they're going to be up very shortly here. They'll be up in 3 games against Kill Squad to finish off our first round.
Oh, maybe I should just start showing up like. Yeah, that's what I heard.
So here we go, Disorder going up against Your Shed Company. Both teams want to finish off the first round on a positive note. Say Disorder probably needs to win more than your Shed Company. Your Shed Company, it's a good ball. It's stalemate against Deadly Dynamic. Looking forward to round 2 of that. I'm not sure if there was a miscommunication by Disorder or not. The player running up the center after the burn didn't look like he knew where he was going, so he gets burned. So 5-4 advantage now for your Shed Company. Disorder have a player in that Dorito side wedge looking inside on the snake. Trying to make sure Justin Clark doesn't have free reign. As another player walks off though on that Dorito side for Disorder. Chungus there in the center on that Dorito side wing, trying to decide which way he wants to look. Disorder snake player almost gets a shot in on Clark, and he does manage to get him. Meanwhile, your Shed Company player runs up the center to bunker out Chungus. Gets taken out by one of the Disorder players. It's a 2-on-3. So Disorder doing a good job here to hold tough. As these last 2 players remaining, and they're in the Dorito corner and Snake 1. You can see both of them here across the bottom of your screen. Your Shed Company with 3 alive, all in the back. Got both corners and the home bunker. Chatting with one another to figure out just what's going on. Shed Company players talking about what each other see. Disorder moving up to the Dorito side on your screen. Moving up that Dorito 3. Your Shed Company's not going to want to hang out too long. Could be in danger of losing track of who they got. Your Shed Company aware of the threat from the Dorito side. A lot of the focus is shifted to him. If that opens up for this Disorder snake player to move on down. He's going to take another knuckle. Wrapping that snake too. May not know that there is a snake corner, and it's not going to matter because the Shed Company snake corner is going to walk off, getting shot across by that Dorito player. That makes things even up at 2-on-2. Last 2 players for your Shed Company on your screen right now. This is what I was saying. They may have hung back there a little bit too long and let the 2 Disorder players get the jump on them. Matthew Way here for Disorder trying to finish things off. He's going to wrap there, Snake 4. Don't know if he saw the move over by the Shed Company player in that snake side stand-up. May want to watch out for that. Looks like he's going to luck out because the Shed Company player is not paying attention to him, and now Matthew May sees him. He's going to just stand up and go. Don't like that move. You do not have the advantage there. So that's going to make it a 2-on-1. Last player left for Disorder in those Doritos. Like I was saying, I'm not a fan of that move there, Playboy. You did a good job as the last Disorder player gets taken out. But you don't necessarily need to go there. You have the advantage just hanging in there and making things tight for him. I believe that was Adam Hunt who he was trying to run down. Experienced player like Adam Hunt's not going to let you just run straight at him.
60 seconds.
So just after the 60-second call, you get your Shed Company beating Disorder.
Game finished.
Commercials right in the middle of the game. Yeah, we have no control over the commercials that Twitch automatically sends our way, unfortunately. So the only way to not have that is to just subscribe. If you subscribe, then no commercials will come your way in the middle of games. Yeah, I apologize for that, but it is not our way of doing it. We only do commercials here when there's a break in the action, but sometimes Twitch just throws commercials at us. So if you subscribe, you can definitely get rid of them. You came here to see Ramon and Chance play, well, you're in luck, because they're taking the field now. Going up against the Savages, Eastside Bandits are. Yes, and you can subscribe through Amazon Prime as well. If you have a Prime subscription, you automatically can subscribe. It's part of that package. Savages on your right. Better as the day going on, but more cut out for him against Eastside Bandits, who are playing pretty well today. Had an early drop off, but seem to be back in the swing of what they usually do. Marcus Clark Jr., though, going to get clipped on his crawl up to Snuckle 2. A 5-4 advantage now for the Savages. Justin Johnson in the Snake 1 for the Savages. He's been see up in NR quite frequently. Eastside Bandits able to refill the Snake and hop in that Snake 1 and get a kill down the wire. Good job there to make sure that the Savages don't run rampant in the Snake side. It was a good fill over. See what Eastside Bandits are working with here, as it's now a 4-on-4. Ramon going to be shot out of that center, though. Makes it a 4-on-3. Not sure who shot him. I hear the Dorito player yelling out his name, but it may have came from a wrap shot from that center. May have been able to clip Ramon Holmes in the hand. Meanwhile, Chance is going to try to move over to the Snake side stand-up, and he's going to get taken out by the Dorito. So somebody for the Savages is doing some work on that Dorito side. You can see him taking another notch, going up to that Dorito 4. It's now a 5-on-2, or 4-on-2, excuse me. Justin Johnson moves into the Snake 4, trying to close out these last couple bodies. Knows there's a Dorito 1, and I think he knows that there's a player still in the Snake with him. Don't know if he knew that or not. And unfortunately, he gets shot. Weaver shoots at him, but I don't think anything came out of his gun, actually, because that sounded like a dry fire. So Johnson just kept on running, and meanwhile, he's battling with this last player for Eastside Bandits in this Dorito corner on your screen, who does not have much to work with, as Justin Johnson hits the buzzer, and we're going to have a major thrown on Justin Johnson. So they're going to say that he got shot. Not sure why he went for the buzzer there. Could have probably just shot out that Dorito corner. Justin Johnson yelling that he hit the buzzer first. I didn't see it happen. I was still looking to see. Johnson. He's getting stern talking to from one of his friends. Told him all he had to do was just shoot that last body. Yeah, teams are wild today. Yeah, that was a strange one. So we're still waiting for the official call, but what it looks like is we're going to have a dirty hang by the Savages, which would mean an automatic reverse point. And yeah, Johnson ran down the Eastside Bandit Snake player, and he said that he thought he shot him, but nothing came out of his barrel. It was all dry fire. Chris Mewborn going to make the call here, say that it was a dirty hang. So Justin Johnson maybe a little frustrated with himself, I'm sure. And all they had to do was just shoot that last guy. There's no need to rush it. So Eastside Bandits going to get a little bit of a break, it looks like. See if I can listen in on what the official decision is. Johnson still trying to plead his case, saying that he hit the buzzer first. I don't know. I didn't quite see it because I was I didn't expect that to happen. I just was expecting him to shoot out the last guy, so I was watching the last guy. All of a sudden, I see his gun point towards the buzzer and him start pointing ferociously, saying that he shot Justin first. was an interesting one to say the least. Tough break there for the Savages, who had that one in their hands. So the refs have really had to stretch their muscles today and knowledge. So we have seen quite a few peculiar situations. So this is the last point of the first round. We're going to have Kill Squad going up against DC Sabotage. We had a couple players or folks from DC were looking for DC. We're going to have a ref run over here asking how many players. So there is a chance that the Savages may have enough to cover. So that's what they're trying to find out now, is if the Savages had, I think they had 4 or 5 alive. So they may be okay if they have enough to cover the penalty. I think would be just a no point, but that's better than a reverse point, obviously. Interesting that nobody asked the guy who's got the eye in the sky, because I think that I should have counted for them. But to my knowledge, there was at least 4 alive for the Savages. So we're gonna have a little respite here as they try to figure out just who's gonna get this point. That's why you're still seeing that scoreboard up on there.
Reverse point.
So they are going to call a reverse point there, saying that the Savages did not have enough bodies. So Eastside Bandits will get that point. Big lucky break for them, because they were down and out. So Justin Johnson, probably, like I said, going to get a stern talking to. But wait for Eastside Bandits to hold on strong there. It's never over until it's over, I guess. As I mentioned, this will be the final game of the first round. Gonna get Kill Squad.
10 seconds.
Throw together a team with a lot of the NR knockaround guys. Troy Peterson and Terrence Flowers. DC Sabotage. Try to send a player to that short Aztec on the snake side. Not gonna make it. 5-on-4 advantage now. Make that a 4-on-4. Troy Peterson taking the walk for Kill Squad. 4v4, but DC Sabotage already on Kill Squad side of the field. This whole portal has gotten up into the Snake 4 again for DC Sabotage. DC Sabotage trying to fill up the center, but he's not going to make it. Now it's a 4-3 advantage for Kill Squad. A lot of dry firing today. I'm gonna have a lot of ringing in my ears, and a nice move here by Terrence Flowers to shoot out Cordell just as the DC Sabotage lose another Snake player. And then Terrence Flowers gets shot in the side of the face, but it's still now a 3-on-1. An excellent move there by Terrence to open things up. He really put the Snake out of commission for DC Sabotage. Kill Squad now with a 3-on-1. Last player left right here in the center of your screen, but as we just saw, it's never quite over until it's over. Kill Squad, for sure, just saw that last point, so they want to make sure they get the body first. And it is kind of interesting because that Dorito one is a little bit up. It's not directly in the back line. So they have a chance to really hide in there. Even if a team just wanted to run for the buzzer right now, the advantage would actually be on the Dorito player, because he can see the buzzer before anything, and so that's why Kill Squad take care of him first, and then run in and hit that buzzer. So they seem to be getting, well, they definitely have gotten their feet wet because everybody's out here. I think that was little Troy hitting the buzzer there. Maybe that was Mike Russo. DC Sabotage, a bit of up and down play from them all day. Seem to be taking the right spots. Survivability's been their biggest problem, though. So they had Cordell all the way up here. Get a little waves from Death Row Records. It's our first point of the second round. Renegades were able to take the first one, so they're going to try and finish off Death Row Records here.
30 seconds.
Death Row Records definitely with my favorite hometown location on APPA, just the Royal Farms up the road from NR, California. Thank you, Steamboat Willie, for your support and your kind words. As we get into the second round here of the D4 edition of the NRPL Ultra Open, with you live from NR Paintball in Severn, Maryland. As I mentioned, Death Row Records going to try and get one back here on Pittsburgh Renegades. A lot of back and forth that first go around. It was our first point of the day. They're able to burn out 2 guys on the snake side for Pittsburgh Renegades. So good start for Death Row Records. We may be heading into a rubber match. Spread the field now, taking the Dorito corner, and a big run here by the Death Row Records snake player who said, to hell with crawling and getting wet. He bunkers out the, I say bunkered out. Shot him from far away, but Death Row Records seem to be sending it here. The big run there by the snake player, like I said, who I guess I got tired of crawling and getting his belly wet all day. Renegades managed to get into the snake one, but he's having some hopper trouble. Renegades take that Dorito corner that is all too important for making a stand here. I believe we have ourselves a 4-on-2, maybe a 3-on-2. Yeah, it is a 4-on-2 here, so Death Row Records make that a 4-on-1 as they shoot out the snake player. Last player left for Pittsburgh Renegades right here in the center of your screen. Is the field still open? Well, yes, the field is still open. You can certainly come on up here and they'll relegate you to only playing hyperball, as both airfields will be closed to tournaments. Shot there by the player and for Renegades in this Dorito. So it makes it a 3-on-1. He's hanging tough. Death Row Records looking to close it out through the snake, going to run all the way down to their side of the snake and does manage to get a shot in on him. So Death Row Records going to force the rubber match. So that will be one that will at least have to go the distance. The Savages looking over at their pits there, still fuming about that decision. Still maintaining that he hit the buzzer first.
I know I'm hella clean.
Sometimes it doesn't go your way though, and you just gotta suit up and move on. Thank you, Positive Juju. Happy to have you aboard. Subscribing with Prime. Yeah, if you subscribe with Prime, it'll help you get away with from those pesky Twitch ads that we have no control over. Otherwise, you're not going to get much commercial as far as commercials today. So these 5-man tournaments, they kind of just roll with it. No real long breaks except in between the prelims and semifinals. And if teams here today, though, I think we may be having quarterfinals as well. I'll try to confirm that. FTA, though, going to take the board, going to take the field against Rampage. They need one more against Rampage, or they need to get one against Rampage. Rampage winning that first one. They themselves had an unlucky break, with Becky Young getting a major just right before they were able to hit the buzzer. They've looked pretty good out here today, though. Focus on the Dorito side. Tyler Carter making the snake off the break for FTA, getting checked out by the refs. No snake presence as of yet for Rampage, and here comes Becky Young. Just as Tyler Carter makes his way out of there, and FTA lose a player on the Dorito side. So 5-on-3 there for Rampage. Player backtracking for Rampage. Didn't know if he was heading towards the dead box or not. Rampage do also have a player in the center diamond on the Dorito side. Watching the snake player. It's Ed Lovrel for FTA, who asked Tyler to not force him to get into the snake again, and it looks like he did just that. He's going to pop the top and get shot, though, by the Rampage center player, leaving only 2 FTA players, one of which is right in that center brick, staring down the Dorito side. see him right in the center there, and then the other player left for FTA is in that stand-up right behind him. It's probably just going to be a matter of time before somebody wraps and gets him, and they do just that. Now one player remaining for FTA in the snake side stand-up. Going up against 4 Rampage players, maybe 5. No, it is only 4, yeah. Jonesy thought he got a shot in on him from his snake corner. Rampage player, though, moving down there, Doritos side, and now it's only a 2-on-1. But I think that they mutualed, and that's going to do it. So Rampage able to hold on. Jonesy still shooting at him. Didn't know that he walked off just yet.
Rampage! Becky, get up here! Hey, come on!
Rampage player asking Becky Young to get up to the buzzer box to check him real quick. Don't want to take any chances, because that'll be their first win there, closing out. Well, not first win, but first match win. They're able to beat FTA twice in a row. Rampage looking good here, man. They had a good showing in the first 5-man tournament. Now adding a player like Jonesy, who can give you some aggression, and he's definitely been playing for a long time now. Used to be a former teammate of mine. Good to see him back out here between the nets. So they could be a team to watch. They're the first ones to notch a match win. DC Sabotage retaking the field now. Quick turnaround for them. DC Sabotage lost the first one to VM Delta, so they're looking for a win here. VM Delta want to get on the boards themselves. On your left here. Ref couldn't confirm if he was hit or not. Well, it's kind of a kind of changes ref to ref. Some refs will be nice and just call you out. Some will wait until you hit the buzzer before they give you the official check. But it is not the ref's job to tell you whether or not you're hit. If they see it, though, they will call you out during the game, during the actual gameplay. So yeah, it's kind of a weird dichotomy there. Meanwhile, DC Sabotage really moving up here on the snake. Already in the snake 4 and in the mini wing, protecting it right next to it, and they have another guy in the snake as well. So even the Dorito players on the island, the farthest player on the Dorito side is in that can, and it's like Cordell tried to backtrack from the DC Sabotage snake 4. Luckily they have a player right up behind him to fill in for him. It's a 5-on-4 advantage though for VM Delta. We've had a couple wins here. Didn't have a good showing in their first tournament. Managed to get a win their first time against Sabotage and went the distance with shooters, so certainly not going down without a fight. So player gets taken out of the center though. So 4-on-4 now. William Holler in the snake for VM Delta, trying to shoot out his partner in there. Meanwhile, DC Sabotage refill that center diamond on the snake side. 2 in the center diamond now. Going to overstretch themselves. See if William Holler can get something started for them. Or Travis Thibodeau, I'm sorry, that's his. Thibodeau's not able to make it to that 4th knuckle. He gets taken out by one of the center players in Sabotage. Now only 2 players left for VM Delta. Make that 1 player. Final player left is in that Dorito corner. And a view that we've seen too often here. Last player left in that Dorito corner facing 3 or 4 bodies coming against him. Someone's going to pull it off. I'm telling you, somebody's going to pull off the 1-on-3 from this corner. I guess you could kind of say Eastside Bandits player did it. That was more bit of luck there. I want to see the first 1-on-3 or 1-on-4 player pull it off here from this Dorito corner. 2.5 minutes ago, DC Sabotage going to just take their time, it looks like. They are going to come out on top of this one. So they will force. So they will force a rubber match.
Come on, boys. Keep going.
23. Play finish.
All right, so DC Sabotage going to force a rubber match against VM Delta. Yeah, back to your point there, Ace Tone. Like I said, I've seen refs do it both ways. They'll call you out if you have an obvious hit. They may just wait until you actually hit the buzzer, but kind of just depends on what the ref's theory on it is. Certainly don't rely on them, though. You're going to want to have your teammate check you out first.
30 seconds.
Rain seems to have picked up a little bit here. Still just sprinkles. Certainly nothing that they had to deal with down in Texas, so we'll count our blessings. Hey, I'm nice and dry. I'm not going to complain. So just in time for the rain. Deadly Dynamic going to take on Disorder. Both teams taking big chunks up the center. The center and the Snake one. Nobody walking off just yet. Both teams settling in, trying to shout out what they see. A lot of barrel smoke today, so you'll be able to identify bunkers a little bit easier than usual. Be able to see that waft of compressed air coming out of the player's barrel. It's a little bit of a chilly day here. Rainy and cold. Yes. Not ideal paintball weather, but at least we're on a turf field here, so it's not too muddy. Still no first kills to talk about. Deadly Dynamic going out to that Dorito corner. Very, very similar spreads at the moment. Derek Gilroy going to crawl down the Snake to Snake 2, and that's going to prompt the Disorder center player to hop into the Dorito side wedge to see if he can put anything on him. He's going to opt to just stay down and facing that Dorito side, which is probably a good idea. Deadly Dynamic are up into that Dorito 2. Now he's going to pop up and see if he can shoot the guy across from him. Trying to get a shot in on Eric Weaver, and he does manage to get out Weaver. So 5-4 advantage now for Disorder. Excellent center play there by the center player as he backtracks to the brick to tell his teammates what he just did. He's very proud. Now he focuses back on the Snake. Meanwhile, Disorder move up another knuckle in the Snake. Still with 5 bodies. It's Noah Kraus in the center there for Disorder as another player walks off for Deadly Dynamic. So now they just have 2 in the Snake here and 1 in the Dorito 2. Still facing 5 Disorder players. He's going to go ahead and come back from the Dorito 2 to go back to that Dorito corner just in case he has to make a stand from there. There's a good chance he will. The last 2 players over here on the Snake side for Deadly Dynamic. Don't seem quite sure what they want to do. They're doing a vertical cross, which is where one guy on the Snake stays inside and one guy stays outside. It's not perfect, but it's really the best you can do when one guy is right behind the other. You can see the rain just starting to really come down now. Disorder, though, doing a good job maintaining. Noah Kraus still in the center, now in the Snake side wedge, just trying to lock down that Snake. Plenty of time to go. No need to rush. Deadly Dynamic Dorito player going to move back up to try to get a shot on Kraus, and he's going to head to that Dorito 3. So Deadly Dynamic, like I said, trying to keep him guessing on the Dorito side, which is what you have to do when you're down bodies. Thanks for the insight. Oh, well, yes, that. I'll give you the insight. You were actually saying thank you. I thought you were saying thanks for the insight on the rain. Disorder, now we've gone down to 1 minute. Now, Disorder may have fallen into the trap that we've seen a couple teams who are up on bodies fall into. So we get the 60-second call. You wait too long to make that closing maneuver, as Kraus now is going to go to their side of the field after shooting out the Deadly Dynamic Dorito player. Deadly Dynamics, 2 Snake players, though, not going down without a fight. Derek Gilroy going to pop up in the center. Didn't quite know that they were on their side of the field, so now Derek Gilroy's the last guy left, still trying to talk to his teammate, but Chungus isn't aware. Derek Gilroy's going to pop up, shoot one guy, get the Disorder player to stop hitting the buzzer mid-hit. Is he still alive here? They're trying to still find him, and finally they're able to shoot him out. So Derek Gilroy doing his best to just stay alive. That was an epic finish. He did manage to stop Kraus right before he was about to hit the buzzer. So he put it on him fast. But Disorder able to finish out with only 15 seconds left. Like I said, seen a few teams fall into a bit of a trap here where they get up on bodies and they're like, okay, let's slow things down. Let's not, go crazy with these closeouts. But then they end up waiting too long. And if you wait too long, and you let the other team who's down bodies actually either get some real estate or get one or two quick kills, you can find yourself on the back foot all of a sudden. 5-on-3 turns into a 3-on-3, and you're not in the right position. That could give the advantage to that team. But Disorder able to hold out. First one went the distance. That was our first no point of the day, so that one is going to require a rubber match regardless of what just happened, but the advantage will be to Disorder as more rain decides to make its presence known. So a lot of players here with the necessary headwear. Savage's hat player is one of them. Both teams going to take the snake off the break. Justin Johnson in the snake again for the Savages, no doubt. Trying to rectify himself. Still 5 alive. Nasty Mob. In the snake side wedge. Nasty Mob took the first one as Paul Pickett takes the walk for Nasty Mob. So 5-4 advantage for the Savages, who need to win this one to keep this match going. The Savages doing a lot of talking, but they got to watch out for that Snake Highway run. The Nasty Mob center player had a little bit more awareness. He would realize he could go at any point here if he wants to bunker to the snake. Not now because the Savages Dorito players in the Dorito too, but he's going to lay on down to protect himself from the Dorito. As another Nasty Mob player takes the walk. Makes it a 5-on-3. The Savages in full control of this one. Nasty Mob have a player in the Snake 2 and Snake corner and this Snake side wedge. That Nasty Mob Snake player may want to head on back to Snake 1 just so he can keep a better eye on the Dorito side. The Savages are looking to come. Nice shot there from the center Nasty Mob player. It shoots out Justin Johnson. Makes it a little bit more even at a 4-on-3. Savage's center player may want to just try and run down and get him. Savages still with their lone Dorito player all by himself. Khan takes another knuckle of the snake for Nasty Mob. Center player for DeSavages relays that info. This one's still anyone's game. Just one body advantage for DeSavages, but Nasty Mob seem to be the ones asking most of the questions. Somebody really needs to just run down this Nasty Mob snake player. Nobody is looking snake way. As another kill comes out of that center, so Nasty Mob center player. And another one drops from the center, and now DeSavages are left with just two bodies in the snake. DeSavages lose one of the snake players, but there were two in there. Not sure if Khan's aware of that or not, and he is now as he puts three into the back of the DeSavages player. And that's going to do it. So Nasty Mob able to close out DeSavages in 2 games. Way to hold on tight there. As you see, that may be an example of what I was just talking about. DeSavages up 5-3, but didn't really make any decisive closing maneuver or take any ground to make sure that no comeback can happen. Where can you do that at? Well, you want to move up in the snake. You definitely want a center presence, just so you don't let anybody run nilly-willy on the Dorito side or something like that. But yeah, you're up 2 bodies and all of a sudden things shift your way, and if you don't have any of the right territory, all of a sudden you're kind of on the back foot.
Okay.
20 seconds.
About nightmares. They may be a throw together team as Cartel are going to get a minor and have another body walk off. So it's instantly a 5-on-2. Make that a 4-on-2 as the Cartel center player moves through to bunker out his counterpart. Cartel moving up the snake though. Grove already in the snake 4. Going to get a shot in on the center player of Cartel while he's getting checked out. Last guy left for Cartel in that Dorito corner, as always. Like I said, Nightmares started out slow, but are able to get a few here, and up 5-on-1 against Cartel. Looks like they're going to be pushing this one into a need for a rubber match. Logan Grove for Nightmares and the Snake just trying to clear things out. Cartel's Dorito player made it all the way up to the Dorito 3. Knows that's probably his only chance is to see if he can get any kill. Logan Grove, though, going to put a few in his back, and Nightmares win that one 5 up. So an excellent point from them. They've really gotten better as the day has gone.
Point approved. Game finished.
Thank you, Shanoman. Shannon Man? Shannon Man. Your subscription. Let's keep it going, folks. The more support we get, the better we're going to try and make it for you. Make us feel bad. Kill squad going up against Nova Royalty. Nova Royalty, I don't want to get something going here. First one, let's go. Down one, finish it up. keep that momentum going. Kill Squad certainly no slouches. First kill goes Kill Squad's way. Able to shoot out the center player for Nova Royalty. 5-4 advantage now, Kill Squad. Both teams with players in the Snake ones. Advantage coming right now, though, for Kill Squad as they're in the Dorito 3 already. It's been the focus for that back home bunker of Nova Royalty. It's Troy Jr. moving his way up on that Dorito side. Dorito 4, but doesn't want to play too big. Still has to worry about the Snake, and that's what's just going to happen. The Snake player is going to shoot him. He's not happy with himself. Playing a little bit too big there. Now we're back even 4-on-4. As Big Troy's going to get shot out now. They seem to be arguing with each other. Father-son duo. Now it's a 4-on-3. Nova Royalty able to flip the script. Terrence Flowers still alive over here for Kill Squad. Javon Shelton in the Snake for him. Trying to do all he can to keep control of the Snake. Shot comes in on the Dorito side for Nova Royalty, though, so back even at 3 apiece. Mike Russo for Kill Squad. Still alive over on that D side for Kill Squad. Looks like another player may have gotten shot down the line, and that time it was Russo. So now it's a 3-on-2. Nova Royalty asking each other what the kill count is. Just have Javon Shelton and Terrence Flowers over here on the Snake side. Nova Royalty shooting out that Snake, so now it's just Terrence left all to himself. The Royalty look to close out this match. Save themselves some paint. As a wrap shot comes from the Nova Royalty Snake player, and that's going to do it. So Nova Royalty able to hold strong. Sean Oliver in the Snake here for Nova Royalty, closing things out. Didn't panic when they lost those first couple bodies. Shed Company go up against Charm City Cartel. Shed Company took the first one. Shed Company definitely going to be one of the contenders. Won 3 out of their first 4 and then tied with, or had a no point against Deadly Dynamic. Definitely looking forward to that rematch. Continue rooting for your teams in the chat. Oh yeah, show some pride. City Cartel taking a big bite off the center. That Dorito side wedge. See if his gun made the trip or not. Meanwhile, Justin Clark for your Shed Company gonna be walking off. 5-4 advantage now. Good burn there by Charm City Cartel. Way up the Snake. Still with 5 alive. Shed Company going to have to get tight. Clinton Brinkley for Charm City Cartel is in the Snake 4, trying to get a shot in on those Dorito side stand-ups. Shed Company Dorito player decides to get into that safe corner so he can hide properly from the Snake. Adam Hunt in the Snake for Shed Company now, though, on Snake 1. Charm City Cartel with a lot of guns from the center on him. Two in the Snake here. Charm City Cartel may want to come together here and think about where they want to go. CJ Brinkley for Charm City Cartel doing his best to crawl. Almost took a core sample. That may have slipped out of his hands. Probably is a little bit wet at this point. Can't see much across the field, though. There's two guns for Charm City Cartel. Nice pop shot there by Brinkley, though, to shoot out the center stand-up player. Got Adam Hunt right in front of him and a player in the Snake side stand-up trying to get a bounce shot off of him. Player behind Brinkley letting him know what's in front of him. Shed Company trying to hold strong. They're going to have to do it with a player who's having some gun problems. A lot of dry firing coming from that stand-up. Looks like Charm City Cartel may have lost one of their center players. I didn't see him get shot, so appears to be a 4-on-3. Oh, never mind. He was just facing the other way. So now it's a 5-on-2 in favor of Charm City Cartel. Hunt by himself over here in the Snake. He does manage to get a pop shot on Brinkley. Makes it a 4-on-2. Charm City Cartel already had one behind him in the Snake, though, to refill. Brendan Crump moving up the Dorito side for Cartel. So this is what I'm talking about. Where's that finishing move going to come from? Is it going to come from the Snake? Going to have to wait a little bit on that now that Brinkley's walking off. They've got two in the center. Not a lot of good visibility there, so that's what I'm saying is if Crump gets shot or the Cartel's lone Snake player now gets shot out, it's going to be a 2-on-3, but you almost would give the advantage to Shed Company just because of the position of where they are. Brendan Crump now moving to the Dorito 4. Both Cartel players in that center diamond are in that Dorito side wedge. One looking left, one looking right. Cartel Snake player just staying down this wire as Crump makes another move up the Dorito side and is going to try and get a shot across on Adam Hunt. Don't know how much of him he can see with that big brick right next to him. Hunt realizing now exactly where that shot's coming from. He's going to backtrack into the back end of the Snake 2 knuckle. So still a 4-on-2 here. 1 minute to go. What can Charm City Cartel do to close this out? And they do manage to get a shot in on Hunt as he tries to get back to that first knuckle. So now it's a 4-on-1. Last player left for Shed Company in that Dorito corner. He's going to get taken out by everybody. I got him, though. Alexander Thrower trying to claim that last kill before he gets checked out to hit the buzzer. So a good methodical point there by Charm City Cartel. They're able to hand your Shed Company their first loss of the day. More paintball required there. That one will be going to the rubber. Still got a lot to go here in the prelims. Only about 10 or 12 games into the second round. Still a lot of good matchups coming. Appreciate all you guys hanging out with us today. Shout out to our sponsors, Transfuse, GI Sports. Paint seems to be holding up pretty well despite the awful weather. I'm hearing a lot of dry firing and stuff, but think that was mostly due to gun issues, not paint issues. Hopper problems are aplenty as well. On your right, Eastside Bandits going up against Death Row Records. First player taking the walk is from Eastside Bandits. So 5-on-4 here. Death Row Records going to lose a player from the stand-up side and from the back center. Good shooting there by Eastside Bandits as they shoot out another guy out of the center. So instantly like that, it's a 4-on-2. Death Row Records just with these two players over here on the snake side. Death Row Records player entering into the snake 1. Definitely a better place to make a stand. Marcus Clark Jr. though, taking that 4th knuckle. Eastside Bandits looking to close it out from the center as well. Death Row Records players seem to be at somewhat of a cross, but stand-up player is going to get shot in the hind parts. Now the last player left for Death Row Records in this snake 1, going to go left and right as long as he can, but I don't know how long he's going to be able to survive. Eastside Bandits are on their side of the Dorito field. And he's going to get clipped in the arm. Probably the best he can hope for, and that's going to do it. So Eastside Bandits, a strong win there, closing out their match against Death Row Records. They'll save themselves some paint. Bryce Fry versus his old D5 line out there.
Game finished.
Facing his former team in Eastside Bandits. I'm sure he wishes he could have handed him a loss, but it's not to be. Loving FTAs, just putting a rag over top of their mask, doing anything they can to keep that water out from in between the lenses. It's a pain in the butt, get those out of there.
30 seconds.
So take notes. This was the first time we saw them going up against FTA where they lost 2 right off the break and then were able to pull something back.
20 seconds.
Still too early to call anybody in the semis. Just only had a couple of matches that have been solidified, so we want to wait a little bit. And like I said, 19 teams in D4. We'll be having ourselves a quarterfinals as well. Take notes on your right this time. Trying to close out FTA. Tyler Carter made that run to the snake. May have taken a shot to the pack. I thought I saw something hit him. Not up now though. Looks like he's clean. Visibility is getting really tough even for me up here. The rain falling like it is. Both teams, players in the center diamond apparatus and in the first base side, if you will. And I guess from my perspective, it would be second base. On the Dorito side wedge, you see a bit of a showdown here. See who realizes who's there first. Take notes, still with 5 alive, as are FTA. Look to make a move on the Dorito side and do. Take note, SIG player gets a shot in on the foot of the FTA player trying to crawl around in the center. So I'll make it a 5-on-4 now. There's another player, Tyler Carter, walking off for FTA. Makes it a 5-on-3. FTA just have not been able to get that snake game going for him. Pop shot there by the take note snake player. Gets himself another kill, makes it a 5-on-2. Take notes in full control of this one. Player trying to fill in behind the take note snake player gets taken out. At level, doing a little bit of pointing, and he did get that guy out, but that is going to be a 4-on-1. Maybe a 3-on-1. Last player left in that Dorito side corner. Can he do it? Gotten a quick kill in on the take notes center player. He did. So it makes it a 3-on-1, but it's not going to be enough as finally gets put to his misery or put to rest. Take notes. They're gonna close out their first match against FTA.
Base.
may not have too many rubbers. Why doesn't the larger snake player simply eat the smaller snake player? Yes, they play each other at least twice. So it's like a best of 3. And this is how the NRPL 5-mans have been doing it for a while now. Instead of playing everybody once, you get into a bracket where you play everybody at least twice. So you have the potential of having to play 12 games in total. I don't know if I can answer your question there, DC All-Star. I think this snake is big enough for everybody. I haven't seen 3 in the snake yet, but you could certainly do it if you wanted to. Meanwhile, shooters looking to get one back on VM Delta. VM Delta with a little bit of an early lead. Got to be careful. Managed to touch back up. Other side walk into the box just yet. These teams went the distance in the first one. This one, shooters had the upper hand, had a 5-on-2. Gagliato got himself a penalty, closing things out. Shooters going to lose their Dorito player just as VM Delta loses one of their Dorito players and a snake player. So may already be down to a 4-on-3. Yes, we are. So 4-on-3. Still 2 in the back center for shooters. And Gagliato, not in the snake yet, but he is now. VM Delta player playing as if he'd been in there the whole time. As another player gets shot off on that shooter's Dorito side. So now it's just a 3-on-2. Closing has been an issue here for shooters. Definitely have some good breakouts and good early games. VM Delta, though, not going away easy. Got a player in the second Dorito and in the center brick. Don't know if either one of them is aware of each other, though. Gagliato now moving down the snake, knows he's in that center brick. Gonna see what he can work with. Shooter's got to be careful, though. Their back center player is the only one watching that Dorito side. He gets shot out. VM could run the gamut on him on that side. Gonna take another knucklehead to their side, gonna pop up, and Gagliato wasn't quite sure where he was, and he did get clipped in the pack. So that makes it an even 2-on-2. Another player walking off for VM Delta, so now it'll be a 2-on-1. Shooters just got to close out this last player in the center brick, but he's been looking snake the whole time and hiding, so I don't know if they'll exactly know where he is. Like I said, this one went the distance last time. But we see that again, 3 minutes to go on this one. There is a separate D5 stream. Yes, D5 is playing on field 2. You can see when Dan comes back up here again if he can post the link in the comments for you all. Yes, there is a D5 stream this time around. You guys can watch your friends and family play on if they're in the D5. This one's all D4 prelims at the moment, though, here on field 1. So you can see the VM Delta player made it to that snake side wedge and then was trying to poke and prod, but shooter player manages to see him. That is the last player. Shooters just have their kill count just way, way off. VM Delta did lose at least, 2 right at the same time. Well, there is one less VM Delta player. I thought he was the last one, but no, he was hiding in the snake corner the whole time. So that was a 2-on-2. So now it's still a 2-on-1. Last player left for VM Delta, excuse me. Guess he wasn't doing that much shooting. I had no idea he was back there. Shooter's going to look to close it out. Seconds to go. Shooter's got to figure out how they want to get this guy, and that'll do it. A shot right to the face is fine. So he's calling kill 4 at least. So I owe them an apology. I thought that they were way off on the body count, but they were right on. Or close enough, at least. Like I said, that one will require a rubber match regardless, just because the first one ended in a no point. We've found that link there, so we'll post that D5 stream link up there for you guys. You guys want to check out some D5 action on Field 2. However, you will be missing out on some fine commentary, just saying. Sure, we'll be stretching our limits here for this stream for you guys. See if we can get maybe dual streams going there that I can commentate on both of them. Might be a little awkward. All right, stepping back up to the plate are Deadly Dynamic and Pittsburgh Renegades.
10 seconds.
See if Pittsburgh Renegades can get things going. Been having snake trouble. They're able to get in there, but just not able to get any offense out of it. Deadly Dynamic need to win this one, though, to keep things going. Both teams with heavy pushes up the center. Be on opposite sides of each other on that burrito side wedge. See a pretty similar spread for both teams. Both in the snake right now. Both some supporting cast on the backside. Isaiah Brooks for Renegades in the center. See if we can get the split screen so we can see if Brooks can get a shot in on him. Misses him, and now Deadly Dynamic center player able to get back. That's Weaver. Been in there all day for Deadly Dynamic. Still 5 apiece at the moment. So now Brooks is going to backtrack. Ben Morris is in the snake now for Renegades. The rain has definitely picked up and the comms are starting to feel the effects of it. It's harder to, for some reason, it's harder for players to talk to each other when it's raining. Just feels like it's a lot more chaotic. Can't necessarily see all that well either, so we're not 100% confident in your calls. Just one of the challenges dealing with rainy weather while playing paintball. Excuse me, that's not Brooks in the center. That's Nate Sweeney, I believe, for Renegades. Yes, it is. Okay, my mistake. So Nate Sweeney in the center for Pittsburgh Renegades, going up against Eric Weaver for Deadly Dynamic. Both teams in the snake just saying hi to each other at the moment. This game has delved into a bit of a lockdown, and that's another thing that can happen when it starts raining heavily. Is an interesting move here by Morris. He's going to hop out of the snake and go up to this mini wing next to it. Maybe a good idea, just because not everyone's going to see him going there. He might be able to keep watch over Eric Weaver, so his buddy doesn't get crossed up by Nate Sweeney, or for Nate Sweeney. Since the confidence level of what's going on goes down, your confidence in your moves goes down. Just getting a quick check. Ref giving him away Morris's position. Thanks, ref. Deadly Dynamic coming out of that center. And now Ben Morris is in the snake side of the center diamond. Did have his friend behind him fill in the snake as well, so a little bit of addition by subtraction there. Deadly Dynamic come out to the snake corner. The first kill finally happens, and it's going to be the Renegade's second snake player taking the walk. Now it looks as if Deadly Dynamic, second Snake player, going to try and pull off some kind of magic. He does manage to mutual with one of the center players. Then Morris turns around and gets clipped out by the second Snake guy. So Renegades here with 2 bodies left. I think we've got ourselves a 2-on-2 when all is said and done. Get the 60-second count. You can see the last 2 remaining Deadly Dynamic. Okay, so it's a 3-on-2. That pesky Dorito corner. So it's a 3-on-2 here in Deadly Dynamics' favor. Derek Gilroy for Deadly Dynamics still alive up in the Snake 4. Last 2 Renegades players you can see on the right and left side of your screen. Renegades player going to hop into the Snake. Didn't know if he saw him there or not. Gilroy had no idea that he had filled that Snake out. He was going to run right down on these last 2 guys, but not to happen. So now it's a 2-on-2. We're only down to 15 seconds here, so feeling this one's just going to be a no point, which Renegades will take. So then that means, so that is going to go no point. So then that means for the next point, the rubber match, all Renegades have to do is play for a no point if they want. So the onus will be on Deadly Dynamic to come for them in the 3rd point. The first one ended in a win for Renegades, and this one ends in a no point. So the advantage is still in Renegades, or with Renegades. Did a good job there weathering the storm. I said there was a little bit of gridlock. It's a 5-on-5 and harder for players to see each other and their teammates and their people they're playing against. Like I said, it just one of the stinky things about having it being a rain day.
20 seconds.
So now we're going to get to Savages going up against Rampage. Rampage took the first round. Savages force the issue this time. 2 in the center diamond. He's going to pop up on the Snake side, but not going to see the player on the Dorito side and get his hat painted. As another Savages player walks off in the back center. And it looks as if the Snake player took a few from the center from Rampage as well. So 5-on-2 here. And we're going to have a minor thrown on one of the Savages players, making it a 5-on-none. I thought that that's who the player was, the penalty was called on. So Rampage making quick work of the Savages there. Jonesy hits the buzzer. Take this gear straight to the laundromat. Oh yeah. You better have a bag handy to put it all in. So the Savages with an aggressive breakout, but just not able to make anything of it. Good move by the Rampage center player. Staying disciplined. Managed to shoot out the Snake and both center players. Woes continue for the Savages as they have not won a point yet. The one they were going to win, they should have won. And it turned around on them. Not the OG Savages there, Cruz. Need your help out here, Cruz. They've not been able to find the winner circle yet. A lot of that, a lot of traveling for travel tournaments, and you deal with the rain games. I see a lot of teams, they just go to the car washes, go to a car wash afterwards and just hose each other off. We've got got some pit help who's getting stuck in the mud. Pits are living up to the name today. A little bit more drainage out there. All right, so Cartel going to be taking on DC Sabotage here. DC Sabotage going to lose their first player from the Dorito side. DC Sabotage won the first round. Snake player some problems. He has a hit on his pack on the crawl up, so Cordell lucky to get out of there alive without a penalty. So 5 alive still for Cartel against 3 DC Sabotage players who have no idea that Heller is just making his way all the way down to their side of the snake. He's gonna pop out and get himself a real easy kill right there. Poaching one from the Dorito or snake side wing. Then he gets shot down the wire, not realizing that the Sabotage player had refilled the snake, but he's the last one left in the snake by himself. And looks like Cartel dropped some bodies off the back end as well, so it's a 2-on-1 here in Cartel's favor. But they have no idea where the last guy's at. You see Sabotage, like I said, he's the last one left, but he's got nobody near him, so can do a little bit of moving and scooting if he'd like. Left and right at the moment. Cartel looking to close out this last guy. Hanging out in the snake too, and he's looking down the wire a little bit too long, and that's going to do it. So Cartel with a good win there to force the 3rd match. Chris Thompson with the final kill and buzzer hang.
Game finished.
Ride home naked. Not a bad idea there. Definitely want to make sure you have a change of clothes. I don't have a long commute to here, so I can definitely attest to there have been some rainy days where I've driven home in nothing but my sandals and underwear. Especially for those unexpected dirty days. Shouldn't be unexpected though. It was pouring here all day yesterday, and you could probably see the weather report today. There's no bueno. So no excuses for dirtying up cars.
10 seconds.
All right, time for Disorder to take on Nova Royalty. This was a good one last time. Both teams gave it a fighter's chance. Nova Royalty were able to come out on top. That snake is just getting more and more soupy. Both teams diving into it off the break though. Both teams making it as well. Similar lockdown status here. The Royalty gonna spread the field a little to get to that Dorito corner. So we got one gun over there for Disorder watching him, so if he can have a partner next to him, which he does now, to put him in, he can potentially jump up to the second one if he'd like to. Some guys have been opting though to just stay in that Dorito corner. Well, why not? Can probably see a lot more. He's not going to though. He's gonna take another bite, go to that second Dorito for Nova Royalty. I think Disorder found out about it though, and so now he's gonna head to the Dorito side wing of the center diamond. It's Noah Kraus again in the center for Disorder. Both dead boxes still empty. First kill is probably going to be a big one here for the show. Like I said, both these teams seem to be in lockdown status, so it's probably just a matter of who can shoot who first. Those second points, it can be tricky. If you won the first one, you don't want to risk blowing it, and if you lost the first one, you know you really need a win. So you don't take as many chances necessarily. Looks as if Noah Kraus may have gotten a shot in on that Nova Royalty Dorito player. At least it looked like it from over here. He's going to crawl on back now to that center. Better be crawling in there than in the snake, believe me. I am looking at a swamp right in front of me. Disorder now in the second knuckle of the snake, battling down the wire with the Nova Royalty snake player who's keen on just hanging out in snake one, watching that wire on the bottom part of your screen there. Made something happen, yeah. That's what needs to go because we're getting down to 2 minutes here and still no bodies walking off. Like I said, both teams feeling okay with locking things down and then seeing where the final minute takes them. Disorder really trying to focus on that snake. His Kraus is at the moment. As the first player walking off, it's going to be Disorder's Dorito corner. Disorder, though, go up to the snake 3. They're going to lose another player in the center stand-up, though. So now it's a 5-on-3 in Nova Royalty's favor. You wouldn't know it, though, just because Disorder are still in that center. Now they're up to the snake 4. So if you can get some offense out of him real quick. Disorder, or excuse me, Nova Royalty know he's in there now, though. So they're going to probably focus a little bit of attention. Disorder may be okay with just letting this one go to the distance. Trying to live to fight another day in the third point. Noah Kraus going to bounce on over to that mini stick next to the Dorito. Don't know if I like that move from him. And simultaneously, Disorder snake player gets shot. And now the last player left is in the snake side stand-up. He is wheeling and dealing, hoping for the best. Manages to shoot one guy running down, but it looks like they mutualed, so that's going to do it. Nova Royalty going to take the point and the match. Now it's just a matter of can they get to the buzzer in time, and it looks like they're going to. So that'll do it. Nova Royalty able to hold on longest. And that was a fast. That was one of those points where it was kind of who can lose faster or who can lose slower. Moving right along now. And into the breaking the halfway mark of the second round. Still quite a few games to go. City Cartel looking to shorten their schedule, though, by beating out Nasty Mob if they can. Nasty Mob having a rough go of things. Haven't been able to finish off many people. We're able to close out their match against the Savages. Trying to avoid that same case here for Charm City Cartel. Snake off the break. Cartel snake player really getting down and dirty. Put the face to the ground to see what he can see. 5 alive for both sides, though. Big move up the center and a little bit too much slidage. Charm City Cartel player finds out just how slippery this turf can get when it gets wet. That was Sanchez moving up the center there. Always try to identify the players who slip and fall, right? It's the funnest part. Seeing your friends act a fool. This may be par for the course here for second round paintball. Lockdown status. Slight advantage maybe to Charm City Cartel at the moment just because of their center push. We've got a snake corner and snake one. Nasty Mob. Furthest player up really is their center stand-up player. Snake one as well. Mostly just battling down the line with his counterpart. They're going to lose the first body, though, off that snake side. So 5-4 advantage now for Cartel. Meanwhile, Cartel snake player gets shot out. Paul Pickett calling that shot. Mob going to lose their second body, though, on the Dorito side. They refill that corner right away. So 4-3 advantage now for Charm City Cartel. Refill that snake one. Brendan Crump's still over there on the Dorito side, moving on out to Dorito 3. The only person really watching it maybe is that snake one and that Dorito corner. So he may only have to do some maneuvering to keep on advancing. Nasty Mob announcing. Snake one is hot again. Sanchez now taking the second wedge. So both wedges operable, and the one on the Dorito side does its job. Those wedges can cross up and do some pretty good damage because you don't necessarily see them until it's too late. So you gotta make sure to check it off, and it looks as if the Nasty Mob's other Dorito player got shot. He did. So now Nasty Mob's last player, Paul Pickett, is in the center, and not going to live there long. 4 Charm City Cartel players finishing things off. And that'll do it. So they'll close out their match against Nasty Mob. Man, are we going to have any rubber matches? A lot of these games go on to time, more than you would think, DC All-Star. But yeah, definitely that first round we had, I think 3 or 4. Actually go full time and no point. Gotten very, very close to that happening in the second round. Seems as if teams are starting to realize what they need to do when that 1 minute bell starts, or when that 1 minute announcement is made. Teams seem to come alive with movement. Like I said, second rounds can be tricky for some teams. You don't want to blow it and you don't want to risk it. But there were some who would say you have to risk it for the biscuit. Who will get the biscuit? Who will get the ultimate biscuit? Could it be Eastside Bandits?
10 seconds.
Who handed, or Nightmares, who handed Eastside Bandit a loss in their first round. Get back on track. Heavy burn enables them to burn out Logan Grove running into the snake. So 5-4 advantage there for Eastside Bandits. It's a very rare snake burn. This weather, it seems as if you can really, get into the snake with ease off the break. Still a pretty far run, though. 5-4 advantage. Braden Lombardi in the center for Nightmares, though. Looking at Dorito side, trying to lock things down. Saying about the second round. So now Nightmares loses that first body. Probably going to go into very, very strict lockdown mode. Lombardi misses the shot on the Eastside Bandits player moving up to the Dorito 2. See Lombardi there in the center of your screen. Back chat. Now that center brick. Take a look at the snake way. Looks as if Chance is wearing a bucket hat there, Kim. He's a smart boy. .5v4, Eastside Bandits. Marcus Clark Jr. taking another bite out of the snake. Nightmares keeping their heads on a swivel. Lombardi and Clark Jr. battling off now. Lombardi saw all he wanted to see and headed back to that center brick to look Dorito side. Gonna try and battle Clark Jr. from the other wedge, it looks like. Not a bad idea. Keep him guessing. Try and get a shot in on Clark Jr. Did he get it? He did not. The wacky one for a snake guy to deal with, because just when you think you have a beat on a guy in the center, they can change position on you. Big dive by the Eastside Bandits player to fill in behind Clark Jr. and the snake. Nightmares now getting into the snake two in the snake game themselves. Nightmares have made it pretty far up the snake, and I thought the hopper shot there was there. It did turn out, yeah, I didn't know if that was rub or not. So now it's a 5-on-3. Eastside Bandits make that a 5-on-2. Nightmares desperately need a kill here to give themselves any chance. Marcus Clark able to shoot off a body out of there, and the last guy left is Lombardi, and he is parallel with Marcus Clark, who can't see him because he's not looking for him. And now Lombardi hops into the center diamond, gets shot out by Chance Holmes, who was right there to say hi to him. Clark Jr. could have had the last kill if he wanted it. Lombardi did all he could to keep them guessing, but that is going to do it. So Eastside Bandits able to hold on strong and force the rubber match. Hey, a rubber match. Eastside Bandits pits happy about that.
All right, field one. On the field right now, your set company to the left, shooters to the right. On deck, kill squad versus take note. In the hole, Nightmares versus Rampage. And on the field right now, your set company to the left, shooters to the right. On deck, kill squad versus take note. In the hole, Nightmares versus Rampage.
Shooters back on the field. Get on the board against your Shed Company. So Clark for Shed Company takes the soupy dive, and it's all for nothing because he got burned. So Shooter is able to shoot out the snake runner. Makes it a 5-on-4. Adam Hunt goes to refill the snake, and he does so successfully, gets into that first knuckle. Here's relaying the body count. Comes Tony Angagliato. Shed Company, though, moving up to the Dorito 3. Nobody really looking that way for Shooters. Player in the snake side stand-up may have gotten shot, and he did. He was looking around for a ref to check him. So that's going to even things back up at 4 apiece. And like I said, don't want to drop that Dorito side. Jeremy Polnack's in the center for Shooters, and he was mainly focusing on the snake, but has to focus, or refocus his efforts to the Dorito side, and then he's going to get clipped in the back by Adam Hunt. So in a real tough situation there. Now it's a 4-on-3. Nice shot there by Angagliato. Taking a player out of the center. Back out, 3v3. Doing a good job talking back and forth to each other. But Adam Hunt is going to cruise on down the snake, and they're going to see each other at the same time. Did they mutual? They did. So that's going to bring it back even 2v2, make that a 2-on-1. As another Shooters player takes the walk from the Dorito right there. Last player gets shot out. 4 shooters out of that center stand-up. And your Shed Company able to hold on. Eke out a win here against shooters to close out the match. Just a matter of time before they find out the body count, which is none. Kill 5, my friends. Hit that buzzer proudly, and he does. So once again, we're robbed of another rubber match. I always say that, though, going into the second round. I always say I feel like we're not going to have any rubbers. And the third round comes along, and I'm like, oh, wait, we have several. Definitely won't be one, though, between shooters and your Shed Company.
I saw all of them. I'm like, get out of the way!
So have Kill Squad take on Take Notes. Take Notes winning the first one, so they to keep things moving for themselves. Kill Squad could use a win. Already got closed out there by Nova Royalty. Closed out here. They will have a chance to close out VM Delta and DC Sabotage. They're still having a rough go of things at the moment. Take Notes who definitely want to be contenders in the final rounds. Keep their momentum going. Other side able to burn anybody. Both able to get into the snake though. Von Shelton in the snake for Kill Squad. Gonna peek out down the wire and get taken out by the other snake player in there from Take Notes. Makes it a 5-on-4. Take Notes snake player trying to make the move, but Terrence Flowers was waiting there for him in that stand up on that side. So evens things back up at 4 apiece. Big move from Troy Peterson Jr. up the center, and he's not going to survive it. It's a 4-3 advantage now for Take Notes. If I can find that 4th body. And yeah, he's in the Dorito 3. He's going to cruise on down there. Terrence Flowers in the snake now. Talking to Troy Peterson right next to him, but not anymore since Troy's going to be taking the walk. Kill Squad lose their Dorito player as well, and the last player left here is Flowers. This Take Notes player hits the buzzer, doesn't even realize, I think, that the snake one was hot. And it's not going to matter anyway, because Terrence gets absolutely obliterated by Ryan McNally. Whether Ryan heard the buzzer or not, that's for you to decide. Take Notes making mincemeat out of Kill Squad. So Kill Squad are going to have to hope for the best in their next 2 points. See if they can at least go 2-2. 2-2 can get you in there. It's almost very similar to X-Ball matches. You can win 2 of the race to 2s. Always have a good shot. You finish your games quickly enough. This length of point does come into play here during 5-man. Nightmare's going to head on back out, see if they can get one back. Have to deal with Rampage, though, who, like I said, have been playing some pretty good ball. They gave Rampage their only loss of the first round, but that was on a controversial swing point call. So I think they're able to get some revenge. Nightmare's not able to make the snake run. Both Jonesy and Becky Young going to take the walk for Rampage, though, so no snake presence virtually here for Rampage, and nobody is looking this way either. Nightmares may look to take advantage, finish this one out early. already here in the snake. Braden Lombardi gonna crawl his way all the way down here and pop up. Shoot him right in the back to get him out. Instead of 5-on-2. Make it 4-on-2, excuse me. Not sure where that second Rampage player is. In that Dorito corner. What else? It's a 4-on-2 here. So it looks like they've got a couple guys wearing a Lombardi jersey. So I think the real Braden Lombardi is here in this Snake 4 right in front of me. As you can see, Nightmares trying to be cautious, close it out. They have the upper hand. Center run here by the Nightmare center player could really put an end to this. Lombardi finally gets his gun working though, and he's going to go onto their side. And the Rampage player was going to try and run up the center, but not going to be able to do anything as he gets taken out. And now the last player left for Rampage in that Dorito corner, facing down technically 4 Nightmare players, but it's actually 3 just because the guy in the Dorito corner is doing some major gun surgery. Barrel and hopper are off. That's never a good sign. So he'll be walking back to the pits in shambles. Not sure what he did there. He have broke a ball in the hopper on his dive out there. So another match that will not require rubber, or a third match, or a third point, excuse me. Nightmare is able to close it out, and yeah, just how big is that first call, or that controversial call? Could have tied things up, but instead it's Nightmares who are going to get the match win. We'll see if Deadly Dynamic continue. It's been a pretty good run here. We have to see if they're able to close out Charm City Cartel. Definitely turned it on a little, so their last couple. They'll be on your right this time. Dynamic. The player running up and burning. Looks like his gun stopped working halfway through, but it was enough to burn Charm City Cartel Snake player. 5-4 advantage now for them. Eric Gilroy for Deadly Dynamic, back into the Snake. Kills. Charm City Cartel able to refill that Snake. Pruitt gets shot out of the center there. Deadly Dynamic. Spread the field and take that Dorito corner. 4-piece now. Eric Weaver in the center for Deadly Dynamic again. Trying to get a shot in on Crump, moving up the Dorito side. Cartel now with 2 in the center diamond. Both of them looking Snake way. I don't know if Weaver knows he has this much company in there. See his profile popping out right on that right side there. Yeah, that might be the best angle. Is he's going to go around bunker 1 and get shot out by the other. Delgado Sanchez saying that he shot him first, and he does not even get the guy who was really trying to bunker. So that's going to even things, keep things even at 3-on-3. Alex Thrower, Charm City Cartel in the Snake 1. I think he just took a shot to the face. I don't know how the ref didn't see that. He's looking right at it. I don't know if that was paint broke off the bunker or something. Nice shot down the line. Deadly Dynamics fill-in snake player. Is that still Gilroy? It is. So Derek Gilroy now popping up to snake 4. And heard from his Dorito player that the player is in that left wedge. Try and get a shot across on him. They can't quite see each other. So 3-on-2 here. Charm City Cartel doing their best to hold strong. Bounces back to that center brick. Crump trying to talk to him behind him. Battle in the center and a way to hold strong there. And he manages to shoot out Derek Gilroy. Crump tried moving up on the Dorito side and he gets taken out. And then the Deadly Dynamic Dorito player is able to mop up what's left in the center. So excellent heads up ball there by the Deadly Dynamic Dorito player who's going to hit that buzzer now. Looks like that was William Tomaszewski was able to finish things off. Like I said, that was some heads up ball there. Manages to shoot Crump because his teammate had lost the battle in the center. And Gilroy got shot out, and he was all on his own, so it was kind of a 1-on-2 before he even had a chance. He was able to pull it off. I don't count that, though. It's got to be from the Dorito corner. I am not going to give him the first 1-on-2 pull-off. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not. I won't. Nova Royalty heading back out there against VM Delta. Nova Royalty's pits calling out some last-minute positioning on the VM Delta side. Take the snake and the center. Hang out there a little bit too long. Gotta get back into the snake eventually. It's Travis Thibodeau and the snake again for VM Delta. Nova Royalty probably has the best survivability of all day, and I say that just as I curse their Dorito side player who gets shot, poking his head out a little too far. So 5-4 advantage now for VM Delta. They need to win to keep their chances against Nova Royalty down. They shoot out another guy in the center. So 5-3 advantage now for VM Delta. Thibodeau doing some hopper surgery. Been seeing a lot of that today. It's unfortunate. Nova Royalty spread the field a little bit, hopping out into that Dorito side can. Thibodeau still trying to get his gun to work for him. Got to keep your head up though and see what's going on still while you're doing that. It's another Nova Royalty player getting shot out of that snake side stand-up. So it is the big curse of the commentator here. Because I talked about how good Nova Royalty's been at having good survivability all day, and now they're just getting shot out of their bunkers. VM Delta hasn't really been taking any heavy ground or anything. They've got who I think is Caden Bacati up here in the center. I think he's been doing most of the work, just shooting out people on their hands and wrists and things of that nature. Because now the last Nova Royalty player is going to be in our favorite last stand bunker. Facing a 5-on-1. Still nobody shot off for VM Delta. And it looks like it's going to be Thibodeau who first may be taking the walk. Well, he's pulled out, and he has a hit on his back. So it might be a 3-on-1 here. Don't see where the other VM Delta player is. Nova Royalty player, though, moving out of that Dorito corner. Will he be the hero? Still alive. They have a the ref run in and check him real quick. And he gets clipped finally in the face. Not sure who it actually came from. May have came from the Dorito side. VM Delta now just got to figure out that they don't have anybody shooting back at them yet. I think it was from that Dorito side. VM Delta Snake stand-up player just super locked in on that snake. VM Delta Dorito player asking, what else does everybody see? There's nobody shooting back at him. At least I hope I don't mess that up. There's nobody left, right? I messed that up one time, and it was VM Delta actually who screwed me. But, yep, minute 20 here. Delta got to make sure they don't squander this opportunity. I'm sure they won't. All that will be heard here is their pride once they realize there's nobody left in that Dorito 1.
60 seconds.
Like I said, you do want to try and get the hang as early as you can. Time is a factor, because now this one's going to go into a third match, and if that one ends with no point, it's the team who wins the fastest will be given the match. So that's why it's, you know, definitely want to take care of business and make sure you don't give yourself a dirty hang, but you also want to be quick about it. What's up, Dreaded Sloth? Subscribing for a year. Thank you, my friend. So I'm going to guess you have dreadlocks and you're lazy. Given your nickname. Savages play next. I don't believe so, no. It is going to be FTA going up against Cartel. The Savages are on deck, though. They'll be coming up next. Playing Death Row Records next. Sorry, I had to find my point on my own schedule.
10 seconds.
So here we go, though. Cartel taking on FTA. Good move by Cartel to get up to that Dorito side. Snake player is going to be taking the walk, though. So 5-on-4 advantage for FTA. Tyler Carter in the Snake now. And they're up the center as well. First game went Cartel's way. So the FTA guys been playing for quite a while, know just what's at stake here. This poor Ed had his head up a little bit too high and he gets shot out by that Dorito side wedge, even in things back up at 4 apiece. Tyler Carter still in the Snake, though. We'll see if shooting out that one Snake player will have Cartel get its guard down. He's going to pop up. He's not quite able to see anyone just yet. See if he's able to pinpoint one. Gets a shot in on that Dorito side wedge. Head ref calling for him to get out. And he is. So now Joseph Heller is going to head on back to the brick as Tyler Carter continues to march down the Snake. Want to try and do something first. Heller tries to make a move. He does get one with him. Shooting out Barnotsky, but Carter was right there waiting for him. It's now a 3-on-2. Get a wrap shot here. Sean Bob Dugan's in that center Aztec. Manages to get a shot in on Tyler Carter by the skin of his you-know-what. So a nice move there by Sean Bob. Or excuse me, that was Duke Stevens. Certainly don't want to give him, take away any props from Duke Stevens for getting that shot on him. So 2-on-2 now. See both Cartel players. FTA have Dorito 2 and that center brick. going to move on out of there and get in the center. See if he can get a better view of things. Not sure what he was looking for there. Like I said, the first one did go Cartel's way, so if they wanted to, they could just kind of... It would force a rubber, but, you know, they don't have to, certainly don't have to give anything away. FTA are going to remain crossed. Well, Cartel player just went from side to side. It's Adam Levine makes it all the way to their side of the snake. Doesn't quite see the guy in the center brick just yet. Manages to get it to Duke Stevens that there's a guy in that big brick. He's going to want to stay alive here. He's only got one pod left, and I don't even know if it's full. I think he may have lost it. Try and shoot at that Dorito. Serving as a major distraction right now. Duke Stevens just needs to go and get him. Duke may end up neutral. Oh, and a nice shot there by Levine across field to get the Dorito. Levine gets shot, and then Duke Stevens just pops out and gives him a, hey, how you doing? So a good shot there by Duke Stevens to finish things out. He's going to hit the buzzer. That was the meanest. It was like, because the guy had just shot out Levine. It was probably like, awesome, I just freed my, oh my God, my face. Audio seems a bit quiet. Yeah, thank you. We were having some audio issues earlier where it was coming in a little bit too hot. So we had to turn everything down just a little bit. We've been trying to assess what's going on, but it's hard to get access to the cameras today, obviously. So appreciate your patience. I'll do my best to keep you adrift of what's going on. Ah, you just cut your dreads after 10 years? Oh. Appreciate it, thank you. Appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate all you guys hanging out. Staying dry with us, but also being able to enjoy some wet paintball. So the rain's picking up here again. FTA walking back, shaking their heads. Not happy at how that ended. Meantime, Death Row Records will be going up against the Savages. Savages desperately need a win here. Not been able to win a point all day. So trying to turn things around. Death Row's been playing better and better. Started off a little slow, but seem to have picked things up. They're going to lose a guy off into the Dorito corner, though. Down 5-4. Savages seem to be taking it a little bit slower this time. Justin Johnson back in the snake for them. He's going to want to check off that snake side wedge, though, if he's going to move up, because he's sitting there waiting for him. His partner falls down behind him. Meanwhile, the Savages was trying to backtrack from that stand up to the Dorito side can, but didn't realize there was a teammate in there already. So I had to pull an audible and just go all the way out to that Dorito side corner that you see right here. Screws out there. Not that I see. Meanwhile, Johnson in the snake gets taken out by the other wedge, the Dorito side. Not looking good here for the Savages. I believe they're down to their last two bodies, both of which you can see right here in the center of your screen. Facing 4 Death Row Records players. Erroneously say that the snake corner is hot, but it is not. Savages player manages to shoot out the Death Row snake player. It's a 3-on-2. They're crossing it up in the center, and this is what I'm talking about here, is if you don't make that closing move fast enough, because now one more kill for Death Row Records, and they're in some trouble, because they're not exactly in any spots that would be able to tell exactly what's going on. Savages are in good spots as well. starting strong. Death Row Records making his way. Snake player making his way to the Snake 4. Can keep on going if he wants. Savages in that stand-up, and this may be his last contribution as the Snake player is now on their side of the Snake, but he knows it now. So he's going to continue fighting him. Doesn't really have to worry about anybody in the center. Because once again, for some reason, the Death Row Records player thinks that the Snake corner is hot. He's going to shoot out one. It looks like he mutualed with one of the wedges. Snake side wedge, though, he did not get a piece of. I thought he got both of them. So now it's a 2-on-1. Last player left is in this Dorito corner. Get to the 90-second mark here. Death Row Records trying to close out the Savages. Savages' only hope for this match lies in their last player in that Dorito corner. Soller's mutual worth it. Yeah, it wasn't a bad run. I just don't think he knew that there was another guy in the diamond. It looks like one of them gets shot out, and so now it's a 1-on-1, and now you look at this and you give the advantage to the Savages player here in the Dorito corner, because player for Death Row Records is in this Snake. He's down to his last pod. It's only a 60-second call. It's Bucket Hat versus Bucket Hat, though, so that's interesting. Who will wear the bucket hat better? It's going to be the Savages. And he's going to run on down and hit that buzzer with only about 30 seconds left to go. So heads up ball. Like I said, the Savages bucket hat comes out the victorious bucket hat. They both are going to need him, though, because this rain is becoming quite voluminous. So that one will require more paintball. That was a fun one. It's very well played by both, yeah. Like I said, it's just, there's like this little moment when you go to close out on this field that you got to get into the position, and if you take too long, or if your support staff doesn't stay alive long enough, you end up in a tricky situation like Death Row Records found themselves in. They had the 3-on-2, then it turned into a 2-on-1, and while the Death Row Records player was crawling down the Snake, his partner got shot out. So then it turned into a 1-on-1, and he's in the Snake, you know, not able to really see much. But the game turns on. Got Nasty Mob going up, Nasty Mob taking on Pittsburgh Renegades. Teams having so-so first rounds. His first kill there for Pittsburgh Renegades out of the Snake. Need to beat Nasty Mob here to stay alive. 5-4 advantage right now. Nate Sweeney getting that first kill on the Snake 4. Nasty Mob took the Snake 4 really, really fast. But almost too fast for their own good. Meanwhile, Ben Morris climbing up the Snake. Already in Snake 4. He's going to get himself one butt kill. Can he get another? He does. So that's 2 kills there for Ben Morris, turning things into a 4-on-2. But things looking good here for Pittsburgh Renegades. Can they finish it off? Nasty Mob have a player in that Dorito side wedge that nobody knows about, and that's how he was able to shoot out one guy. Now he's going to turn around and battle with the Dorito runner. He's going to run around and manage to get the drop on him. Ben Morris, I think, shoots the back end. Turning this into a 4-on-1 now. Pittsburgh Renegades just have to shoot this last Nasty Mob player in the Snake 1. Ooh, that's Anthony Taylor who was in the Snake there. That's the last guy left. Or no, that may have been Dalton Kahn. Yeah, that was Dalton Kahn. Got clipped out there. Forcing a rubber match between those two teams. Pittsburgh Renegades with a nice solid game there. Like I said, Nasty Mob were in the Snake 4 off the break, but it was almost to their own detriment because as soon as he popped up, Sweeney's gun was waiting there for him. So he saw him get in there. How wet do you like to play paintball? Yeah. Well, if you like wet paintball, this is it. Like I said, as long as it's not windy at least. Wind and the rain make it all but impossible to really play. Rain just makes it poopy. Ref's asking if we're in rubbers. No, we are not, my friend. We've got a few more games to go in this second round. About 10 to 12 games left in the second round. One of them including shooters in disorder. Shooters showing some flashes of life here. Some trouble out of the gate though. We won the first one against disorder. They got 5 alive. Noah Kraus in the center for disorder. Jeremy Polnack in the center for shooters. Gagliato back up into the snake 4. Good to see another great snake battle between him and Matthew Way. Matthew Way getting shot out though. I think it was in Gagliato who got him as well. I don't even think it was, or it may have been his Dorito side wedge. Yeah, it was. So 5-4 advantage here for shooters. Shooters want to close out disorder. Anytime you can get the jump on a good team like disorder, you want to take advantage of it. And Gagliato gonna hop to their side of the snake, wasn't aware of the center brick. Gotta check that off. Just assume that it's hot. Come on now, you've been playing in the snake all day, Gagliato. Gonna backtrack to his snake 4. Nice play there by Noah Kraus. Bunkers out the shooter center player and does shoot a Dorito player as well for shooters. Puts it back even at 3-on-3. Gagliato's still alive over here though. He can do some damage. He's able to find the body in time. Make that a 4-on-3. It's a 4-on-3 in Disorder's favor. I didn't see that player in the second Dorito. Now the Disorder center player is going to get called out. We're going to have a minor thrown. And at the same time, they're going to lose a player on the snake side stand-up. So the last player left for Disorder is in this center stand-up, facing 3 shooters players. So Gagliato looks to make quick work of the last player. I believe that was... That'll do it, so. Shooter's able to survive in a costly, costly minor for Disorder. Player in the center. Playing a little bit too long for the ref's liking. Ref came over and checked him. I think he may have had a hit on his hand or on his, somewhere in the gun. Ref explaining to his colleagues just what the call was. That'll close out any possibility on a rubber match for those two teams. The shooters will take the match. The Shed Company now making their way out to the field. And the paintball continues. Deadly Dynamic going up against Shed Company. This was a good one last time. To no point. It's 2 players now walking off for Deadly Dynamic, including Pruitt. So he won't be able to play long against his wasted potential teammates. One of who is Justin Clark, who's in the Snake 1. Deadly Dynamic into the Dorito side wedge and then backtracks to the brick just in time. Get away from the Dead Company player who was going to pop up and probably get the drop on him. Clark takes another bite in the snake. Still 5 alive for your Shed Company. 5-on-3 here. I don't think your shed company know about it yet, though. Tomaszewski bounces out to that Dorito corner. The good point against Cartel earlier. They were down bodies. They need all they can now as Justin Clark pops up and just shoots Sean Joff, who was just staring at him. I don't know if he saw him or not. Like I said, the visibility's definitely gone down here, and your shed company is wearing those dark jerseys. Now it's a 5-on-2. Last two deadly dynamic players in the Snake 1 and Tomaszewski in that Dorito corner. It's Derek Gilroy and Tomaszewski trying to survive this oncoming your shed company. Went the distance last time, but we're only at 3 minutes here, and with 5 bodies left for your shed company, they should be able to finish this off. Gilroy and Tomaszewski doing a good job keeping the comms up, though. Don't want to panic. So if they're able to maybe get a quick kill off the backside or one of these center pushers. Letting him know there's 2 in the middle. Justin Clark just trying to overwhelm Tomaszewski. That company really pushing from the center now. Nice shot down the line there. Justin Clark did shoot Gilroy, but did Gilroy get Clark? He did. So they mutual. Now that leaves Tomaszewski all by himself in a 4-on-1, and it's not going to last long as your shed company are able to close him out. So that one is going to require a rubber regardless, just because of the first match going to a no point, but your shed company now with the advantage. Rain increasing a little bit here. Your shed company find themselves in the win column. DC Sabotage taking on Take Notes. I'm saying that, taking on Take Notes. So this is DC Sabotage and to Take Notes, their only loss of the day. Take Notes with a little bit of work to do here to try and keep their perfect streak going. D5 is pretty much almost done. Or they may be done. Getting close to it at least. Games have just been a little bit quicker. We've had a few long points and long calls on this field. Long calls. DC Sabotage tried crossing the Snake 1 to Snake 2 threshold. They're not going to make it. Then a player tries going from the Snake side mini wing to the Snake side wedge, and he's not going to make it. So 5-2 advantage now for Take Notes. Or 5-3, excuse me. You see Sabotage wanted to try and get another win under their belts against Take Notes and really steal one. Take Notes. I don't think they're going to let them get the drop on them twice in a row. You see Sabotage, though, counterpunching, going on up into the center brick. See if he can get a quick shot in on that Snake player without him noticing. Take Notes are in that Dorito side wedge, so if he tries to go to the Snake side wedge, he's going to get eaten alive. Sabotage are hanging in there. Dorito player, though, tries to make a move up to the third Dorito and gets shot. Take notes player, and then we're gonna have a minor thrown. So my guess is that the ref, or that the Dorito player for DC Sabotage said something to the ref on his way to the box. And then the last player left for DC Sabotage in the Snake 1 gets taken out. Yeah, the Take Notes player yelling out kill 2. Just a little bit off, as that was the 5th body.
Point approved. Game finished.
All right, field 1 on the field right now. Nightmare to the left. MTA to the right. On deck.
Take Notes forcing the rubber match for that one.
In the hole. Rampage third.
DC Sabotage making some good moves, but just weren't able to execute necessarily. It's a team that takes a lot of planning and pride in what they do, pride in their planning. You're going to need to execute everything you are looking to do against a team like Take Notes. We go now with FTA going up against Nightmares. FTA it's their only win of the first round. And that FTA has had a rough day. Already gotten closed out of all 3 of their other ones. This is their only hope for walking away with a win. Big splash from the FTA Dorito corner player, but going to be more show than anything because he's getting shot out. Tyler Carter for FTA in the Snake, but he is having some major gun problems right now. FTA may have lost a little bit of the fire here. It's another thing the rain can perpetuate when you're not having the luckiest of days. Sometimes just want it to end. So you can just get dry, go about your day, forget about today. The faster you can forget about it, the better sometimes. On to 4 in the Snake here. 4 Nightmares.
Watch the monster! Watch the monster!
Having some gun trouble. He was having gun issues on his way out here. Snake players can testify when it's raining. Their guns are the first to go usually as the day gets longer. Carter crawling up in the Snake. FTA making a game of it. Still only down 1 body. The 2 center guys are going to mutual, so it makes it a 4-on-3. The Snake, Montefiore is right next to Carter, but who knows if Montefiore's gun's going to work. Wraps around, gets a shot in on Carter. Carter is not able to put one on him. So Montefiore's gun works long enough there, but did he leave it out too long? I think Ed may have gotten a shot on him. Meanwhile, another FTA player runs up the center. So it is a 4-on-1 here. Last player left for FTA. This has just kind of been FTA's day. Ed Lovish is left all to his own now in the Snake 1. And it seems as if Nightmare knows it, because they're shouting it out as Ed makes a run down. Does manage to at least put a few into Montefiore, so at least he feels good walking off, but the several shots he took afterwards probably didn't feel too good. Montefiore does the nice guy thing and gives him back his pod. And that'll do it. So Nightmares, there will be a rubber match for here. But yeah, FTA just having a really, really rough go of things. This is just Texas Junior. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess you could say it's reached that level. 'Cause every dive is you're seeing the action of every dive. Let's say that. You are just diving into puddle after puddle, and the Snake is definitely taking the brunt of it. Every ref with an umbrella as well. said, I think D5 actually may be done now on field 2 behind us.
30 seconds.
They're not done, but they are way ahead of field 1. As the puddles continue to grow, the hoppers continue to go down. Those that are able to brave the elements. There's 5 longer here. Kill squad on your left, VM Delta on your right. Kill squad, Floyd Peterson Jr., first victim. 5-4 advantage now for VM Delta. You need the win in order to survive another one against Kill Squad. They're going to lose their snake player as well. So a 5-3 advantage here for VM Delta. So I may need to get a leaf blower up here to the net as the water's starting to drip down. Having just as many visibility problems as the players are. And all this whooshing water around is doing something else to my psyche as well. Terrence Flowers tries moving up for Kill Squad on the Dorito side, but it's shot out by the center player, VM Delta. So a 5-on-2 advantage here as Troy Peterson makes a desperation move back to the Dorito corner and makes it. Mike Russo here in the snake for Kill Squad. As Troy moves up another Dorito. Now VM Delta hanging in there. Can't see where their 5th body is. Oh, he's in the Dorito corner, of course. Rain picking up now. So if Troy and Russo can stay hidden long enough, they may be able to steal some kills here, because VM Delta, I don't think, have any idea what's going on. And like I said, when this much rain starts falling while you're playing, it can be really, really tough to figure out just what's happening. Thibodeau moves up to the 4th knuckle of the snake. Mass just covered in water, so you know that he's not seeing much. VM Delta still with 5 alive as player runs down Troy Peterson. He's going to make it all the way to their Dorito, gets shot afterwards, and then we're going to have a major thrown on VM Delta. So Chris Mewborn running out of there, saw that the VM Delta player had a hit on him when he made that move. So now it's a 2-on-1. As Russo gets taken out, it's not going to matter. Thibodeau and I believe one more player should be remaining for VM Delta. But either way, it's going to be VM Delta who survived the longest. That is going to force a rubber match. Yeah, he had another player on that Dorito side. So probably a good idea there by the VM Delta player. Not getting the major, but at least bunkering out that last guy. Just because, like I said, the longer you let a point like that go on, the more chances you have to kind of throw it away. So the rain is making it really, really tough to close things out, and especially if you're a team that doesn't play together often. Good job there by VM Delta. You can see on their roster they got a few guys who are playing in their first tournament too. So yeah, like I said, probably a good idea to just do what you can to just end it fast. This was a good one last time. Eastside Bandits going up against Rampage. It's Eastside Bandits who handed Rampage a loss. Eastside Bandits already closed out their match against Death Row Records. Put Rampage away here too. Here's Clark Jr. heading into the snake off the break. Rampage changing it up, sending two up the center and getting in those wedges right away. And then crossing it up. They're going to lose their first player though off of the center stand-up. It's a 5-4 advantage now after the break for Eastside Bandits. Clark gonna keep on taking knuckles until someone stops him. Excuse me, that's Mike Weaver this time. Mike Weaver pops up. Becky Young takes the walk in the stand-up. Jonesy's got to watch out. He's going to try and snap with Mike Weaver. Shots coming in really close to one another. Now Jonesy's just going to say, you know what? And he's going to get shot before it happened. Then he's going to bunker him. Are we going to have a major thrown? No, we are not. So Jonesy may have gotten a little bit lucky there, and yeah, we are going to now, I think, Michaela assess the situation. And it's going to be the last two bodies, but it's not going to matter because Ramon bunkers the last one, and I think that's going to do it. So they're going to give Jonesy the major as just at the last second. I mean, it wasn't the worst major in the world just because it was right as he was turning his gun up that he bunkered out Mike Weaver, if that's the real Mike Weaver. I see two Mike Weavers out there. So just as he bunkered him out, looks like that's the real Mike Weaver. But it was just at the last second that he took that shot right before he turned his gun on him. So it's a tough one, but it was definitely a major for sure. Jonesy at that point, yeah, you just are kind of in a tough situation. And the guy facing you down. So Eastside Bandits able to close out Rampage. Eastside Bandits sitting pretty here. Able to get one back against Nightmares to force the rubber, but other than that, if they can beat the Savages their next point, they'll be already with 3 match wins. Getting down to that time where we're going to have to do some scoreboard watching. Sense of humor still around. Referee asking for some sunblock. Definitely not needed today. Pittsburgh Renegades on your left this time. Charm City Cartel on your right. A big dive by the Charm City Cartel player to get into that burrito side wedge. Pittsburgh Renegades went as far as the center brick, but that's it. Charm City Cartel, who are in the snake, and got 2 in the center now. They did win the first one against Pittsburgh, so we'll put this one to bed. Ben Morris hopping in the snake for Pittsburgh Renegades. Morris making his way all the way down the snake. Nobody's able to stop him at the moment. He's up to the snake 4. He's going to pop up, and I think he got a shot in on Barraza. May have just missed his foot. So now we've got quite a crowded field vision here. You can see a total of, well, you could see 5 players until one of the cartel players did shot out of the burrito side wedge. Pittsburgh Renegades lose a back player, and they get shot in the brick, but Ben Morris is moving on down. He's going to pop up and shoot Barraza. Morris pointing and doing some yelling. We gotta want to be careful there. It was a pretty clean mutual, it seemed like. And then, meantime, Brinkley's going to move on down and mop up the rest of the Pittsburgh Renegades players. And that'll do it. So Ben Morris trying to save his team, but not able to do so. He thought that he had popped up and shot Barraza at the same time, but you know, that kind of shot, you're never gonna, you know, give one guy the upper hand or not. It happens so bang bang. I just think they can get away with it in the rain. Well, that and, you know, It is just one of those things when you're wet and soaked. Yeah, you tend to think, oh, there's no way that paint is still on me, right? I'm in a car. I'm playing inside of a car wash, for God's sakes. Really, the most penalties I've seen today. A lot of people talking after getting shot, so that may be another thing. And we have seen an unorthodox amount of penalties today. Nova Royalty going up against Shooters. Royalty on your left. Gagliato taking the snake for Shooters. Getting super aggressive, getting up into that snake 4 right away. Nova Royalty with no moves up the center, so if they want to do anything, it's not going to be easy. Gagliato puts in the center stand-up of Nova Royalty. He's able to survive it, though. Nobody walking to the dead box just yet. Gagliato maybe looking to force the issue and get into their side of things, and he does. And now he's blocked out, so now that's a good position, but he's not going to be able to really to see too much with that wing right in front of him. Meanwhile, a Nova Royalty player taking the walk on the backside. Shooters who were victorious this first meeting, so this 5-4 advantage, they're going to try and close out what's left. Get themselves their first match win of the day. They're running in and pulling out the player in the center. Makes it a 5-on-3. Last 3 players for Nova Royalty in the back center, Dorito corner, and Snake 1. Corey Martin backing up, and Gagliato. Shooters still with 5 alive, I think. Don't see anybody in their dead box, and yeah, he's hiding behind that Dorito. Calling kill 2, believe it's kill 3. No, it is kill 2. So they're right and I'm wrong. It's that pesky Dorito corner. If I can't see it, just imagine how hard it is to shoot him out when you're even parallel with him. Nova Royalty moving up to that Dorito 2. Shooters alerting each other of the time. Still 5-on-3. I'd almost say, though, it's almost still anybody's ball game. And Gagliato, want to make sure to not outkick his coverage. He's going to be right in their side. And then he's going to get rammed down by the Nova Royalty player. And they actually shoot out the Dorito player as well. That was a nice move by Oliver, though, for Nova Royalty. Just didn't have enough support staff, and the last Nova Royalty player gets shot out of the back center. Corey Martin going to finish things off, so I'm going to say it here. I think a lot of our rubber matches have been deleted. That's another one in the bag. So, though, I like the move from Sean Oliver, just maybe wanted to do it a little bit faster, so maybe he could have survived that first exchange with Gagliato, and maybe could have even hopped back in the snake, or maybe gotten another one to come with him. Not the way it worked out, though. Shooters are victorious. Take notes, going back up against Cartel. Won the first round. This is the last match of the second round. I don't know if Take Notes has any rubbers to play. I think against DC Sabotage they do. Against Cartel, though, if they're able to win this, they seem to be on their way as they have just shot out 3 players. So now it is a 5-on-2, or maybe a 4-on-2, excuse me. Cartel player tries to retreat, does so, getting back to the Snakeside stand-up, but doesn't live there long. He may have been the last player left. So Take Notes with a strong, strong win here to finish out their second round. They should have only 1 rubber to play, so they may be the team to beat here coming up into the finals. Quarterfinals. So they make quick work there of Cartel. Heading into the last, let's call it 4 games of the second round. Teams trying to give themselves chances, but I don't know how many rubbers we're going to have. I'm going to call it and say we're not going to have too many. I think we're going to have, we've had more 2-win matches than not. This one between Nasty Mob and Death Row Records. Live on the break for both sides. Nasty Mob take the Dorito or Snake Side wedge. Furthest up the field is that Nasty Mob player. Death Row Records spread pretty well across the back. They strike first, getting the first kill in the snake corner. To the 5-on-4 as Khan takes the walk for Nasty Mob. Snake player for Death Row Records, though, gets a little too eager. There's another Death Row Records bucket hat man just wanted to get back into that snake, didn't he? But not going to work out this time. Lost a little bit of his footing going in there. So that gives the advantage here to Nasty Mob, who are facing a 4-on-3. 3 players remaining for Death Row Records. You can see right on your screen in that iron triangle. Nasty Mob player from this Dorito corner trying to quarterback where the final push should come from. Still a lot of shooting happening, but definitely on Nasty Mob as they shoot out another player out of the center. Dorito player calling that shot. Makes it a 4-on-2. Death Row Records Dorito player. Facing too many paintball guns to contend with, so he'll walk off. Last guy left here in the back center for Death Row Records. Don't foresee him living long as Scoob has entered the picture. Scoob now gonna wrap and get the final shot in on the last home player for Death Row Records. And that one shall require a rubber match. So good response there from Nasty Mob, despite losing the first body. Able to come back and take the W. Three more matches to go here in this first round until we are in that third round. We'll see how quickly that goes.
Adam, you want me gun up or just get there?
20 seconds.
Okay. Die there.
10 seconds.
Drawing to right this time. The team's making some moves after the burn to get into the snake and into the center diamond. Was your shed company that won the first bout? That's Dominic Cantrell in the center for Disorder. Didn't recognize him without all the hair. Disorder making the red alert call. A lot of shooting happening. Justin Clark going to take advantage of that lack of shooting and scooch his way up to the snake 4. Cantrell thinks he got a shot on Clark, and he did, definitely did. Face is a different color than it used to be. 2 in the snake now for Disorder. Cantrell's going to run through the center, bunker out the wedge player for Shed Company. Makes it a 4-on-3. Chungus has taken snake matters into his own hands, but his gun, unfortunately, does not want to cooperate at the moment, it seems. Another player walks off for Disorder on the Dorito side, so back even at 3-on-3. Your Shed Company hanging in there. Come out into the snake corner and move up the Dorito side simultaneously. Chungus seems to have gotten his gun working. Maybe too little too late as that shot to the center brick is come and gone. Chungus manages to, sometimes the gods are favoring you, as that Shed Company center player came waltzing back, not realizing that Chungus was all the way up that far in the snake. And meanwhile, the Shed Company snake player refilling, nobody really watching over here. He gets all the way to the snake 4 without anybody seeing. Shed Company player up in the Dorito 4 as well, as this Shed player mutuals with him. Sending Kraus to the dead box, so now it's a 2 versus 1. The one player for Shed Company is in the Dorito 4. Chungus is over here in the snake, and Eaton gets shot out by that player, so now it's a 1-on-1 with Chungus popping up, see if he can get that first shot. He doesn't get it, and I don't think he realizes he's the only one left. And he gets clipped in the hopper on his way back down, and so there you go. Your Shed Company able to withstand the onslaught, and I think that pulls off a 5-on-3. Yeah, it was a 5-on-3 when Cantrell made that move. just not able to solidify the win. And able to take the match victory over Disorder.
Phase. Point approved. Game finished.
Down here the second round. Savages taking on Eastside Bandits. The Savages going to lose their far Dorito runner. Marcus Clark Jr. hops on into the snake 4 for Eastside Bandits. Eastside Bandits talking it up. Savages moving on up. Looks like they've done a little bit of swapping around. Got Justin Johnson playing in the Dorito side now. Moving up the center as well. It's Clark Jr. moving on up into the snake. Their side of the snake. They may have outkicked his coverage here as these side bandits are getting chewed up on the Dorito side. I believe it is now a 4-on-3 in favor of the Savages. Looking to give Eastside Bandits a fight. This is going to run down Marcus Clark Jr., survive it, and then wrap and shoot Mike Weaver to finish out the point to Savages. We're going to have a major thrown here. Another one on Justin Johnson. Now we're going to have to sort out what happened because Justin Johnson got himself another major. But they had, I think, enough to cover it. I'm saying he played with a hit on him. Saying the major, he had a hit in the center of his pack. He kept on running down. Be another major on Justin Clark. But I think the Savages had enough to cover, so the point should go to them anyway. If so, that would make a Eastside Bandits have to play at least one in the third round. So Now we're going to have another reverse point against the Savages, as they're going to say that Justin Johnson had a hit on him and there was not enough bodies to cover. Because he only had 3 bodies left. We're getting some disagreement between the refs here. So it looks like Eastside Bandits may have gotten another break, which is exactly how they won the first one. The Savages have beaten these guys twice now, really, but are just not able to play cleanly. And because of that, they're just not able to get a match win, which is unfortunate because they played a really good game that last time and have certainly seemed to have had Eastside numbers, but just not able to finish the deal. And now we're going to have a disagreement, yeah, because that's what I thought I saw. I thought I saw the Savages had 4 players on there. So I think they had enough to cover. The Savages certainly not making it any easier on themselves. Meantime, Kill Squad and DC Sabotage have some business to finish. Breakout, able to come out to the snake. Their snake corner is going to die though, and their Dorito corner didn't survive the burn either. So right away it's a 5-on-3 here in favor of Kill Squad, who did win the first one. So Kill Squad can get in the win under their belt here if they're able to finish off Sabotage. They really only have 2 in the center and 1 in the snake 1. And he actually got shut out, so now it's only these 2 guys in the center. Russo's going to move down. Looks like he may have taken one in the leg, too. He's going to squat on down. I think he got shot by his own guy, and Terrence Flower is going to make easy work of the last guy in the center and then hope that his teammates don't shoot him. And that'll do it. So Kill Squad with at least 1 match win under their belt. Try and find out what happened there with the Savages game. The refs are still trying to discuss what needs to be done.
Point approved. Game finished.
We're still trying to figure out just what happened here. Meanwhile, we're entering into the rubber matches. So we're the end of the second round. Everyone's trying to say what they saw. It's not even the last point they're talking about. It's the point before. There seems to be just some disagreement over how many bodies the Savages actually had when that penalty was thrown. Meanwhile, the D5 edition is done. We are into the 3rd round here. Got some paintball to play here, but it's just going to be a matter of how many games actually require a rubber match. All raw, no rubbers. So now they have to decide which side. Everybody seems to be a bit of a lull here to get things started. Try to finish out here the D4 edition of the Ultra Open, 5-man D4 edition. You live from a very, very wet NR Paintball in Severn, Maryland. Not quite sure what the holdup is here, so. little bit of a lack of leadership there, leading to a lull in the action. Both teams were waiting and ready to go to get the third round of prelims started. Death Row Records will be on your left, Renegades will be on your right. Renegades cap off their prelims here. Death Row Records taking a big bite after the initial burn to get up to that center Dorito side wedge. Point to shoot the way of the snake. Ben Morris climbs into there from the corner. Want to keep a watchful eye on that Dorito side wedge. Morris doesn't even look inside, just is all highway. Getting down to the snake 4, where he should be blocked out, unless he backs off a little bit too much. And look to the inside and not quite see him. Death Row Records center player looking for anything on the inside. Nice shot there by Ben Morris as the Death Row Records player getting a little bit aggressive in the center, but no idea that he had some snake company. Ben Morris keep the center under wraps. Gonna launch out down the wire to see if he can get a shot in on the player in front of him. Renegades lose a player off of the Dorito side now. So things back even 4-on-4. Death Row Snake player gonna take the path less traveled and mutual with Morris through the center. And they're gonna refill that snake right away. It's a 3-on-3 at the moment. He's gonna stay standing. Not sure he knows that that player's in the center brick. If he didn't know, he knows now. Try and get a wrap shot on the Renegades player. Neither of these teams sitting towards the top of their bracket. A bit of a deadlock here on the field as well. So both these teams could use a win. Hello, you bearded bastard. Thank you for your subscription, sir. I hope, well, I hope it's a sir. Renegades here trying to hold strong, or excuse me, that's Death Row Records. Player trying to close things out from the snake. Need some help here though from the center. It's gonna be tough though, just because they have that snake 1, which really shuts down any big center moves that could be useful to their snake player right now. Maybe able to go up to the diamond and just wrap around that Dorito side. See if he can get a shot in on his foot or something in that center brick. He's not really doing any helpful thing there. As a nice little one-handed goon shot. Wrapping around, and he manages to shoot out the center brick. We got the 60-second call, and it's now 3-on-2 in Death Row Records' favor. Renegades have the back center. Well, they had the back center. And the last guy left is in the snake 1, and he's going to get bunkered at the top of the head. We get some chuckles from the East Side Bandit side as player's pants was falling down, and then they get a stern look from the referee. Player's very, very wet and saturated pants were falling down when he ran through on the last guy. That was unfortunate. You get the good hang, so Death Row Records victorious in the first matchup of the third round. See how far we jump down here.
Dynamic versus Disorder. In the hole, Parallel versus Nightmare. On the field right now, DC Sabotage versus VM Delta. On deck, Deadly Dynamic versus Disorder. In the hole, Parallel versus Nightmare.
We'll be dropping down quite a few. So we can check out DC Sabotage. Who I believe are playing all 3 rubbers. Or all 4 rubbers, excuse me. Yes, they have 1 loss and 1 win against all of their teams, so they're going to have a higher paint bill than most. We're going up against VM Delta, who sit right below them. VM Delta turned it on in the second round as well, and they have to play all 4 of their rubbers as well. Get ready for some quick turnarounds here from DC Sabotage and VM Delta. Delta player in the snake, gets up to the snake 4. Doesn't get very high. The DC Sabotage brick player was sitting there waiting for him. I think it broke off. Okay, that one definitely hit him. Not sure how many times he's got to get hit, yeah. So Thibodeau finally going to take the walk after what looked like a couple of hits. It just would not break in the right way for the DC Sabotage center brick player. So 5-4 advantage now for DC Sabotage. Both teams in that center brick both were watching the snake. Purnell turning the other way for DC Sabotage. Pannell, I should say. Sabotage still with 5 alive, and a big move from that center stand up to the second Dorito, third Dorito, oof, even farther. It's really going to spread things out for DC Sabotage. VM Delta need a kill and need one now, or need a move and need one now. They're going to find themselves chasing. Hanging out in that snake side wedge, trying to see if they can pull off a wrap shot on the inside, but I think he just realized that third Dorito is going to be a problem if he doesn't keep an eye on it. While he is loading, a nice move by the DC Sabotage center player as he bunkers him out. I don't know who shot him, because the center player's gun was down. Must have been that Dorito player for VM Delta. So now it's a 4-on-2. Last 2 players left for VM Delta, you can see in the front part and back side of your screen. Was that jump even legal? Yeah, the jump is legal. There's another VM Delta player walks off the Dorito. Last player left here for VM Delta is in the snake corner. Hey, you can jump over the bunkers, you just can't jump in between them. I don't think he jumped in between it. Certainly collided hard enough with the brick in front of him. DC Sabotage just trying to figure out where the last bodies are, but this match is all but theirs to lose. The last VM Delta player is fighting for his survival back in this snakeside mini wing. Sabotage trying to get some crossfield comms going just to see if they can pinpoint where these bodies are. Aren't going to want to wait too long. One lucky kill and this turns into a 2-on-1. Looks like they have everything settled now on where the last guy is. DC Sabotage's Dorito player looks to be the one trying to force the issue. He's telling his guys to push up the snake. Could have done that a while ago, and instead of pushing up the snake, he's going to go on the inside. Not quite sure why he needed to do that. Both these guys seem to be having gun trouble. I'm hearing a lot of dry firing. We get the 60-second call. There's 3 sabotage players, and they do finally manage to shoot him out. I see sabotage Dorito player doing most of the work himself. They're not going to take any chances. Going to check him out first. They got a little bit of time here, so it probably took a little bit longer than most folks would have been happy with. But a win's a win. Sabotage knocking off VM Delta for their first of what will be 4 rubber matches, it looks like, for them. Dynamic here playing Disorder in their only rubber match. This is the one that went the distance the first time, and then Disorder were able to win with only 15 seconds left. Maybe in for another long one here. Make all their bunkers alive. Deadly Dynamic can't say the same, as their Snakeside stand-up player didn't survive the burn. So 5-4 advantage now for Disorder. If they're able to capitalize on it, as Cantrell makes his way up into the center brick. Gonna focus on the snake way again. Dynamic head on out into that Dorito side corner, so that should help protect the center a little bit more. Cantrell really did have an opening, though, if he wanted to keep going. So we haven't seen a lot of the jumps that we saw at the NXL level. I mean, granted, it's the pros, but it seems like a pretty straightforward move to get from that snake side wedge to the other team's mini wing on that side, and you could really do some damage on that Dorito side and really lock down the center and Dorito side from there. Someone fast enough, they could take it off the break. The Dynamics push continues to come from the Dorito side. As they push into the Dorito 3. Cantrell still watching that snake side, but hasn't been able to see much, so he may be getting a little antsy up there. Gonna take a look now and have a cup of coffee with the 3rd Dorito. Pruitt moves up into the center with that Dorito side wedge. Nobody's out farther than the stand-up right in front of him, so if Pruitt wants to, he could just wrap the side, and it looks like he's going to. Cantrell, meanwhile, is going to move to the other wedge on the snake side. Thought about trying to bunker out the guy in front of him, but then he makes the move that I was just talking about. As a player for Disorder tries to backtrack, he gets shot on the Dorito side, and they lose a snake side stand-up player. Deadly Dynamics lose their Dorito player. Cantrell waiting for Pruitt to come back in, and he does. Now it's a 3-on-2 in Disorder's favor. So look at that. Maybe Cantrell was listening to me when I was talking about it, because now he's in a pretty prime position. The snake is right in front of you, so they got to come dig you out if they want to shoot you, and he's not even 100% sure of the body count, but you can be sure about that nobody's going to move up the Dorito or center while he's in there. They even have a shot in on the snake. If Gilroy wants to try to crawl around that first knuckle, I don't know if he'll be able to get low enough with Cantrell that close. He's going to pop the top, and then he's going to go and finish off Gilroy. Excellent point there. Excellent center play by Cantrell. As he hits the clock fast, because, like I said, this one went down to the wire. I think Disorder took the first one, though, so there really was no need to hit the buzzer that fast, I guess. Now they're going to say that Cantrell had a hit on him. Saying he has my bye. Well, it's not really much going to matter because unless it's a reverse point. If it goes to a no point, then that would be 2 no points, and Disorder would still have the only win. So they would still win the match regardless. But man, oh man, we have really had to stretch the rule book here today. So the major was called on Cantrell. Now they're just trying to decide if they had enough bodies, if that means. Happy about the call, clearly. And he's making his voice heard. Poor Deadly Dynamic are still stuck in the dead box. Oh man, it's wet and cold out here. I want to get off here. Still trying to figure out just what happened.
This one right here? Good.
Oops. And so we're going to have a reverse point. So that's going to make things interesting. And we're aware of the Center 50 snake cam issues. So it looks like because Disorder did not have, they had enough points or bodies to cover it. So looks like it's going to be a reverse point. So a lot of tough breaks out here today. Cantrell plays an excellent center point, but has a little bit of paint on him and I'm not sure where, and it may have come from going to the other team's side. Looks like always covered in paint. Meanwhile, we're going to have Charm City Cartel going up against Nightmares. I believe this is Charm City, or is this just Cartel? Yeah, this is just Cartel. They're going to lose their first body on the Dorito side, and Nightmares creeping and crawling their way up the snake, into the snake 4. Duke Stevens getting shot out for Cartel, makes it a 5-on-3. Another shot across the field. Nightmare Snake player with 2 more kills on his belt. And Heller's the last one left, and he's going to get a ball to the pooper for his troubles. And a 5-up win for Nightmares. So Nightmares sitting at 7th right now. They won one of their matches already. They've got 3 rubber matches to play. If they're able to win all 3 of them, they could go 4-0 and be one of the top teams.
Game finished.
All right, field 1 on the field right now. Charm City Cartel versus Sir Shed Company. On deck, Shooters versus DLX.
Yes, as usual, a few more rubber matches than I had planned for.
Right now, Charm City
See a lot more quick turnarounds here. A lot of teams have back-to-back points. This will be a good one, though. Your Shed Company going up against Charm City Cartel. Your Shed Company currently sitting at third. This is their only rubber match. Oh, no, they have one more. That's right, against Deadly Dynamic. Charm City Cartel, they won 2 of their matches, lost 1. They're able to pull this one off. They'll go 3-1. Find out for you guys what the tournament layout is, if there is indeed going to be a quarterfinals or not. In the meantime, all 10 remaining on the field for the time being. Big move up the center now. Charm City Cartel with 2 at the center diamond. Wilbur Barraza joins his teammate in the brick. Shed Company bunking out to the snake corner. Justin Clark deciding to stay in that corner this time rather than go to snake 1. Unfortunately, our center camera's messed up because you would be able to see that they are right next to each other on the D-side wedge. We'll get that center camera fixed here shortly. Justin Clark moseys into the snake 1. Avoided the ground as long as he could, but now he's got to crawl. And no one to stop him as Charm City Cartel lost their snake 1 player. They fill out to the snake corner, but that's still not going to be enough to stop Clark. And nobody is looking this way as he goes into their side of the snake. You can see kind of the angle. Little sideways. This is not for artistic interpretation. Barraza, though, knows he's there. Could probably let the guy in front of him know, hey, you may want to get back here. Justin Clark is doing his darndest to stay low enough. Yeah, Barraza didn't even see him get all the way up to the snake 3 as the snake corner for Charm City Cartel gets shot out. So now it's a 5-on-3. It's about to be a lot less because Justin Clark pops up. He's in the brick with him. And they're both hiding in there, somehow still alive because of that mini wing. I mean, this is insane. Justin Clark is right there, parallel with Barraza and the other Charm City Cartel player, but they're just not able to see each other. So here comes another player for Shed Company trying to back up Justin Clark in the snake as Clark goes to wrap. There's not really going to be anybody else for him to see. The only other player for Cartel is in that Dorito corner. He does finally wrap and get Barraza. I think he got the other center player too for Cartel, but no center player for Shed Company walking out. Now Justin Clark tags him, and the last guy left is Brendan Crump, who's going to get taken out of there, and Justin Clark able to survive. And your Shed Company winning with 4 alive, not realizing that the player moved from that first Dorito to second Dorito. And it's going to be your Shed Company taking it. Charm City Cartel. Everybody say hi to Dan.
All right, let me raise it up. Hey, make sure I can get both of the S1s.
This one's going to be a little bit of a stretch.
Now we should be able to.
Point approved. Game finished.
All right, field 1 on the field right now. Shooters versus DM Delta. On deck, Pittsburgh Renegades versus Deadly Dynamic. In the hole, Cartel versus DC Sabotage.
I meant S2s, I'm sorry.
Again, on the field right now, Shooters
I
versus
thought it was
DM
the S1,
Delta.
but it's the S2.
On deck, Pittsburgh Renegades versus Deadly Dynamic. In the hole, Cartel versus DC Sabotage.
All right, so your Shed Company with another win. They're sitting at third right now. They got one more coming, but they could potentially go 4-0. DM Delta's not showing up here. It's the Shooters last and remaining rubber match. VM Delta, meanwhile, have a lot of work to do. They're going to have a lot of, they have all 4 of their matches that they have to finish. Hence why they're probably a little bit tardy at the moment. Does Dan have a girlfriend yet? He said paintball's his girlfriend.
Hey, play 20% paintball, boys. Do your job. Yeah, do your job. Do your job. That includes me.
So we're just waiting for VM Delta here and keep things going for the 3rd round of the NRPL Ultra Open 5-man D4. D5, no prelims have come and gone. And you can check out that second stream if you'd like to watch some D5 action. Still seeing, hearing, and seeing teams playing. On the field right behind us. Just waiting for I believe a couple more veteran malicious player. Make their way out to the field so we can get started. And here we go. Shooters with a heavy burn. Gagliato trying to be aggressive again, but he's going to get taken out, as is his friend on the other side. VM Delta going to drop one from the snake side as well, though. So we got a 4 versus 3 in VM Delta's favor. There's another VM Delta snake player gets taken out, and that's Thibodeau, and he's had a soggy, wet day, and venting some frustration there. So it's a 3-on, what I believe is a 3-on-2. As a player for VM Delta makes his way from the back center all the way to the snake corner. And he's also got a player in that center brick that is crawling back now and easing his way back. Didn't see that Martin had backtracked though for shooters, so he's going to get clobbered out. And I think the last player for VM Delta is going to be in that Dorito corner where heroes are made, facing 3 shooters. One of the Martin brothers telling his teammate to go stab him, but I don't think his gun was working. Eventually someone's going to shoot him, and they do. So shooters pulling off that one. See if that's enough to advance them into the next round. We're sitting at 4th right now, so it's going to make them 3-1. They should definitely be heading out. Shooters do shoot, Sharp Squirrel, and hello to you as well, and hello to John Lacey. Glad you are checking in. Raiding us with a party. We hit the tail end of the D4 prelims. Top 5 rundown, yeah, sure. Got Take Notes sitting at 1. Eastside Bandits sitting at 2nd. Your Shed Company at 3rd. Shooters at 4th. Nova Royalty at 5th. And I believe the top 6 are advancing, with the top 2 teams getting a bye in the first round. I'll confirm that though, but pretty sure that is the case. Sometimes changes from tournament to tournament just based on number of teams, things like that. Deadly Dynamic now can take on Pittsburgh Renegades. Both these teams could use a win, I'll say that much. They want to send a snake runner off the break. He's in there successfully. Now to the snake corner successfully as well. Renegades Dorito corner player takes a few balls headed his way from the center of the field. He's able to dodge him, it looks like. Dynamic doing what they can to get Gilroy down that snake again. Renegade doing what a Renegade center player doing what he can to stop him. First victim though, second victim as well is going to be Deadly Dynamics. So it makes it now a 5-on-3. Pittsburgh Renegades able to survive the 10-gun battle long enough. Now Ben Morris hops into the snake 4 for Pittsburgh Renegades. Trying to find any of these final bodies. Dynamic do have a player hiding away in that third Dorito, and I think that's what the Renegades Dorito player just found out. So it makes it a little bit more even with a 4-on-3. Sweeney's turning his attention back towards that Dorito side. I think the Dorito player may have taken a couple of the Renegades players by surprise. Gilroy and Morris battling in the snake again, and it's going to be Morris victorious this time. Gives himself a little fist bump. Yeah, nice little fist pump. Happy that he shut out his snake counterpart. Makes it a 4-on-2. So last two players left here for Dynamic is a snake 1 player who filled in after Gilroy got shot, and the Tomaszewski, who is crawling down that Dorito side. Nobody really paying attention to him. He gets into the Dorito 4 and wraps, manages to get 1 kill, but then hangs out a little bit too long. Makes it a 3-on-1. Last player left for Deadly Dynamic in the snake 1. 3 Renegades players trying to finish him off. Go left and right as long as he can, but pops over the top and isn't able to get anybody with him, so that's going to do it. That was Joff for Deadly Dynamic, who is what a nasty day to play. Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it is. And yes, your shed company has now moved into the #1 spot with that 2-0 win. So they have one more match coming up against Deadly Dynamic. Take Notes also have one more rubber match to do. Love my 65-degree day in Chicago. Yeah, well, whatever. At least we don't have fires. We're saturated over here, so no forest fires for us. Sabotage, like I said, in their first one, they have a sneaky chance here to, they've got 2 more rubber matches to go. They could sneak their way in with a 3-on-3-1, and then they're gonna have a lot of 3-1 teams, and so that may mean that margins come into play, but in 5-man, there are no real margins. It's determined on how fast you're able to win games, so time does become a factor. Players seemingly as they are already soaked. As Chris Thompson just shows it as well. DC Sabotage lose a player up in the center. Since the players are already wet, they seem to be just taking a little bit too much joy in sliding on the very, very slick turf that is now more puddle than turf. Cartel and the Snake. Up in the Snake 2. Trying to shoot at Panel for DC Sabotage, who is going to get down on his belly to crawl up to the Dorito side wedge. Take a look at Cartel's spread here. Got those 4 bodies you see, and then that Snake player off on the far end. DC Sabotage spreading on out. Panel's still in that Dorito side wedge, and he manages to get the drop in on Cartel Snake player. As Mark Fox gets taken out across field. So back even now at 4-on-4. See a DC Sabotage player take another knuckle in the Snake. Meanwhile, the 2 center players can't settle their differences, so they both mutually walk off. So 2 in the Snake now for DC Sabotage. I think they have 1 more body, but I'm not sure where he is. Yeah, he's in that Dorito 3, so 3-on-3, 2 in the Snake for DC Sabotage, and this is almost the same. It's the same 3 players we saw close out their first rubber match. They had these 2 Snake players and a Dorito player. We'll see if it pans out the same way, with the Dorito player being aggressive and these 2 Snake players just kind of holding the line. Adam Levine is up in the Dorito 3 for Cartel. Trying to put something together with his teammates. They shoot out the Sabotage Dorito player, but we're going to have a major thrown on Adam Levine. And that is going to do it. DC Sabotage with 2 players left, and the ref is popping the top, but the DC Sabotage Snake player has a big hit on his pack. He's lucky to knock it out of there with a minor, because there's only 1 DC Sabotage player left. I for sure thought the yellow flag was coming. Our cheap gas prices too, yeah. Although that's, I don't know if cheap gas prices is a thing anymore. So Sabotage's final player clearing the field. And what was kind of a weird one, thought we were gonna see some sort of a showdown there, but so DC Sabotage now with 2 matches won, like I said. You could get 3-1. Potentially make a run for things.
Point approved. Game finished.
John, I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry, bro.
Field 1 on the field. East Side Bandits versus Nightmares. On deck, New Royal.
It'll be a good matchup here. East Side Bandits taking on Nightmares. East Side Bandits sitting at 3rd, Nightmares sitting at 5th. Potentially see, depending on who wins this game, some movement up and down the leaderboard. Eastside Bandits definitely don't want to go 4-0. Nightmares have 2 more rubber matches to go. They'll probably need to win both of them. They have 2 wins right now. If they can win another one, they'll more than likely lock their place in moving on. Go. Nightmares. Quick burn and then jotting on up the center. Coming out to that snake corner and then just pretending there's a snake beam. Why not? Get up to that snake 1. Side Bandits standard breakout here. Adam Wieker in the center. Leave Marcus Clark Jr. in the snake. Center player for Nightmares, staying focused on the Dorito side at the moment. Squad settling in. Said these are two of our top seeded teams. Been playing pretty good all day. Nightmare's going to drop the first one though on the far side. Dorito can. So 5-4 advantage here for Eastside Bandits. Moving up the snake is not too far. Into the snake 4. Marcus Clark Jr. looking like he wants to find his chance to go. The center player just misses the move by the Eastside Bandits player to get into that Dorito 3. Not sure if he knows he's there or not. Not too far. Staying low. Trying to get, seems his gun is misbehaving a little bit. We're going to have two teams right behind each other. As Marcus Clark may have gotten a shot in on the center guy. Yes, he did, as the Nightmares player was crawling up to that center brick. See if Matufar knows what that means. He's going to crawl to his side. I think he sees the bunker moving. Going to get a one-handed goon shot on Marcus Clark Jr. And he's going to be rubbing in his inner thighs later. Matufar trying to see if he can get a shot in on that stand-up pack right in front of him. Doesn't see the Dorito 4 guy make a move, and he shoots him from across the field. Excellent move by the Eastside Bandits player. Matufar was trying to talk to his teammate, but he's not aware of what was going on that Dorito side. That makes it a 3-on-2 again, or 4-on-2, excuse me. Nightmares looking to survive. Eastside Bandits put a pin in their prelims with an undefeated record.
Yeah, we're about to find out how we're doing.
Let him know what he sees to finish things out. Mike Weaver pop on out to this other side's other team's snake. He's going to back off and see if he can get a shot in, and he gets several in on the Nightmares can player. The last player left is the player in the snake corner here for Nightmares, facing 4 Eastside Bandits. Weaver going to go left to right and just choose to go right over the top and finish him off. And that's going to do it. So Eastside Bandits finish off their prelims, going a perfect 4-0 as they gear up for the next round. With the 60-second call, and they'll put the nail in the coffin. So handing Nightmares their first and only loss so far. Nightmares have one more rubber match to play. See if they can go 3-1. I don't think you're going to be able to make it to the next round. It's only 2 wins. Again, I'll confirm though, but I believe they're taking 6 with a bye for the top 2 teams. At least that's what they did last time. Luckily, the rain seems to have departed us, so now we're just all left with a wet, soaking field to observe. Let's see what Nova Royalty has to say about things. They currently sit at 6th. Lost one of their matches. This is their only rubber match, so they need to win this one. Whereas Take Notes, they are currently sitting at 2nd, my friend. And they have 3 wins and are looking to play one more rubber match. As VM Delta dropped 2 bodies, one off the Snake and one off the Dorito side. Nova Royalty looking to handle some business here to punch their ticket to the next round. So Sullivan for Nova Royalty is already up in their side of the center diamond. I'm surprised I haven't seen that move happen more often. If you get in there early enough, the Doritos haven't made their way up far enough. You have some protection there. I mean, if anybody gets parallel with you, you can just get down on your belly and hope for the best. Maybe back off a little. As VM Delta dropped 3 bodies right at the same time, and that's going to do it. VM Delta's day more than likely finished, and Nova Royalty pumped about how that turned out. Going to hit that buzzer. Strut their way into the next round. It's an excellent center play there by O'Sullivan. So Nova Royalty will go 3-1.
All right, field 1 on the field right now. The Savages versus Death Row Record. On deck, Pittsburgh Renegade versus National Law. In the hole, Deadly Dynamic versus Your Dead Company. On the field right now, the Savages versus Death Row Record. On deck, Pittsburgh Renegade versus National Law. In the hole,
A few more games to go here. John Lacey, Take Notes. When are they playing? Well, I'll do my best. It's a little bit tough now in the 3rd round just because of where things, I'm not really sure who's with who or what teams are actually playing. But yeah, I think they have one more up against Kill Squad. Coming up, they should be in the hole now. So about 2 or 3 games and you'll be able to see your friends play there, John. Now, though, the Savages could have had a win on Eastside Bandits. Other teams out here just weren't able to solidify their victories. Snake player not going to make it in there. Makes it 5-on-4 from the get-go for Death Row Records. As a Dorito player for the Savages takes the walk now, so it's 5-on-3. Triangle formation here for the Savages. Either spread out or get themselves a kill here. Now Death Row Records have entered the Snake. He's not going to have much competition to stop him from going all the way down. I think he's realizing that fast. We'll go to the 3rd knuckle and stop. Keep on doing the same. I think he's checking off that center brick player, which isn't a bad idea. But a battle with that center brick player. Did he stay up long, too long? He did. He gets clipped inside of the happer. Making it a 4-on. And now it's a 4-on-3, or 3-on-3, excuse me. As center player for the Savages not going down without a fight. Gets himself 2 quick kills, which is just what the doctor ordered. So now Death Row Records have to figure out how they want to proceed. See those 2 players in the center. They also have the Dorito corner. The center player for the Savages gets clipped out. But so does a Death Row Records player. And the Death Row Records Dorito corner player takes a looks like a bounce or a close shot. So it's 2-on-2. Savages break out to that Dorito corner, trying to watch the wire. It's 2 versus 2. I mean, this should be constant communication. In my mind, whoever wins the comms battle here come out victorious. But like I said, 2-on-2, you should be in constant touch with your partner. Nice wrap shot there by the looks like while the Death Row Records player was trying to call his shot, turns out he got hit, and so now we're gonna have a minor for playing on. And that's how the game will end, because the Savages, looks like they're both still alive, yeah, and they're gonna win it 2-up. The Death Row Records player getting a little bit of a harsh lesson there. Gotta just keep on playing. Even if you think you shot a guy and you feel slighted, just keep on playing. Don't lose focus, because when you do, that's the kind of thing that can happen. A nice little ending here for the Savages. I don't believe we'll be moving on. Death Row Records have one more rubber match to go. So that probably killed any chance they have of moving forward. The Savages, though, will go 1-3. This will be their only victory of the day. Could have had themselves another one if they just see how many necessarily are left. So Eastside Bandits have moved back into first place. Your Shed Company will be coming up here shortly. If they can finish off, we'll see if they're victorious or not. Take notes, also have a rubber match to go. Time, Pittsburgh Renegades trying to come out of this 2-on-2-2. Nasty Mob have a chance still to go 3-1. I think what's going to separate is, as far as the 4-0s and 3-1s go, there is the concept of margins as far as how many games did it take you to win. Did you win 2-1 or did you win 2-0? You required that third game, that's a mark against you. Meanwhile, 2 players walking off for Nasty Mob. So it's 5-on-3 now advantage for Pittsburgh Renegades. As nice move there in the center. Renegades togging it up, not quite sure what's left. Nate Sweeney, after shooting out the center 50 player, backtracks. Paul Pickett making a big move up the center for Nasty Mob. At the same time, they take the Dorito 4 and Snake 2, so Nasty Mob gonna counterpunch a little, and they do manage to get a shot in on one of the Renegades players, making it a 3-on-2 in Nasty Mob's favor. A player tries to run down the Dorito side, get a little bit too heroic. Makes it a straight 2-on-2, and Ben Morris is on their side of the field. Ben Morris is going to run into a guy. Oof, we saw a big collision there, and then Paul Pickett gets shot out of the center, and Nate Sweeney is the last lone man alive in the center. So he's going to win this game for the Renegades. That was dangerous there. It was Morris and didn't see who the Snake player was for Nasty Mob, but the Nasty Mob Snake player collided. Ben Morris isn't a small guy. He's a pretty big fella, so I definitely wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of him running me over. Luckily, everyone's okay, though. And Pittsburgh Renegades going to finish things off with a win. So they'll go 2-2 on the day. Probably won't be advancing, but did Charm City get knocked out or advance? Well, there are 2 cartel teams. Charm City Cartel, though, did not advance, I don't believe. Where are they? Yeah, they're sitting at 8th right now. And they went 2-2. Like I said, depending, I believe we're only taking top 6. And if that is the case, 2-2 is just not going to get it done, no matter how high your margins are. But if they are taking 8, they may make it in. We should probably find that out. Or should I just keep on guessing? Just keep on making presumptions. A few more games to go here. We'll be moving on. Meantime, Deadly Dynamic and Your Shed Company. This one has implications. Your Shed Company want to finish off their prelims undefeated. Sitting in second right now. Dynamic don't really have much of a shot getting in themselves. I'm sure they'd like to spoil their Southern Maryland paintball brethren. Down to 4 bodies here. Our Shed Company moving up in the center and getting into the snake game. The 5-4 advantage. What's up, baby? Joff takes the walk now for Deadly Dynamic, leaving them with only 3 players. Still have Gilroy here in the snake 2. Pruitt is also in the center. I think he wants to get out of there, and he does. Move up to that brick and see what he can find on that snake side. He's going to see Justin Clark maybe move up to the second knuckle. No, he's going to turn to the inside and watch the Doritos. I believe it's Dorito 3. So Adam Huntfield's out on the Dorito corner. Pruitt is going to try and run through the center. He's going to get shot. Going to do a little point, but nothing to it. This is going to be a clean mutual. And the last player left here, Gilroy for Deadly Dynamic in the snake, gets shot across the field by Adam Hunt, and that'll do it. So Your Shed Company going to go in undefeated in the prelims. We'll see where that leaves them once the dust settles. Take note, still have one more game to play to see if they can go undefeated. They may have better margins than Your Shed Company. Or they may be the same, and then it may come down to time and score and wins. Because right now, Take Notes and Your Shed Company have the same margin. It looks like average time, though, is in Your Shed Company's favor. But let's see. Hanging around is DC Sabotage still. Like I said, they've won a good amount of their rubber matches. They could go in 3-1. They're sitting at 7th right now. So if they win this one, they'll more than likely be advancing. Take Notes need to win, though, as well if they want to be one of the top-seeded teams who gets a bye. So big implications here for this match. Let's see what we got. that snake off the break, as is DC Sabotage. He's gonna get checked out though. Sabotage gonna go to that center brick, and Take Notes are going to correspond over there as well. Very similar breakouts here. Paint is a flying at the moment. We may have a ref running into check. In McNally. Call him out. No flag thrown though. 5-4 advantage at the moment for DC Sabotage. We now have 2 in that center diamond. Player ran into the brick, so I don't know if he knows that he's in there or not. Sabotage lose their snake player though. Not quite sure who shot him, if he got shot down the line or not. Brings things back up at 4-piece. Well, we're gonna have a little showdown here in the middle. Both players on that Dorito side wedge. And we're gonna have a player get shot. So we're gonna have a major thrown or minor, I'm not sure. Looks like the player, yeah, we're gonna have a major thrown on the DC Sabotage wedge player. And that's gonna pull, I believe, the remainder of the DC Sabotage team as 2 more Take Notes players walk back, but I don't think it's gonna matter. I believe there are only, yeah, there's nobody left, so Take Notes are gonna win it. Yeah, DC Sabotage got that major thrown on them after the coming together in the center there. And Ref MK was over here, and it looks like the call was that the player for DC Sabotage got shot, and he didn't really put up much of an argument, so he may have known something happened. And we're gonna find out just what the idea was once she comes back on over here. So it'll be Take Notes going 4-0. We'll see where they end up. If they end up one of the top seeds or not. Let's see what the call is here from MK. So, looks like the problem was they were worried about calling a major on a pack hit, but he got shot in the pack and then got called out and then may have not realized it and ran around to bunker the other guy. So they called a major on him. Either way though, Take Notes happily walking off the field with a victorious prelims. DC Sabotage, it just wasn't meant to be. Thought they'd be able to pull it off. That was their, I think that was their third and last rubber match. Had a chance to go 3-1, but they'll have to settle for 2-2. And that's gonna put Take Notes at first. All the top 3 teams are all done. Top 4. Anything to contend now is, can Nightmares win their last one? I don't know if that's going to have any effect. I don't think anybody can catch number 6th.
Right, we got answered. John too.
No teams really. Looks like FTA may have called it quits early. Being called to the field, but everyone's saying they're pretty sure that they left. After the kind of day they had, I don't really blame them for not wanting to play another sloppy wet point. And that seems to be the case. So, easiest point of the day for Nightmares. Like I said, I don't think it really would much matter. Don't believe any other team. Don't believe any other team can really catch them. Although I don't know. Yeah, that is a bummer. Because yeah, if they would have went 2-2, then things would have gotten interesting.
Yeah, Hulk! That's how you get it done!
Instead, we're going to move along here. Getting down here to the nitty-gritty. See last remnants of VM Delta and Kill Squad. I think then there will be Death Row Records versus Nasty Mob, and that'll do it. So only 2 more games to go here for the 3rd round of the prelims, the D4 edition. Like I said, I believe top 6 will be going ahead. If that's the case, then everything is already kind of set, and we're just going to watch some free paintball here. Neither of these 2 teams have a chance of moving on, but it'll be fun regardless. Kill Squad able to strike first, burning Thibodeau running to the snake. VM Delta do take the burrito side wedge. So snake player for Kill Squad, gotta want to be wary of that. 5-4 advantage still for Kill Squad though. Troy Peterson moving up the center. Hunting and looking for his next kill. I think we're gonna have a VM Delta player take the walk from the corner and from the snake side stand up. So that leaves only 2 players left for VM Delta. Kill Squad smell blood in the water. Who's gonna get the kill first on the wedge player? It's gonna be the snake guy. And the last player left for VM Delta is now in that Dorito 3. Facing all, well, not all, but 4 Kill Squad players, including a snake guy who's parallel with him, and that's gonna do it. So Kill Squad going out with a bang. Not bad for a throw together team. They'll go 2-2 on the day. Perfectly respectable. Last game of the prelims will be Death Row Records going up against Nasty Mob. Both these teams trying to go 2-2. After that, we will take a break so that the refs can handle what they need to do. And your commentator can take a little bit of a break here. I've got some business to attend to myself. Cup of coffee, a jug of water, and a bottle of Gatorade. I'll let you do the math. I have not stopped walking. You can ask that. Doing a lot of unnecessary movement up here to keep my body busy.
20 seconds.
Throw Records, not the way they wanted it to turn out. Started out pretty good. But it's a marathon, not a sprint. Speaking of sprinting, we'll see if anybody wants to just kind of go all for it. Death Row taking both corners. Nasty Mob taking the center, and the Snake 2 from the jump. Old friend Scoob here on the Snake again, getting all the way up to the S4. Across to see if he can find anybody to shoot at. Pelted, absolutely pelted by paint right now. He's got some backup in him. Snake 1 behind him now. They're in the stand-up, trying to get as small as they can, but can't get small enough and ends up getting taken out. So one body advantage now. Poor Nasty Mob. Positionally, I would give the advantage to them as well. Death Row Records have the Snake 1, but that is it as far as territory goes. All three of the rest of the guys are hanging out in the back right now. Understandable. Last game of your day, probably. A little tired, a little cold and wet. Can't fault them for just wanting to do some shooting. Seeing if they can do it the easy way. Scoop, meanwhile, trying to poach himself another kill. Already has one so far at this point. Can he get a shot in on that Dorito corner? He cannot. There's a highway run here from the Death Row Records Snake player. Nobody sees him. Manages to shoot one, shoots another, gets down to their corner, is still playing. So don't think he's hit. He's going to wrap and shoot the Dorito player. Paul Pickett finally turns around and shoots him. Meanwhile, another player runs through the center for Death Row Records, and now it's a 2-on-1. But I don't think that Death Row Records players know where this last guy is. They're nonchalantly walking around. Paul Pickett not looking the right way, and he's going to get one-timed right into the ribs, and that's going to do it. So a crazy ending there. And an excellent move by the Snake player for Death Row Records to really open things up and solidify the win for their team. So that is going to do it for our prelims, the D4 edition of the Ultra Open. I will do some digging and find out just how many teams are moving on, but I believe it is the top 6. In the meantime, though, don't go anywhere. We'll have way more paintball coming your way as we finish off the NRPL Ultra Open. Coming to you now from a non-rainy NR Paintball in Severn, Maryland. This is Eric White here with you for the rest of the tournament. Be back in a moment.
Yo, what up guys, Ronnie Dizon here, professional paintball player for Houston Heat, as well as an avid gamer, here to talk to you guys about TransLab's new line of supplements, Transcend. I've been taking Transfuse, which is their hydration and recovery product, for quite some time. Also, they have 2 new flavors. Now with Transfuse being the absolute best recovery and replenishment product that I've ever taken, I was super hyped to get on Transcend. Transcend is one of the only products backed by research studies to make sure that the formula is correct and the right dosage for optimal performance. It's literally more potent than anything on the market. Now I'm a little bit stimulant sensitive, so I take about a half a scoop to a full scoop. But if you guys want that LFG dose, 2 scoops and you're gonna be cranked and ready to go. They got 2 delicious flavors, Skittles Candy and Baja Splash. Make sure you guys head over to translabs.com and get yours today.
4 minutes.
What? It's yours. I guess she's not taking it off. Ron, you want a condom? Right there. I already got one.
3 minutes.
Put this mask back on my face. I was
First point will be your shed company to the left, Silver Royalty to the right. On deck, East Side Bandits versus Charm City Cartel. In the hole, shooters versus nightmares.
Pass dog!
Two minutes.
Jet company! Jet! Woo! What's up, brother? Tuesday. Yeah, I don't have eyes. We've been going all day, boys. Let's go in this airport. It's all double. Like she wrote the brick.
1 minute.
All right, so I was wrong. They took the top 8. So the top 8 teams advancing in D4. First seed is Take Notes. Second seed is Eastside Bandits. Third is Your Shed Company. Fourth is Shooters. Fifth is Nightmares. Sixth is Nova Royalty. Seventh is Charm City Cartel. And eighth is Pittsburgh Renegades. So all 8 of those teams will be playing here in the quarterfinals. And then the 4 winners will be moving on to the semis. First up, we got Nova Royalty taking on Your Shed Company. So this is your 3 and 6 seed matchup. Nova Royalty getting in with a 3-1 record. Your Shed Company going undefeated, but having to settle for the 3rd place seed. They're going to also drop the first body on the Snake side. Nova Royalty with a 5-4 advantage. Your Shed Company in the Snake side wedge. Trying to keep a lid on the Snake side as Nova Royalty look to refill the Dorito side can and are unsuccessful. But Your Shed Company losing a player out of the center stand-up makes it what I believe is a 4-on-3, and it is. Farthest player up for Shed is now tracking back to the center brick. O'Sullivan in the center for Nova Royalty. Nova Royalty Snake doesn't have any guns on him right now. He's just shooting down the wire, but nobody is on him at the moment. And now the Snake side stand-up puts a few his way, but it's easily blocked out if he gets down low enough. Shed Company player in the center is looking for the Snake guy, thinking that he's moving, but Nova Royalty Snake player staying put as another player walks off on the Snake side. Now the Snake player for Nova Royalty really has free reign if he wants it. It's currently a 4-on-2. Your Shed Company need to make something happen here. Royalty not wanting to make any sudden moves. Nova Royalty off on by 1 on the kill count. They are certainly taking their time. This could be it here. Your Shed Company need to make something happen and make it happen fast. Player's going to come out of the center and go back. He's going to waltz right into the Dorito 3's line of paint, leaving only his Dorito corner teammate to deal with 4 Nova Royalty players who are very unaware of the kill count right now, but the Snake player takes a wrap, and that's going to do it. Calling out kill 4, but like I said, they are off by 1. But you get into the quarterfinals where mistakes are amplified. Oliver cleaning things up here for Nova Royalty. So that'll do it. First point going to Nova Royalty.
Point approved. Game finished.
What was the 8th team? It cut it off. Oh, the 8th team was Pittsburgh Renegades. So Charm City Cartel and Pittsburgh Renegades have more paintball to play. Hope they didn't listen to me. We're going to have 4 matches going into the quarterfinals. D5 may already be done. They were starting the finals when I was walking up here. They have been, that field has just been moving
30 seconds.
at an ultimate pace. Top 4 for D5. Sharks right now playing Virginia Vendetta for 1st and 2nd. And Squeaky Clean and Matrix Reloaded. Squeaky Clean beat out Matrix Reloaded for 3rd place. So right now it's between Sharks and Virginia Vendetta in D5.
10
For
seconds.
all the marbles, as they say. Meanwhile, next up, Eastside Bandits going to go up against Charm City Cartel. Still more paintball to play here. Eastside Bandits been playing solid ball all day, but can Charm City Cartel turn it on here when it matters? Eastside Bandits switching up jerseys for their finals wear. Probably have necessity for getting some dry clothes on their back rather than soaking ones. Charm City Cartel staying with their wet and soppy ones. Big move up the center there. Charm City Cartel now in that brick facing the Snake way. Still nobody walking off. Barraza tried to get a shot in on the Eastside Bandit Snake guy. He's not able to do so, so now he's going to just change his angle to protect himself. Shooting at air at the moment, but he doesn't know that. So there goes David Crump moving up the Dorito side to get to the D3. Still 5 alive for both sides. Marcus Clark Jr. in the snake again for Eastside Bandits. Looking for a kill on the inside. Got both center guns on him at the moment. Eastside Bandits not really making much of a push on the Dorito side, so Cartel have that luxury. First kill is going to be so huge. Eastside Bandits center player taking a bounce to the mask. He's good to go. Cartel take another notch in the snake. Clinton Brinkley trying to get his team the first kill of the quarterfinals. Eastside Bandits starting to feel the pinch here. They may have left themselves in the back end for a little bit too long. Chance Holmes still putting some pain in on Brinkley. We've got Barraza and Sanchez crossing it up in the center. So Cartel have all the spots, but what can they do with it? Eastside Bandits going to do their best to fight them off, and they're doing so right now as they shoot out Alexander Thrower for Charm City Cartel, making it a 5-on-4, but Charm City still pushing up. Charm City now, Barraza heading on the inside of the center 50 diamond. He's gonna pop up on their brick and see what he can find there. Still not much happening on the Bandits, Eastside Bandits Dorito side. Charm City Cartel are gonna lose another guy. That's David Crump coming from the back. So the two back guys, or guys behind him, can't stay alive. Charm City Cartel, as Barraza, not quite sure what he was hoping for there. He pops up out of the center and ends up getting roasted. So now it's a 5-on-2. But you wouldn't know it, as Bandits are still sitting in the back. Now they move up the Dorito side with nobody watching there. He can really just go all the way down if he wants. Just blasts out Sanchez, and then he shoots Brinkley from across the field, and that's going to do it. So a solid way to hold on there for Eastside Bandits. So they're able to close it out. Mark is not happy that he heard the nobody's left call until after he crawled through the water. So that was an interesting one. Cartel were really pushing the issue, but they probably could have stood to just hang out for a little bit. They had all the right spots, but they weren't able to get any offense from it. So first point going to Eastside Bandits. All right, so Nightmares they go up against Shooters. These are really two scrappy dogs of the prelims. Didn't have many pretty wins, but got the job done to get them into the next round. Nightmare's gonna crawl up from the snake corner. Shooters doing what they did in the prelims pretty much. Montufar is the first snake player to reach snake 4, and he's also the first one to get a kill out of the center for Shooters. And Gagliato now in the snake 4. See if he can do the same thing on their center Aztec player. He just misses him. Nightmare's stand-up player able to live to fight another day. Meanwhile, Montefiore hears him shooting. He's going to come and give him another one right in the keister. That has been Montefiore's MO all day, is goon-handing guys around that snake right in the right in the tush. And meanwhile, we had a penalty called on one of the shooter's back players. So the last player left for shooters is actually in the center brick, and he has no idea that Montefiore is actually behind him. And it's not going to matter because he's going to get shot out by the Dorito player anyway, and Nightmares are going to take the first round. Yeah, Padilla was up in the center brick there and had no idea that he turned around and all of a sudden all of his guys were gone. And after Ingagliata got torn a new one there by Montefiore. Like I said, that is the second or third examination that Montefiore has done to his fellow snake player. What's up, Doe Mac, Doe MC? Looks dry now. It's definitely drier than it was, but still getting my feet wet while I walk around. I can tell you that much. Now, I opted to wear slides and socks today because I didn't feel like having my feet inside of boots all day standing and soaking wet. I'd rather, if I get them wet, I want them to be able to dry off. And I think that is what has been happening. So I'm very pleased with my decision. A lot of rubber boots out here today, though. A lot of people wearing rain gear underneath their gear, or paintball gear, especially the refs.
20 seconds.
So shooter's gonna have to go back to the drawing board and figure out just what they need to do. Get them wet and dry. That's right. That's what I do, AJ, you know that. All right, so take notes now. Gonna be taking on Pittsburgh Renegades. Pittsburgh Renegades able to just squeak in. And they give Take Notes a shock. Take Notes are able to bend Ben Morse from the snake. And they're able to shoot another player off the snake side. Makes it a 5-on-2, and they know it. Ryan McNally leading the charge on the snake side. Let's take notes. Seem to smell blood in the water. They're going to move simultaneously up the center and in the Dorito. As another Pittsburgh Renegades player is going to walk off. Meanwhile, backtracking by the center player for Pittsburgh Renegades probably avoids getting bunkered by Din. He's going to end up getting shot out anyway. As that was Sweeney who's going to be taking the walk. Now the last Pittsburgh Renegades player in that Dorito corner, facing all 5 Take Notes players. Don't think he's going to have what he needs right now. He's the last guy left, and he's going to be shot to pieces. There's Isaiah Brooks for Pittsburgh Renegades. So Take Notes looking strong out of the gate. Quick check by the Take Notes players. Like I said, Renegades were able to squeeze in, but they got their work cut out for them. Take Notes have been playing some pretty solid ball all day. They were good. Yeah, well, sometimes the layout just fits your style. Everybody who has a role on your team is easily able to find that role on the layout. Real straight snake and Dorito for Dorito player and snake player. Things are pretty simple. It's all about execution, really. All right, coming back around here now, Nova Royalty trying to finish off what would be our first, I guess, upset, if you'd like to call it that.
30 seconds.
Your Shed Company came into the quarters as one of the top seeded teams. Nova Royalty looked to finish them off.
20 seconds.
Hey, Adam's going D-side. He's going to face me.
10 seconds.
No, he's going to corner with me.
Royalty sending O'Sullivan back up the center. stay in the lockdown mode and play it as conservative as they did that first point. Justin Clark tried to bounce on over, but he took a couple to the side by O'Sullivan there. There's the first kill for Nova Royalty. The Shed Company gonna get taken out of the center as well. It's a nice move by O'Sullivan. Securing a 5-3 lead right now for Nova Royalty. Their Shed Company need to move, and they need one fast, or else their day is gonna be done. Player tries busting out to the snake side stand-up. I think he took one in the side of the ribs. He's not moving right now, and the refs are coming in to check him, and he is out. So now it is a 5-on-2, and Nova Royalty maybe punching their ticket into the semifinals. Adam Hunt moving up into the Dorito 3 for Shed Company. I don't think he knew how far that center player in O'Sullivan was up, and now it's a 5-on-1. I think it actually is maybe a 4-on-1. Yeah, Nova Royalty sending one player to the dead box, so it's a 4-on-1. With the last Your Shed Company player sitting in that center stand-up, and not quite sure who got the final kill on him, but I think it was that Dorito corner who took him down, and O'Sullivan's gonna point to the heavens and hit the buzzer. So pending a clean hang here, which he should have, since I don't think anybody really shot at him the whole time. Nova Royalty will be moving on to the semifinals. And O'Sullivan is pumped about it. Good to have this much energy after playing all day in the rain like this. That is something special. So Your Shed Company came in with a lot of promise after going 4-0 in the prelims, but not able to seal the deal in the semifinals, or to the semifinals. So their day is done. Nova Royalties continues on.
30 seconds.
So getting a little bit of sunlight coming out here. Should have brought my sunglasses.
20 seconds.
Now everybody will be sopping and hot. So that'll be fun.
10 seconds.
All right, Eastside Bandits. Charm City Cartel had them on the ropes in that first one, really forcing the issue, and Eastside Bandits able to just hold on, really. Charm City Cartel going to send one far to that either side wedge, as their snake player tried crawling up from the snake corner and wasn't able to survive. So now both wedges are occupied here. 5-on-4 advantage for Eastside Bandits, make that 5-on-3. The last 3 players left for Charm City Cartel, and 2 of them are occupied in the center wedge. David Crump is the last person left on that Dorito side for Cartel. As Eastside Bandits player going to run through the center, and looks like he did not have all the information he needed to make that move, and he's going to get chewed. So now it's a 4-on-3. With another player coming out for Cartel in the center. Ref's giving David Crump a lobotomy over there in the Dorito 2. And the dust settles down, and it looks like we've got ourselves a 3-on-2. So Eastside Bandits want to close this out, move on into the semifinals. As another one walks off for Eastside Bandits. Sanchez gets himself another kill from that center. He's going to backtrack to the center brick. Nice shot there by David Crump on Chance Holmes, and now the last player left is in this snake. He's going to mutual with Sanchez. And Charm City Cartel live to fight another day. Eastside Bandits looked like they had that point all but won, but way to battle back for David Crump and company. Charm City Cartel going to keep playing. Do we have another potential upset? And I only say upset just based on the seeding from the prelims. We have Nightmares v Shooters. Nightmares able to take the first one. Really good play there by Sanchez for Charm City Cartel. Just kept on getting the kills right at the right time when he needed them. Eastside Bandits, you got to think. Need to close that one out, but it was just tough because as soon as he got in the snake, he had to start crawling. And though you can crawl in that snake, it's a long, long crawl to get to any position that'll actually do something. So clock is ticking once you see a team get in there. Timeout for some minor bunker maintenance here. So we're going to have to bring more refs in, and now it's starting to rain again. Why did we even bother celebrating the sun? Here, Eastside Bandits going over just what happened there. And move in the center was a little bit of a mystery. I don't know why he chose to go that direction. Maybe he thought they were both facing outwards, so I could probably get both of them, but
situation, we play time. We win all time. Okay? Look at the clock. If you see players walking off and you notice it's quiet, turn your head, get some information, play the clock. If you hear story time, that means fucking don't do anything stupid. If you die from we are up, yeah, we just gotta hold out. Realistically, no, we go for the up here. Don't not make it move because we're up. Make them move, but I'm saying if it's quiet, we win all time.
all right, and we're back in business. Meanwhile, behind me, I believe the D5 is now finished, and I think that Sharks have now taken first place officially. Time we'll have Shooters on our right, Nightmare on your left. Nightmare gonna get shot, and then we're gonna have a minor thrown, so they drop 3 right off the bat. So Shooters, I think, saw that flag fly. And Gagliato gonna take that as an invitation to move up to their side of the snake. No, he's gonna stop at his snake 4 to get a shot in on that center Aztec. Nightmares facing a real problem here as they drop their can. And it's now a 5-on-1. And the last shooter, the last Nightmares player just looking around for anybody to work with, but he's gonna end up getting shot out a little bit there. So Shooters with a direct answer. The player got burned running out to that snake, either snake or snake side stand-up. And the ref didn't like how he kept on playing afterwards, so threw the flag, and that was all that Shooters needed to do what they needed to do. So that one will require more paintball as well. And I'll take notes. We'll take our Pittsburgh Renegades here. Take notes. May have had a faster point than that one. I'm not sure. First one was a rough one for Renegades. See if they can bounce back. Renegades need to win this one, keep their hopes alive of moving on. If not, tournament is done. Playing good all day. They've only had 5 players, so it can be tough having to run that many points on a very long and patient day that these 5-man tournaments are. Gates creeping Sweeney up to the box. Not sure what happened to him. He was grabbing his stomach. I don't know if one of his own guys may have shot him or not. Looks like he was grimacing. Meanwhile, Ryan McNally gets shot. We're gonna have a minor thrown on Sweeney, who I don't know what he was doing talking to the ref. But that's gonna cause another player to take the walk. So now it's a 4-on-3, excuse me. Take notes to finish off Pittsburgh Renegades here, who are moving up the snake. Ben Morris just crawling and shooting as another player for Renegades make that 2 players for Renegades walk off, and now Ben Morris is all by himself here in the snake 4. And we'll see if he can sneak a couple kills in. He is going to get a shot in the center there for Take Notes, making it a 3-on-1. Don't think these Take Notes players know exactly where he is in the snake, and he gets 2 quick kills. So that makes it a 2-on-1. Can Ben Morris save the Renegades tournament chances here? He's going to look down the wire, have a guy right in front of him. He's going to hold off. Meanwhile, he's going to get shot on the side from the Take Notes Dorito player, and that's going to be it. So Pittsburgh Renegades played a good tournament here, but Ben Morris not able to get any more luck on his side. He's going to be going home with a fresh set of welts on his neck there. Good job to Pittsburgh Renegades, but Take Notes playing really, really well out here, so there's always going to be a tall order. Take Notes will be moving on into the semifinals. All right, so Take Notes and Nova Royalty, the first 2 to enter the semifinals. Still got business to settle between Shooters and Nightmares and these 2 teams, Charm City Cartel and Eastside Bandits. Charm City Cartel trying to play spoiler here on Eastside Bandits. Came together in the pits after that last point. Talk about what they did wrong. Had some great, excellent center play there by Yasmin Amaya and David Crump on the Dorito side.
10 seconds.
Well, to pull that one off. See if they can recapture that magic. Eastside Bandits going to be looking to handle business to get into the semifinals. Let's see what they got. Going to send Amaya up to that Dorito side wedge again. Sanchez going to follow in behind. Meantime, Eastside Bandits also making it to their bunkers, all 5 players. I don't know if Eastside, the problem is Eastside Bandits, they're not taking much real estate and kind of hoping to get those first couple kills just from gunfighting, which can work and obviously has worked for them all day, but like I said, sometimes you wait too long, and if you don't end up getting that first or second kill, Charm City Cartel could probably try and starve them out here if they don't give them much to breathe. Brinkley already up to the snake 4, so 3 players across the 50 for Charm City Cartel. Eastside Bandits have 2 in the snake, but they're gonna want to try and get that first kill and get it fast. Brinkley may have shown a little bit too much there. The second snake guy for Eastside Bandits makes it a 5-on-4. Charm City Cartel still had a player in the snake already, though, to back him up. That's Alex Thrower. Alex Thrower getting shot in the feed neck from across the field. I think that came from the Dorito corner. So a 5-on-3 here, and so Eastside Bandits strategy might pay off. Gonna start crawling and get up to this Snake 4. See if they can shoot Sanchez in the center, and he does. Nice job there by Marcus Clark Jr. Yes, man, Amaya and David Crump, last two left. David Crump walking off, though. So now it's going to be all Amaya's game, facing 5 other Eastside Bandits. And one of the Austin Castro going to move on down and eliminate the last player from the center brick, and Eastside Bandits moving on to the semifinals. Able to fix all those little sloppy mishaps that happened in that second one. Probably still not happy that it took 3 matches to move on, but they were able to pull it off regardless.
Point approved. Game finished.
So Carm City Cartel gave it a shooter's chance. Not able to finish off Eastside Bandits. Speaking of shooter's chance, they've got a chance here to advance as well, going up against Nightmares. This will be the last rubber of the quarterfinals. So far, Eastside Bandits, Take Notes, and Nova Royalty all heading to the semifinals. So who's going to be the 4th team?
20 seconds.
Nightmares and shooters, both taking wedges in the center. It's going to be shooters who get the upper hand in there, shooting out the first player. Makes it a 5-on-4 in shooters' favor. Mountufar doing his slow crawl up to the Snake 4 again, though. See if he can get a shot across. Shooter's already in the Dorito 4 as well. So Montufar going to try and look across. See if he can get a shot in the center on him, and he does. Meanwhile, Shooters lose another player out of the Snake. So now it's a 4-on-3 in Nightmare's favor. Padilla was not able to withstand the Snake play of Montufar. Shooter still having Gagliato, though, in the Snake. And they have that Dorito 4 player, but he's doing some gun tech right now, it looks like. Montufar going to take one in the side of the head. A nice peak shot there by Gagliato. Evens things back up at 3 apiece. Winner of this game moving on to the semifinals. Who's it going to be? Both these teams exchange punches. See the last 3 remaining Nightmares players on your screen right now. Dorito player going to move on up into that second mini to battle down the line with Shooter's Dorito 4 player. Gagliato now in the Snake 4, popping the top to try and get a shot in. And the player backtracking into the Snake corner. He's not going to hit him. Braden Lombardi for Nightmares now in the Snake corner. Just trying to keep a lid on Gagliato. Not going to be able to stop him from advancing, but he can make sure that he doesn't have free reign to just stand up over the top and pick his shots. Gagliato now into a crucial side of their Snake. Is he going to be able to shoot at the Dorito player? He is. So a 3-2 advantage now for Shooters. The last 2 guys are in the Snake corner and in the back center. Lombardi going to try and come out wide to get a shot on Gagliato. He's going to move up to the Snake 1. can see them right in front of each other, but meanwhile, a player moving down on the Dorito side for Shooters shoots out the back center, and Lombardi and Ingagliato mutual, and that's going to do it. Shooters moving on into the semifinals. So good play by Nightmares really all day. Played some solid ball. They should be proud of that. Just not able to withstand the snake play there. Gagliato really busted things open when he got into their side of the field and shot out that third Dorito player. Or Dorito 3 player, excuse me.
Game finished.
So your top 4 teams going into the semifinals here will be Eastside Bandits, Shooters, Take Notes, and Nova Royalty. Little break ski here to let the refs and players get their stuff together and get ready for the semifinals. Meantime, D5 is over. Don't know if you've been watching that stream or not. We've had a stream out there all day on the field too. But for D5, the winners of that, it's going to be Sharks taking first place, Virginia Vendetta taking second, Squeaky Clean taking third, and Matrix Reloaded taking fourth. Still going to see who's the top dog here in the D4 division with the 4 remaining teams, so don't you go anywhere as we finish up the D4 Ultra Open here at NR Paintball live in Severn, Maryland. Back in a moment.
stop the break next point.
And the stage is set here for the semifinals of the D4 edition of the Ultra Open here at the NRPL 5-man tournament.
30 seconds.
Starting things off, it's going to be Take Notes going up against Shooters.
20 seconds.
Take Notes looked like the team to beat so far. Shooters have been playing scrappy ball all day. See if they're able to continue doing so. As we get started here in the semifinals. Sending a snake runner off the break. Shooters trying to get a burn in, but they're not able to squeeze anybody out just yet. We play some 5v5 ball. Take Notes getting the lay of the land. Now taking some ground on the Dorito side and up the center. Din is in the center there for Take Notes, but he's got Padilla right on the other side of him. And Gagliato now in the snake too, doing his thing. And he shoots out the Take Notes snake player down the wire. 5-4 early advantage here for Shooters. Padilla gonna bounce back for Shooters. Hang out in that center brick. Probably been bunkered way too many times today for his liking. And Gagliato gonna go all the way down to Take Notes Snake 2. Pop up and shoot out the Dorito 2 player and the Dorito corner player, leaving only 2 Take Notes players left. Din gets bunkered out by Padilla and makes it a 4-on-1. Only player left for Take Notes is in the snake, and he's gonna run forward and get a few extra welts for his trouble. That was steal for Take Notes. And Shooter's gonna take the first one against Take Notes. Somebody's got to hit the buzzer, though. First one going to Shooters. They're able to get the first punch in on Take Notes. It's really in Gagliato once again. I think he has been able to figure out this snake now after several points on it for sure. It wasn't Padilla in the center this time for Shooters, actually. It was Polnak. Padilla must be switching out on who wants to get bunkered first. Sometimes you just need a welt break. All right, now Nova Royalty going to go up against East Side Bandits.
20 seconds.
Nova Royalty. Fighting and scraping all day and have really turned it on here towards the end of the tournament. Both teams taking that snake one off the break. Sullivan up the center for Nova Royalty, and they strike first, shooting out the snake side stand-up of East Side Bandits, making it a 5-on-4, but their snake player gets shot down the line. It's gonna make it back even at 4 apiece. It's Marcus Clark Jr. creeping and crawling his way to the snake 4 before anybody can notice. Looks like he's gonna get an easy shot on O'Sullivan, but O'Sullivan notices it just in time. Just to back off, just in the nick of time. Lay some paint there on Clark. Clark Jr.'s, I don't know what he wants to try to do here. Seems to be, he's going to try and go down the wire, but now he's got a Nova Royalty snake player to contend with. 4v4 here, the second game of the semifinals. Sullivan all over Marcus Clark Jr. Not really letting him move at all. Marcus Clark doesn't really have much in the way of protection. So if O'Sullivan really wanted to give him a run for his money here, he could hop on in the inside and pop up in that brick. Marcus Clark looking down the wire. Looks like he took one in the top of the dome, and he did. So Sean O'Sullivan able to get Clark out of there, makes it a 4-on-3 game. That could be what Nova Royalty needed to turn the tide as they are in the snake still.
Hey, we lost Marcus! Hey, Chuck, are you shooting the snake?
Dylan Smith, second in the snake for Nova Royalty. Try and power his way down to the other side of the snake to finish off Eastside Bandits. Another big chunk taken by a Nova Royalty Dorito player up to D3. Eastside Bandits holding strong for now, but Smith for Nova Royalty is able to start producing some offense. It's going to be a little bit tight here. Especially for Chance Holmes there in the back center. Sullivan now on their side of the field, right next to Dylan Smith. Sullivan using every inch of that bunker. Try and get a beat on Austin Castro, but Dylan Smith gets shot out. O'Sullivan does manage to shoot at Castro, though, and Chance Holmes takes the walk as well. Leaving it into a 3-on-1 with the ref running over to check Sean O'Sullivan, and he gets called out. Any penalty assessed? I don't think so. And Nova Royalty thought it was over, and now a 2-on-1 has turned into a 1-on-1 as Eastside Bandits still had a player alive in that center stand-up. I wasn't sure if that guy was out or not. He was just kind of nonchalantly running. So now we got ourselves a 1-on-1 going, snake to Dorito side. And it's going to be Eastside Bandits stealing that first one. Adam Weber for Eastside Bandits is able to hold strong. Nova Royalty going to be scratching their heads after that one. I think that was Eric Beal, who was running down the center and just didn't realize that there was a guy left. He looked like he was heading to the buzzer to hit it. Have someone check him. Eastside Bandits happy about that first win. Nova Royalty had that one in their hands. Just not able to close it out, so gonna have another opportunity to get on the board here. Well, we'll see if Take Notes can bounce back. Really taking a strong punch in the mouth there from shooters who brought it to him.
20 seconds.
Shooters playing with a lot of confidence right now. See if they're able to keep their momentum going. Take Notes, you know, aren't going to go away quietly. Dia going to get burned out of the back center for shooters. 5-4 advantage for Take Notes. First player walking off from the center is Din. Out of the center for Take Notes, makes it a 4-on-4. And Gagliato doing his snake battle with the Take Notes snake player. Big chunk taken by Take Notes on the Dorito side, forcing shooters to leave that center Aztec to drop back to the Dorito side can. Both snake guys in the snake twos. Not knocking on each other's door quite yet. Helnack moving side to side in that center diamond. Gagliardo now with some backup behind him. And another player walking off for take notes. Makes it a 4-on-3. Shooters in the driver's seat here. Can they finish it off? Snake player gets chopped off in the hopper. Makes it a 4-on-2. There's another take notes player going to be walking out of the Dorito 3. So the last player left now for take notes is Ryan McNally in the snake corner. See him on the far left side of your screen. He's going to be moving left and right to try and get him, and he's going to get taken out. And Shooters able to pull off the upset win based on the prelim seedings, of course. They have really turned it on right at the right time to play with a lot of confidence and going to be moving on into the finals for first and second. Take notes after a promising prelims and quarterfinals. Not able to stop Shooters, who, like I said, have really started playing with a lot of confidence right now, and they seem to have figured out exactly what they want to do on this layout. Take notes just not able to get that energy going again. So Take notes will have to settle for third or fourth place. Shooters are going to go for the whole big shebang. Eastside Bandits able to pull one off against Nova Royalty, who thought the job was done before it really was. See if Eastside Bandits are able to finish off Nova to move on into the finals to play Shooters.
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
All right. Nova Royalty on your left, Eastside Bandits on your right. Burn yields no results. Except Eastside Bandits are going to get clipped in the pack. No minor thrown or anything, so 5-4. Nova Royalty trying to bounce back. That was only a rough way to lose that first point. They're playing so well. Sean O'Sullivan back up in the center there for Nova. Bandits settling in. I mean, this has been their game all day. Not afraid to let the other side get to those spots first. Rely a lot on their gun skills and calm communication to work out a way to win points. The Royalty at the moment don't seem too interested about getting up the field vertically. Move out to the Dorito corner. I think that was Eric Beal who did that. Bandits reciprocate by heading out to the Dorito corner themselves. Nova Royalty a little unsure about where they're supposed to go at this point.
Hey, is there a Joker?
Marcus Clark Jr. gets this opportunity to have another battle with Sean O'Sullivan in the center, and Marcus Clark Jr. is going to lose out this time, getting shot in the hopper and the side of the mask. So that makes it a 5-on-3. Eastside Bandits try and counter. Chance Holmes moves out to the snake side stand up to keep some control. Sean Oliver now in the Snake 4 for Nova Royalty. Big chunk taken by Austin Castro on the far Dorito side for Eastside Bandits. Did he make it in alive? Ref gonna check him out in the Dorito 3. As Nova Royalty do the same on the Dorito side as well. So still a good spread here for Eastside. Making it easy for Nova to close things out. Shot there by Oliver. Castro taking the walk now. Now it's a 5-on-1. Chance Holmes, the last player left here in this snake side stand-up. Looks like Sullivan gonna run back and serpentine his way to Chance Holmes, and they're gonna mutual, and that'll do it. So Nova Royalty extending our semifinals edition. As a rubber match will now be required
60 seconds.
to figure out who will be going into the finals to face shooters. So a little bit of a break here will be needed. Let the teams get back in to regroup and reset and get themselves ready for the third match of the semifinals to determine who will be moving on to first and second place. So we're going to take advantage here to pay some bills, right? We'll have one more game here coming up for the semifinals of the NRPL 5-man D4 edition of the Ultra Open. Be back in just a moment for these teams to regroup and come back out here to determine who will be moving on to play shooters in the finals for first and second place. Back in a moment.
Yo, what up guys, Ronnie Dizon here, professional paintball player for Houston Heat, as well as an avid gamer. Here to talk to you guys about TransLab's new line of supplements, Transcend. I've been taking Transfuse, which is their hydration and recovery product, for quite some time. Also, they have 2 new flavors. Now with Transfuse being the absolute best recovery and replenishment product that I've ever taken, I was super hyped to get on Transcend. Transcend is one of the only products backed by research studies to make sure that the formula is correct and the right dosage for optimal performance. It's literally more potent than anything on the market. Now I'm a little bit stimulant sensitive, so I take about a half a scoop to a full scoop. But if you guys want that LFG dose, 2 scoops, and you're gonna be cranked and ready to go. They got 2 delicious flavors, Skittles Candy and Baja Splash. Make sure you guys head over to translabs.com and get yours today.
mother. God, it's broken now, isn't it? One, you didn't catch it. That's what happened. Never throw to you ever again. No, we don't.
All right, thrown right back into it. Winner of this match going to be going on to the finals. Play for first and second. Big jump taken by East Side Bandits on the Dorito side of the center 50, but their snake player did not make the trip. So 5-4 early advantage for Nova Royalty. Sean O'Sullivan launching out to go and get the East Side Bandits player. I don't think he knew that he was in there. I thought he was going to get him. It turned out that he was trying to go to their side of the 50. So he ends up sacrificing himself. Makes it an even 4-on-4. It's a fast run by O'Sullivan, and I could give him kudos for giving it a shot, but I don't think he realized Eastside Bandits had a player in there already. Meanwhile, he's backtracked now to the center brick. Continue 4v4. The sense it's kind of going to be who makes the first mistake here. These teams have some pretty sound fundamentals, but it's really just going to be about who can pull this off or not. Bandits player backing off of the brick to see if he can get a different angle on the Snake 1 player for Nova Royalty. After what looked like it was going to be an aggressive game, both teams have settled down now, and gridlock ensues as it has so often on this layout this week, or this weekend. The Nova Royalty player, though, Eric Beal, not able to survive back there in that Dorito side can. He'll be taking the walk. Makes it a 4-on-3. Eastside Bandits, one body advantage here. What can they do with it? This player up is still in that center 50, battling with the Snake 1 player of Nova Royalty. The Snake player is asking the Nova Royalty center player to go get him. He had to focus his efforts on Austin Castro, who made a move, and now he's gonna try and neutral with him. Did he get him? He did. So that at least should hopefully maybe free up the Snake for Nova Royalty. They're down to their last 2 bodies. Make that their last 1 body. Only their Snake 1 player remains against 3 Eastside Bandits players. He's gonna tactically retreat to the Snake corner. Chance Holmes gonna get into the Snake to make his way down it. As I said, it is a 3-on-1. Chance Holmes looking for a chance to get wet. Crawling down the Snake side. He's going to put the final nail in the coffin of Nova Royalty's attempts. Didn't have his gun up. I thought that was going to be nice and easy. Not sure why Chance Holmes didn't have his gun up moving down there. So now it's a 2-on-1. Austin Castro on the far side for Eastside Bandits. And he manages to get the drop in on the last Nova Royalty player. Chance Holmes could have put an end to that a lot quicker, but wasn't able to do so, and his teammates mop up the rest for him, and Eastside Bandits playing for another first place. Pending a clean hang, of course. It looks like they'll be advancing on to take on Shooters for first and second place. Nova Royalty, fine effort. They'll be taking on Take Notes to see who gets the conciliatory prize. Uh-oh. We've got a ref running in here to check on Austin Castro. Looks like he's got a little bit of paint somewhere on his person. Looks to be on the head. What's going to be the judgment call here? And we get a point approved. So Eastside Bandits able to all take a collective breath. Never a good sign when you have the ref running in to check on your flag hanger. So that's going to do it. So as I said, Eastside Bandits going to be going up against Shooters in the finals for first and second.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break.
Nova Royalty and Take Notes will be playing for third and fourth. We'll have the conclusion of the NRPL Ultra Open D4 edition. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be back here at NR Paintball in Severn, Maryland, really quick. Hang tight for us.
2 minutes. Warning, live field goggles on.
Ready?
1 minute.
All the help I can get. No. They get a 1, 2.
30 seconds.
Maryland though, not Dallas. Until I pull you off.
20 seconds. 10 seconds.
All right, the stage is set here. Gonna have Take Notes going up against Nova Royalty first. They're playing for third place here. Trying to not go home empty-handed. Said Ryan McNally with a snake off the break. There's a time to do it, it's now. He gets the first kill down the wire. Did he mutual with his mirror? He did. So 4v4 with no snake for either team now. Very similar layouts at the moment, especially with Take Notes also getting into the center 50 diamond game. Take Notes player now jumping into the snake. Nova Royalty doing the same. Tit for tat these two teams are. Both of them had aspirations of making it to the finals, but not able to finish the job. So we'll have to settle for the conciliatory prize. As Eric Beal gets shot off the backside of the Dorito for Nova Royalty. It's in a 4-on-3. Sean O'Sullivan now is going to run to the other wedge, trying to get a pop shot on the Take Notes wedge player. Doesn't look like he got him though. And now they're going to really be in a battle of wits here. Take Notes snake player trying to get a shot in on Sean O'Sullivan's foot, not able to do so, and Sean O'Sullivan wins that wedge battle, makes it a 3-on-3. So Take Notes have the Dorito 3, Snake 2, and the stand-up next to the snake. Nova Royalty have Snake 1, Snake wedge, and back center. Wire-to-wire battle for the player. Take Notes snake player. He's staying up over top of that snake 2. May want to be careful. Sullivan backtracks to the center 50 brick. Steele moving on up now. Now McKay, and O'Sullivan are right next to each other. You can see on the top part of your screen there as they're going to have to dish each other out. And Sullivan wins another battle with a counterpart in that center 50. And he shoots out a guy out of this second Dorito. And Steele gets shot down the line in the snake, giving the first point to Nova Royalty. So Take Notes did the best they could, but just were not able to get O'Sullivan out of there. He was causing quite a bit of havoc.
Game finished.
And Nova Royalty take the first one.
All right, on the field, shooters to the left, Eastside Bandits to the right. Take notes, number
And now the match for all the marbles here. Shooter's going to be playing Eastside Bandits for first and second. Eastside Bandits have been playing good all day. Shooters really turned it on here in the quarters and semis. See if they can keep the good times rolling here as they play for first and second. Quite a few people have departed the field at this moment, so your commentator is going to have to make sure to keep his voice down so he doesn't reveal any positioning to other players.
10 seconds.
And here we go. Shooters on your left, Eastside Bandits on your right. Who's going to take home the gold for the 2024 Ultra Open? Shooters burning up to the center. Eastside Bandits sending a runner out to that Dorito side wedge again. Player drops off the snake side stand up for Bandits. Makes it a 5-on-4. Gagliato in the snake, doing his one-handed crawl and shoot, crawl and shoot. Didn't recognize that the player was in that D-side wedge on him, so he's gonna find the right avenue to take without having to deal with him. He's gonna back off now and get a shot in on the Eastside Bandit center player, who not quite sure why he wasn't ready for that. He had to have known after Gagliato saw him that he was gonna try and get him. Makes it an early 5-on-3 here for Shooters. And Gagliato get a shot in on that center Aztec. There is nobody to contend with him down this snake. Shooters moving up on the Dorito side as well. It's not looking good at the moment for Eastside Bandits in this first match. Gagliato able to snap out Chance home from the back center, making it a 5-on-2. Get checked out here by the ref on the hopper. He was shot. Really, he didn't do much more shooting after that, so no penalty assessed. Makes it a 4-on-2, but now it's going to be a 3-on-1. As they are able to eke out the last guy. I think that was Austin Castro in the Dorito corner. So Shooters taking the first point. And looking good doing it. I don't know what that means. I'm sure the underneath the mask, they're all fine looking gentlemen. I just sometimes you talk for 8 hours straight, things just end up coming out of your mouth. Back up here, Nova Royalty looking to secure third place, take notes. Really dropping off here towards the end. Playing so strong in the beginning. Thought they were going to be the team to beat, but don't have a lot of guys over there, so could be fatigue setting in a little bit.
20 seconds.
I think they ran with 6 total. That can sometimes cause you to get a little bit tired. Sullivan, of course, riding back out there. You know where he'll be after the breakout. Last 2 Nova Royalty players making their way to the box now.
10 seconds.
That'll get them moving.
Keep it strong, guys.
Sent Ryan McNally to the snake off the break again. This time it does not work out as planned as he gets burned on his way in. So it makes it an early 5-on-4 here for Nova Royalty. Steele gonna do his part and fill into that snake. Nova Royalty sitting back and doing some shooting. I'll take notes. Trying to take it to him. Going on up to that Dorito 3. Eric Beal bouncing out for Nova Royalty to the Dorito corner. Steele here in the Snake 1. All alone over here now. Last take notes player ran out to that Dorito side after the Dorito 3 player got shot out down the wire. So it's a 5-on-3 advantage here for Nova Royalty. Two-body advantage. Going to close out the tournament on a positive note as they shoot Steele out of the Snake 1. Got ourselves a 5-on-2. Nova Royalty in cruise control here. Talking it up to try and find these last two bodies. Player getting shot off that Dorito side. As another take notes player walks out from the center stand-up. Nova Royalty looking to finish things off. It's a 4-on-1. And their Snake, their side of the center 50. Last player left for take notes is in that Dorito corner. Oliver goes all the way down to take notes. Knuckle of the Snake, and that'll do it. So Nova Royalty going to walk away with third place. Take notes just not able to maintain a continued amount of intensity. Probably dealing with a little bit with fatigue and just started out very, very strong throughout the prelims and quarterfinals, but semifinals and finals have just not been their forte today. So good playing from all around though. Congrats to Nova Royalty. Taking home a nice little chunk of change for themselves for their efforts.
30 seconds.
This one is a little bit more at stake. Eastside Bandits backs against the wall. And shooters finish them off. Seem to have gotten better every single point they've played.
20 seconds.
Hey, we didn't come out here to be second best. You know, talking about being together all the time. Stay connected. Stay on top.
10 seconds.
Nobody better than us. Take it here.
So here we go. Shooters on your right, Eastside Bandits on your left. Who's going to take home the prize? Eastside Bandits with a two-pronged approach to the Snake. They do manage to get in there. A little bump to meet. Shooters in the Snake as well. Gagliato moving on up into that second knuckle already. This may be the time when Eastside Bandits wants to try and take some early ground. They've been sticking with this lineup, trying to have a lockdown sort of approach going. They may want to change it up though. Shooters not letting them breathe after that break. So it looks like they're trying to get a little bit more aggressive in the Snake, but their Snake player gets shot crossing from that first to second knuckle. Don't know who got the drop shot on him. They refill it really fast though, just as shooters bounce out to the Dorito side. Still a 5-4, one body advantage for shooters. Chance Holmes is going to get checked over here on his pack. He's called clean. As the home player Padilla for shooters gets taken out. That evens things back up at 4-piece. Shooters with 2 in the Snake right now though. See if they're going to be able to lock down the Snake and letting Gagliato do his thing. Gagliato with Corey Martin behind him, trying to work together to bring home the gold for their team. Shooters also in the center now. As another player taken out of that center stand-up. 3 players remain now for Eastside Bandits. They're their only hope as they get a shot in on the... Yeah, it looks like on Polnack there in the center. Not sure where that one came from. That was a light one. May have came across the way from the Snake. Could have been a bounce shot. Either way, it's 3-on-3 now. Shooters trying to put the plan together. Doing some crossfield comms with their Dorito 3 player. And Gagliato gets a shot in down the wire on Eastside Bandit Snake player, and that may be all Gagliato needs. He bumps up to the Snake 5, if you want to say that. He's now on Eastside Bandit's side of the field. Castro's going to be able to put some balls over top of that mini wing right there, so Gagliato's got to be careful. I don't think he can quite tell where those balls are coming from. Now he seems to know what he's doing, just as the shooter's Dorito player gets shot out by Chance Holmes. So now it's a 2-on-2. Things coming down to the wire here. As Austin Castro moves up to the Dorito 3. Don't think he knew that Gagliato was that far up, and now it's a 2-on-1. And Chance Holmes has the lone player left for Eastside Bandits' hopes of getting first place. He's going to move out of that home bunker, probably try and take out Gagliato. Not really paying much attention, though, to the Corey Martin on the Dorito side. Gagliato narrowly misses one as Chance Holmes moves around. He gets shot in the side, though, by Corey Martin, and that is going to do it. Shooters are going to slam on that buzzer and potentially break it and owe the NRPL a new one. But either way, shooters, pending a clean hang here, will be the winners of the NRPL Ultra Open, and that they are. So great ball by shooters today. Like I said, they really stepped it up when needed. Congrats to them, and heck of an effort there by Eastside Bandits. Pull off second place, end up back in the podium at least. But that was a fun one today. And appreciate all of you who stuck around with us all day to check us out. We will be back around this way momentarily. Let me find out when get the next event for you. Next event will be the NRPL Charm City Open, May 18th. So you're not going to want to miss that in a couple of weeks. I believe we may have another one coming up too. And then along with the Beltway Open. Oh wait, this is confusing me. Yeah, trying to find the last couple ones there. Oh, there we go. I can do it that way. So yeah, up next will be the Charm City Open, May 18th. That'll be an NRXL event with D4 and D3. Then we'll have the Beltway Open July 13th, Hooligan Cup August 25th, War with Paint Championships, and then the Paint Wars Championship October 6th. But it's been another great day here at NR Paintball, so shout out to all the refs and the men and women who make these events possible, especially to Big Dan the man and Big John, of course. And much love to Alex, my cameraman, and all you fine folks who subscribe and check us out and make this all very, very possible. We appreciate it so, so much. Signing off here from NR Paintball at Severn, Maryland, from the NRPL Ultra Open. We'll see you back next time for May 18th for the Charm City Open X-Ball Tournament. This is Eric White signing off. Take it easy, everybody.
I'm already a step ahead of you, dog. You made me look back on field too, so.